Gamers everywhere and collegiate enthusiasts, welcome back to NECC. We're here in week number 8, and today we are going to be covering a bunch of Valorant. There's going to be 4 matches all in all, I believe, but the first one is going to be brought to you by myself and the lovely Seymour.
Oh, it's going to be a great one leg day. We got Navigators yellow to start off the day. King's University up against the Holy Cross Crusaders for the Navigator yellow situation. You're saying this is week 7 out of 8 for the regular season. So a lot of these teams, they're going to be pretty comfortable in their positions, looking forward to the playoffs. But for King University, Valorant, and Holy Cross Crusaders, this could be dangerous because you look at King University, Valorant, they're all the way down in number 7.
It's a very precarious spot, Seymour. Holy Cross, they have a little bit more wiggle room here. I think that they are mathematically basically guaranteed for the playoffs, but they're not guaranteed a higher seed. Currently, they're sitting in 4th, which would be at least vaguely comfortable going into our playoffs. But if you look at King University, both Sanford Gamers and Defiance, if they were to win their upcoming matches and King were to lose this one, they could steal away those 7th and 8th spots and force King out of the contention for playoffs.
It's not a position you want to be in, especially considering this is almost the end of the regular season. This is basically do or die for a lot of these teams, especially King University Valorant. And going up against a team like Holy Cross Crusaders, who also out of this haven't had the best year, but they are in definitely a better spot. They're coming off of a bye and a win. Well, 2 wins and a bye. So in that situation, I'm sure going into this matchup, they're a lot more comfortable, not only in their placing, but just in their overall performance for the past couple of weeks leg day.
Interesting little note I've got here about how King University have been playing is that they've never had a series go to 3 maps. They either stomp or they get stomped. It's either 0-2 or 2-0 to them. So I wonder what might happen if King University do go to the fabled Decider map. But of course, to get there, you'd have to go through a map pick from both of our teams, and we've got a lovely little graphic to show you where we can go. Holy Cross have picked our first map, and we're going to be going to Split first. So we've got an interesting matchup here in terms of what agents we could see. We could see things like a Breach, and the near ubiquitous Sova is not quite as prevalent on Split.
No, it is not. That's what I'm looking at in a sense for sure. But when you look at Split, there's a lot more verticality to it. That's where you're going to be seeing your Rays really look good. Also flexible on a map like Bind, but Rays is definitely going to be the better duelist on top of that. You can flex over to a Phoenix to back them up, but most of the time, you don't usually see that. You can see Sleeping Dog already on the Reyna pick. I'm looking at the Astra as well. It's definitely the better pick for Kingsman over King Scary Cow's Omen. I just think that Astra, in general, and a lot of people are going to be thinking that. That's why we see Astra a lot of the time. It's the better pick when you're looking at a controller.
Astra great as a controller just because of her universality of usefulness, because obviously people like Brimstone, they need to be quite proximal to where they want to place their smokes in order to put them down using the iPad. And Omen, of course, does have a long cast range, but they take time to travel to their destination. Meanwhile, Astra, well, she does have to preset those stars that can give away where utility is going to go. Being able to pop those at will is interesting.
You look at the rest of the picks coming through.
Could this be a double Sentinel? Oh my goodness. No Initiator. What am I looking at here?
I'm surprised too, because Skye would be a good pick. Like day. I mean, it wouldn't be horrible to bring out a Skye, especially on a map like this. You see King. I am a man. Bringing out that Skye Initiator.
Well, congratulations on your surety of self, Seymour.
Thank you. You know, it took a while for me to get to this point, but I'm glad that we can all come to this situation, especially, you know, having that Skye there. I do love seeing them Skies, but other than that, I mean, I definitely think that Cypher pick as a Sentinel, not the worst for the defending side on a map like Split. I mean, Cypher really can lock down that B site in full with that camera, and you don't even have to play on site. You can play towards heaven utilizing that camera to just make sure you can watch down Garage. I mean, you watch through that chokehold, and you can set up the information for whoever is going to be that lone player sitting inside the pit of B. But when you look at the situation right now, a conglomerate over towards A, as this pistol round is definitely going to come out with a quick A hit.
question here, Seymour, definitely has to be, how do Holy Cross try and make an attack work with this kind of composition? They don't have much of a way of info gathering. They could maybe use an engagement turret, send out a camera to try and take a peek beforehand, but in terms of things like a Raycon arrow or even the Sky Flash, much more difficult. Even the Lear can be one of your go-to informational tools here, see if someone tries to shoot it, and for now, it is going to be basically a free A site that's going to be gained by Holy Cross.
Ask how? Well, maybe just being the site giving up. Now you're going to flip it on your head. Now you're on the defense, and you can really set up those tripwires, set up those cyber cages however you want. And this is going to be a tough retake when you're looking at King University, having to flush them out of all these positions. See Checkboy swinging some shoulders out, checking for screens. King IQUAP is going to be the first one in. A trade back and forth to the side, but that close position from Cardinal going to be keeping up Holy Cross in that advantage. As the dust is settling, you are seeing King University 3v2. Inside the smoke, it's Techno Christ. You got King Scary Cow, a little bit shaky. 1v1 here. The Ghost versus a low health Sky. 4 HP. The tripwire is going to give you away. You know exactly where they're coming from. One shot from the Ghost. That's going to be all she wrote for round 1.
Techno Christ playing around that spike. Well done there. And like you said, it was going to be a difficult retake for King University here, and I think one of the early win conditions that's going to emerge for King University on this defense, Seymour, is that they need to not give up these sites for free. Because once Holy Cross have their plant, they can set up Sentinel utility in the double around that spike. And that's going to make it so difficult to get the retake. If you allow them to defend a position with double Sentinel, it's going to be so much more difficult for you. You've got to make them fight, use utility to get onto that site, and potentially lose people as they do so.
Big play right there from Holy Cross. I mean, 1v3 from Techno Christ. You have to be feeling a little bit of sweat off the brows for that. A lot more of a default setup from King University this time around, as the mid take from Holy Cross is going to overwhelm Paggy. So that's Heaven going to be given up. Get this breach from the Viper inside Garage. That's going to be key now. WAP is going to be having that. However, on site, it is going to be Holy Cross with control.
Sleeping Dog. Eyes right now on iClap. And they are going to be able to at least able to obfuscate themselves away using that wall. However, this does mean they don't really have much idea where any of these attackers are. I'm a man, they may be, but a duelist they are not, and Kingsman is able to take them down with a stinger at close range. Oh, that's a missing stab. Come on, you're better than this. Brings out the gun instead. I'll get it done. Doesn't matter.
It even is a little bit misleading because that sword, it's a big sword. You think that you're closer to the umbrella.
That's a big sword.
It's a big sword, but you just can't reach that far to alarm bot. Whatever it's going to take. It's an interesting setup that I saw from King University. I mean, I take towards Garage, had that crossfire set up. However, fight on site, just the overwhelming pressure from the Spectres take over the site pretty quickly. And as soon as that spike goes down, I mean, in that second round, she's going to be favoring that gun advantage. In round 3, is the rifles are going to be out 3 for Holy Cross University. Still those 2 Spectres out here. You know, Man is going to be inside that ropes area. This first blood is going to be everything, and it's Cardinal opening up for this. That's going to force Man to give it up.
That's a lootable weapon as well. The Vandals over there. You can see that Cardinal making grabby hands. I want it! They scream, and they are going to be backed up by multiple people here. However, they're going to meet Big King Wade. Forced to back away for now. They're going to hear that reload, so they know at least a little bit of space has been ceded forth as they spill over onto B-site. They've still got to deal with nanoswarms and an alarm bot on top of that as well. Both of them pop one out, and that does so much damage to Cardinal. That is absolutely brutal, and now they've lost part of their entry force. Big King Wade's up top, gets blinded by a friendly, but it doesn't matter because they were quicker on the draw when it came to the kill.
The spike goes down, but they're trapped. Leg day, and you can see that this collapse, it's coming down on all fronts. Techno Christ has nowhere to look. Still gonna find Big Wade off that side. It is a 1-for-1 trade. Still with that player advantage to King University. However, anticipating fast. I am a man trying to get in 1v1 again. Sleeping Dog has the overheal. 24 health in that pool. The wrap around the pole. He's trying to get in behind, but Iron Man has to go this is fast. You gotta be a little bit more decisive. 2 HP now for that Sky. You can hop this bomb. Look to bait out Sleeping Dog, but be playing this. The bait slide in. That's an easy cleanup for 3K from Sleeping Dog.
That was so close to being a clutch, and unfortunately for King University, that was their big buy. They had their full loadouts, and they could not win the duels with them. They lost that initial duel off the back of King Scary Crow playing up in heaven, and after that, just So many weapons were sent over. Sleeping Dog. Oh, please don't tell me.
Okay. Looking to just tumble over this mid-pressure again. They set up with a Marshall to find that headshot. Here comes the Odin. It's a 12 and she. It's a quick goodbye.
But Din of the Odin roars out over split, but Cardinal's going to be the one who leads the way right here. King Scary Crow trying their best to be stealthy, and it seems like it might work out. Caught with the boombot in hand for now, and iClap's able to trade out with that stinger. King Paggy is going to be joined by multiple friends here as they wonder if it's time to try and retake heaven.
Yes, man, very unsure what they want to do. The bomb is going to be rotating back up there. You can see off that Cypher ult, they did get the information on where King University are going to be in lie, and now it's just time to let them sit in their thoughts. And they do, and the bait might be here for King University to rotate over to A before that spike even gets dropped anywhere. You already have 3 players rotating over. This is going to be an open site. Now, Technochrist Frank, I'm a man. That's going to even us up 3-on-3, and that should be spiked down.
Kingsman, spike in hand. They are going to be well covered for the plant here, it would seem. And very minimal weaponry from King University for a potential retake here. They have to be careful about this trapwire. Surely Big King Wade can see it. Astral Divide comes on down. They look to Technochrist. Remember, he played there before, so it's an easy check to try and look for. And Technochrist was discovered, but they are going to be missing many people to try and shoot them down. Oh my goodness. However, King Paggy managed to get that one while they were looking at the camera. Checkboy wraps around the back, and that's going to be an easy destruction of the lockdown. However, Big King Wade surrounded on all sides, a Marshall in hand and surrounded by foes. Phantom's going to be what gets the end of it. Checkboy playing from the high ground, playing it late after that A hit was had some excellent angles.
As soon as that Cypher ult gets used in heaven and you see the disengage from King University just outside of that B site, everybody on Holy Cross Crusaders just slowed down. They hit the crouch, or they hit the slow walk button so they can play a little bit more stealthily. They baited 3 players over to that A site, and as soon as I'm a man gets a little bit overzealous inside that heaven, goes down. That's the open site for the plant. The Cosmic Divide provides enough of an escape, and it was all over as soon as that setup was underway. Now you're looking at King University on defense, on split, not finding a single round just yet, have been struggling in the first blood section, and it's been really routing outside of these mid picks. Peggy needs to turn up here, get the alarm bots down. You're gonna peek out, goes 1 for 1 with Sleeping Dog, but Checkboy off screen is gonna find another one, double down for Holy Cross.
Oh, Big King Wade. What's the plan here, mate? Down goes that grenade, and that's going to have to be avoided. Just a touch of friendly fire. Checking out. Oh, is that a grenade? Might well be. And now King University, they have a tough choice to make. Sure, 3 versus 4. Very doable. But they've bought fully here. They are very low. Oh, they are very low on money. Now they're low on teammates as well. Do they try and save these rifles?
It just seems like the logical situation here. Big Wade's still fishing around for kills, looking to do maybe a little bit of economic damage on a Holy Cross Crusaders, but the thing is, like, they rich, so really doesn't matter what you do here, and you're just gonna be flooding on in. That's nail in the coffin right there. You look at the economy of Holy Cross Crusaders, not only do they have the full rifles, but they also have 2 Odins, so they haven't really been able to, they really haven't had to buy up too often.
The War Chest of Valhalla has certainly been opened. A little bit of power ramp here, at least, for King University. They have 4 of their ultimates available. I'm kind of surprised to see Big King Wade buy here. I would have liked to have seen a full shield going alongside the Blade Storm and hoping to try and make that into a hero play. But unfortunately, the power ramps of both the rifle buy with a full shield and the ultimates were kind of staggered. We had the rifles last round. Oh my goodness, where's this going? Cardinal caught in Nano Swarm, forced to look elsewhere, sends out the nasty little bazooka, and I am a man is now giblets.
Showstopper Peggy looking to trade out, but that Empress Odin overwhelming.
You should run.
That Killjoy L, Big Wade now wrapped around here, undetected. Damage the Cardinal, not able to finish it off now, flooding right into Checkboy, the dash to the net. And that is going to be the site once again, flawlessly given over to the Holy Cross Crusaders with the setup. Lockdown, Empress, both dedicated into this King's University, not only in shambles, but in economic
One enemy
Yes.
remaining.
Ugh, I
Yeah,
don't
it's
know what
looking
to
more
say
Greece
right
than
now.
USA right now in terms of the economy.
It is.
One Spectre and a Dream. And you still... Oh, that's a double blind. That's a good play off the back of that. King Scary Crow. Oh, Check Boy. Just took cover in the corner. Had a little cry until their sight came back. And then they avenged their fallen teammates. 6-0 now for Holy Cross. It could be another buy here. Just about. Like you can see, 3.9k on iClap. That means a Vandal and a full shield. And that's your lot. No utility can be added to this.
What do you do with this? What do you do with the setup like that? There's not too much really in their bank. There's not too much in their pockets for their arsenal. Now, they've been constantly losing that first blood battle in the middle of the map. I am a man. That was a showstopper you were running from. Hard to get away from that, but you need to start seeing a little bit more pressure out of this Sky Killjoy combo we're seeing in the center.
Oh, once again, First Blood goes the way of Holy Cross. A tale told so many times, it might as well be part of scripture. And the Crusaders are trying to spread it to the Holy Land of Navigators Yellow. That much is certain. Cardinal wants to try and clear out ropes here. I'm a man. They caught a little glimpse of that Odin, but they're just going to be spammed through the obfuscation. King Paggy moving around the other side. Won't be traded out entirely, but has taken a huge amount of damage and lost some of their teammates on the way through as well. There is the swing from Kingsman, and well, it's as easy as it comes to just spray and pray with the Odin when you're up against someone with enough blood in them to fill maybe a Pyro.
It's not a lot.
It's not a fully filled Pyro either. It's like a half Pyro. It's when you borrow from a mate who doesn't want it anymore.
A high clap with this Vandal. Again, a situation you might just want to keep. This Cardinal is going to catch them on that corner. 7 rounds to 0. Kings University, you know, usually you see the players becoming agents, but the team's an agent right now. 007 out here. Timeout is a good call for the timeout now. In this situation, what do you want them to start talking about?
How are we going to use this Viper's Pit, boys? What's the plan here? I would not mind seeing iClap use the Viper's Pit to just buy a Spectre and a large shield, and then have iClap hold A site by themselves and have a 4 stack on B. Because you can lock down A site pretty effectively using the Viper's Pit. You can make sure that anyone who comes in is taking a huge amount of damage. And if you play in an obfuscated corner with the Spectre, you can avoid people until they're about 1 HP and then just spray through with the Spectre and get cheap kills. However, it's more about the deterrence of the Viper's Pit, and if you can force people to go into a 5 versus 4 rather than a 5 versus 3 or 2, which is often occurring, because of course, King, they have to defend the whole map, and Holy Cross right now, they don't seem overly keen on the defaults. Usually they're just going for a 5-man push. If you can meet that with a little bit more force, that might be how you start to win some of those duels and trades.
For Holy Cross Crusaders, you're looking at Kingsman. 1 Altar Orb away from that Cosmic Divide. Could put a little bit of a damper in that setup that's based off that 5v4, but you look at the rest of the board and nobody else really in a situation where their ultimates can really take over the lockdown 3 out of 7.
3 Ares.
Time to hunt. Route destroyed.
I didn't even see, but it seems like that is going to be the case, and they're all going to be sitting in the middle of the map, blinding lights out. Moment Smoke's going to deter that. Oh, LG galore right now. Gravity well.
Oh, the war drums of Odin ring out over Valhalla as the Odins claim yet more lives with a great haul of the Allfather. The Ares claims 1. The Minor God strike back. Rome isn't dead just yet. King Wade manages to score a headshot there, but the Odin is just a little bit more powerful, and that allows Sleeping Dog to come out on top. King Paggy caught with the knife out. That's easy clap for Cardinal 06. And King Scary Crow is all alone. And they're still going to come to A. Leave me alone! I wish to live! Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. I think that about sums it up.
That was unlucky. I mean, yeah, you're alone at A. You've been quiet enough that they don't know you're there. They're still going to be there. You walk away with a kill on a Sleeping Dog. It could have transferred into something else. However, that shadow step, or the shrouded step, right to your death is not the way you want to go. Interesting utility to the middle of the map with that gravity well. You know those shots. You've tracked the tracers enough to know 2 players are there, so you pull that gravity well together. Those Odins rip them apart, and I mean, Big Wade almost walking away with 2, but only claiming 1 with that Ares setup. Now,
Loosen up.
collecting that again. Cardinal first blood at A. And again, Kings University are going to play at a player disadvantage. This time with Holy Cross having an ultimate on them as well.
You can't be having your Viper take that peek. You have a Sky here. You need to be using those birds to gather information and then take educated peeks rather than randoms. It's these kind of things that King University need to tidy up if they're going to survive in this series. But right now, it's not looking good for this map in particular. 8-0 to Holy Cross. Their economy shows no sign of slowing down.
This is a Holy Cross map pick, and I can tell why. Big Wade here. Vandal lined up. Still going to lose to that Odin. King Peggy looking to peek out for seconds, but it is going to be rightfully sent packing. 53 HP, looking to get in with that lockdown. You're walking away from the regrowth to take this fight on Cardinal. You get back up to I am a man, but no.
One enemy remaining.
Cardinal expecting it, and Holy Cross once again
have this
dealing
fight.
with King University in a fashionable manner.
30 seconds left.
I'm a man. Are you a clutcher?
Spike planted.
Oh, the Hulk was destroyed. Little bit of body block from the bird. Get him, bird! Unfortunately, they did not. Is a cardinal a bird? I know that a cardinal is a religious official, but I'm not sure if a cardinal is also a bird. That's worth a Google. Is a cardinal a bird? Oh, a cardinal is a bird. Ah, and then they killed another bird. What's that? Avian aside? Well, what is it that studies the birds? Ornithologists, right?
I'm trying to look into this.
Ornithicide, maybe?
It could be. I'm not a bird professional. Like
Michael's got our back. Cardinal is a bird, and I'm thinking that killing birds is ornithicide.
These first bloods have been terrible. That Sky needs to start working a little bit more into these entry plays. But Jackboy this time around is going to find that controller. No smokes for King University now. Unless you're looking at that Viper. Oh, Cardinal again, right in behind. Nobody's looking at Cardinal, and it's a massacre in heaven.
An absolute massacre. The birds strike back, and King Paggy is not going to be caught with a knife out coming around this corner again. Remember, Cardinal got them last time. We'll be able to pass the boombot undetected. So now Cardinal, they're going to reveal their presence. Can Paggy find themselves a timing here is the question. Still, the spike needs to be planted, and that's going to be the duty of Kingsman. However, they already have the ult, so I would have liked to have seen that head over towards the Cypher. Oh, the Stinger. Isn't it everybody's favorite weapon? Sometimes it just works.
Terminated.
Oh, a second one off that Phantom pickup.
And that's another
Always need
lootable
the
weapon
Stinger.
as well if King Wade wants that. Oh, here we go. The extra. Okay.
The lockdown into this too, like day, so.
This does have 3 spots though on the point. Oh my goodness, Wade's just running and gunning. The Ferrari peak from the jet. What more could you ask for? No players have been detained, and Techno Christ easily manages to get rid of that. However, this is some great utility usage here from Kingsman. Who's gonna remove them from the spike and then remove them from the game. Still, that was the closest we saw to King University grabbing themselves around. So, polite golf clap from me.
I think it's the closest round we've seen in a while, so I was a little bit on edge for that one, out of my seat almost, to see if King University could find that. However, Kingsman said, get over here with the gravity well, and no spike for you this time. King University, double digits for Holy Cross. And adding into this one, if you can get 12-0 half, that would be best case scenario right now for your team, and a quick round here for your map pick. And you have every single ult right now in your whole arsenal. The lockdown, there's a gap in the back of the site, but if you look at it, all players are almost getting forced out of here. King Scary Crow wants to take the fight to them, runs right through the smoke, and Caseman ready for it.
Kingsman always prepared. The Phantom going to lead the charge right now. Remember, still that alarm bot is available, and that's going to make sure that this connector is unperturbed, even if King Paggy is already hanging out for a little bit. Cardinal will claim control of Heaven, and there is the Astral Divide as well, as Cardinal getting a little bit frisky. Oh, it's an express delivery. Hand delivered to your door for your convenience, sir. And then Cardinal's going to be punished for their audacity by Paggy. However, it's not looking great right now for King University. Still at another disadvantage, but at least they do have control of Heaven. And now they're 3-3. Soon that Cosmic Divide will be dissipating. But time is not on their side, Seymour.
But isn't Sleeping Dog tagged up very low. Team kill with the Nano Swarm. That is not what you like to see out here. Now Checkboy in the back line looking to turn off big. Finds two. Off the back of that turret. Tommy Turret coming out here.
Player standing.
Able to deter their sights enough for a 3K out of Checkboy.
round
11
before the
rounds at a
switch.
Holy Cross. The heroics turn up again.
Hold up, Seymour. That was a 4K.
Was it a 4K? Oh, the team kill.
That's what you need to learn about the Holy Cross Crusaders. Heretics will be TK'd. there is no mercy when the Inquisition catches up with you. Are they still?
It's about getting the job
I
done,
think
not
that
how it gets
Kingsman
done.
has been on the same Odin for about 7 rounds now. This is literally an heirloom weapon.
Passed down from generation to generation. The Odins taking over Valorant one step at a time. Goes in for seconds, but
I've got
that's
a bigger Marshall.
versus Marshall against an operator. I think he's that big Marshall.
I got my daddy Marshall. Right now,
Sorry.
Heaven is not looking tempting. Let's put it that way. Right now, it is interesting that we finally do see that Viper's Pit. I would have liked to have seen that a little bit earlier, so potentially there could have been a second one instead of in the last round. But hey, used is better than not. Sleeping Dog could be discovered here. Even with the advantage of high ground, Obi-Wan is unable to defeat Anakin in this case. However, I am a man, Luke Skywalker over here, destroyed by Checkboy. I don't know how much further I can take for Star Wars metaphor, because I don't know where the next bit goes. Kingsman brings the spike over to A. It's going to be an easy plant, and remember, they're going to be able to set up some stars here to be able to get post-plant utility.
I'm just letting him know he's there. Doesn't want to fully rush in just yet. Checkboy does get paranoid, so he's gonna have to back off. That
enemy
pushes in for a wide swing. The second one around the corner. King Scarecrow with the recovered Odin.
Cover going out.
I have the
Now-
Odin now. There's only have 4 bullets. Oh, okay. This one's only got 2 bullets. Will they remember to reload? Yes, they will. the silhouette was very telling. Now remember, the attackers don't have to worry about dying to the spike. It's for last round. And they don't have to worry about it anyway. Lovely shot there from Kingsman. They saw King Scarecrow, of course, move over. I gotta tell you, there's a lot of royalty in this
Match
game
point.
for ostensibly North America League. I'm starting to feel a little bit British over here.
Well, you got a whole team of kings,
Indeed.
and then Cardinal and Kingsman.
What is this, Game of Thrones?
You know what?
Team of the 5 Kings?
You either win or you die.
That's true.
All right.
And right now it's looking a lot more die than win.
It looks a little bit better in one side than the other. Every single player on King University at that 12 death, nobody has lasted a round on their end. Well, it's the Holy Cross Crusaders really now on their better side, which I would have thought with the Sentinel setup, but it looks like double Sentinel just is the case right now for attack as well. Now on defense, it's going to be a lot harder. However, they go for the gamble at A and completely giving up the B side in turn.
This is potentially going to be quite a difficult retake, but we know that Holy Cross are venerable when it comes to the Gundals. Will they get eye clap though? There's so many passing on so well, but remember, their magazine will only be good to kill about 1 person with a frenzy. Then they're going to run out of bullets and be forced to reload. However, they need to move quickly. Holy Cross have grabbed one. Here comes the Frank from iClap, but they need to reload. The magazine runs out. They grab themselves that frag right there, and still they're going to be a pain that's going to happen in Garage. Big Wade needs to move on in. They managed to try and dash into a bullet. Oh, catch it, father, they scream, and they're going to catch an L from Holy Cross, who go up 13-0 in our first map. Navigator's yellow is looking a little bit spicy, Seymour.
This is where it comes up from what you were saying. It's either the Stompy or they're the Stompers, and right now they're the Stompy over in King's University. Every single match they played it, you said it yourself, they're either 2-0ing or they're getting 0-2. To now losing a map like that on Split, you better hope you can dig deep into Ascent. That's your map pick, and it rightfully should be a lot easier than what we just saw there.
Can we bring our standings graphic back up again? I'm not sure if it was just for the beginning or if we have it on tap, because we can have a look at who we've seen King's University defeat. They defeated Defiance College 2-0. They're currently in 10th, of course. And they defeated Samford Gamers, who are in 9th. So they definitely have been kind of picking on the lower seeds thus far when it comes to getting their wins. And they haven't been doing too well against sort of the alumni of Holy Cross Crusaders up here in the upper seeds. So I suppose it makes quite a bit of sense that things are going as they are. I think that now we're in week 7, our seeding is quite accurate, Seymour.
Well, it seems locked in to end it all off. And even if they get that tie at the end there, maybe those Sam College, I think it was Samford and Defiance College get those wins and even this one up. It should still be King University with the better win-loss map record if that's how it's going to go to for the tiebreakers. But I mean, Ascent maybe can push you to this map number 3. Icebox on the horizon for them if they do want to take this series and maybe elevate themselves a little bit farther into these standings. We are going to cut to a break leg day to get ready for this map number 2. And when we come back, we will be ready for you with Ascent.
Meanwhile, I've been having a look at the King Throne, and it's kind of wobbling a bit, like a bad table. I think someone shaved down one of the legs. Question is, will some kind of carpenter be able to rescue this throne, or is it going to topple over in our second map? This is going to be the choice of King University, and I think it's fair to say they've been punched in the face.
I think that's a very fair assumption. After the split, I mean, 13-0, it seems a little bit more of a punch. You know, it was a haymaker of punches. I mean, they wouldn't let them get back up after that. I mean,
this could even be a stabbing, really.
It's really anything at this point. We're just watching highway robbery, murder, anything, any crime that you can think of that has been committed on Case University.
This is an esports. This is a mugging.
You better watch out when Holy Cross Crusaders cross over your path. So, I mean, if you want to go to Icebox, this has to be your stance right now. You're asking if a carpenter can fix what happened to the King's Throne right now after King University just fell 13-0 straight on their face. Well, the carpenter must be named Ascent. And if they want to build this up, I need to see them start utilizing their agents a little bit better, because in that first map, you were saying the Viper taking that first contact pick was just not the way to play it. Would like to see a little bit more from that Sky, the initiator. I mean, there's a reason why you're the initiator. So hopefully in the agent pool for King University, I could see a lot better function from them.
Ooh, Phoenix on Ascent. I mean, this is one of the areas where Phoenix is most likely to be seen. Phoenix does thrive on maps that are filled with 90-degree angles, right? That's how the curveball is at its best. And we've seen players like Eggsy over on TNL in Korea use the Phoenix to fantastic results. And in North America, I believe Zelsis, who used to be on version 1, was a great Phoenix player on Ascent back in the day. And we are going to see the Sova come through from Technocrust, moving away from the Cypher, which is interesting. A small role swap for them, but they are still going to be joined by Checkboy, who's maintaining their presence on the Killjoy.
University yet to lock something. Oh, the Cypher! Big Wade! Off the jet to the Cypher. I'm a man once again continuing with the Sky. Again favoring the Omen as the controller over the Astra. And iClap going to continue with this. And it looks like Peggy's going to go for the Killjoy again. So let's run it back.
Team Liquid style. No duelist. Interesting. They are going to be relying once more upon their Sky to be the initiator. And that was one of the kind of holes we poked in the strategy of King University last time. I need to see I'm a man step up and stop being a boy.
It's not even that. It's we have no Sova on a set for this team. So I think that's going to put a lot more in the hands of I'm a Man and Big Wade on that Cypher, on that Sky, to just fill their buckets with information from that camera, from the blinding lights and the Trailblazers. I think it's going to be a big task that could have been ultimately cut a little bit shorter if you had the Sova on your lineup.
Claiming space is going to be very difficult. And without that Sova, you're exactly right. It really increases the amount of admin you have to do when pushing a site. Let's put it this way, that you have to check all of those little corners that would get cleared out by something like a drone or a recon arrow. Remember that a drone, because it is airborne compared to a Trailblazer, can check a bit of a longer sight line. King Scary Crow. Dare they peek here? I don't think it's overly in their interest to do so.
Criminal slips through. Shots down. I'm a man, but King Scarecrow does peek. It's a little bit of a bamboozle.
Well, not even a trade, just good counter swing right there. And this is exactly what we wanted to see. Some proactive movement to try and assist in these duels, because the gunfights were never going the way of King University. And now they've won a first blood. I think for the first time in the series.
Already things looking a lot better on their map. Checkboy lurking outside of the Gelato Bar is going to find King Scarecrow on the exit. The shock dart from Technochrist. No utility from that Killjoy in this first round. And what started off so good from King University already at another disadvantage here. When the Sentinels have a man on 1 HP, still stuck. The blinding light blinds the radar, but Technochrist keeping the pressure forward now. All up to Sleeping Dog. Start on the site at least. Technochrist right here. iClap's got to be a little bit careful. I don't think he's made himself known. King Big Wade is going to push right through that cage. And iClap gets thwarted.
See, Big King Wade there kind of allowed for Sleeping Dog to move through by using that cyber cage. Of course, they used it to try and have an advantageous duel and a easy peek onto Checkboy, but it also meant they could not see Sleeping Dog passing by. So iClap was hard staring down the angle where they thought was the only one that was uncovered. They didn't know that Big King Wade would allow Sleeping Dog pass, so it was an easy kill for Sleeping Dog once we... is that an Odin in round 2?
Well, knowing what I just saw and split
an
that
Odin and a Stinger and a Ghost on the same loadout. Okay.
Like that, we might be seeing that same Odin in rounds number 10, 11.
Oh, no. Oh. You watch yourself, son. I'm a bully hunter.
Jackboy finds King Scary Crowd. Bro, where was that? And that was a second one, too. Both players in tree. Gone. I'm a man's going to be catching them, but he's going to catch those Odin shots as well.
Like a choreographed ballet as they both came into view down mid. And once again, the battle cry of the Odin. Far too much. There's the 90-degree angle we were talking about and how good it is for a Phoenix. iClap has nowhere to go, caught with their pants down by the curveball. And King Paggy, all you can do now, unfortunately, is die. There's only a classic. There's no point saving. You don't want to save anyway, because then you wouldn't get another pip of the ult towards that lockdown. So you got to try and catch someone out, but staring down this long angle is the Odin once more. Oh, they've been... What's that going on with the turret, huh?
Terminated.
Ooh. Oh, it's actually a turret from mid that's discovered them. That's so cheeky.
I've never even seen that turret before.
Oh my goodness. Well, King Paggy's now got 2. They can check to see if that's a rifle. I don't think it is. It was running down mid. Now they could legitimately try and save this Spectre and try and get some exit frags.
Well, you're going to have to find 2 kills and maybe upgrade to the Odin. They line up, but Sleeping Dog finishes it off. I was going to say, you can't find a better rifle, but you can upgrade from the Spectre to the Odin if you find Sleeping Dog there. However, not going to be able to find that. Sleeping Dog carries the Odin over and now into the rifle round. And look at this. It's Odin galore.
Yeah. Your 4-star hand. You know, nuclear weapons for a lot of countries that hold them have a no first use policy. I think it's the same for a lot of teams when it comes to the Odin. But when they see the Odin, they're like, well, I guess it's fair game, boys. Odin's out. King Paggy is preparing a gauntlet of utility for anyone who dares trespass over towards B, but they have to worry still about the potential for those Odin wallbangs, and of course they can be reinforced by the Sova arrows as well. If anyone gets caught by any of these pings of either sonar or tracking darts, they're going to be in deep, deep trouble.
Not going to have to worry about that turret anymore. Checkboy gets caught. I am a man, no longer a boy. First blood to Holy Cross once more, but Cardinals found a hole in the lineup. He's sneaking his way through trees all the way into the defender's spawn, and he could possibly find I am a man with his pants down. He does. And that's the opening now to go ahead if you're Holy Cross Crusaders. Try to find that rotation, that wrap back to A, and overwhelm these 2 lurking players alone on the site. Cardinal D walk away with another one, almost catching iClap, unscoping.
Oh, timing is good. Sleeping Dog is such a good duelist, man. They seem to win every gunfight that they're involved in. The King Wade trying to play around. Oh, but up against the Empress. It's just impossible, Seymour. That's such a fast fire rate. Those 100 bullets come out in a snap.
Snap, pop, pick, and a jump. You're over at A. Spikes down. Sleeping Dog now with an Odin. We saw how terrifying they can be with that. Kingsman with the better angle. Spots iClap's shoulder. Paggy, only a little bit of information off of that turret, but not a whole lot you can work with either. Both players now going to be taking contact. Sleeping Dog pre-fire, pre-aiming the corner. Paggy walks right into that.
The Odin graveyard.
It's just... it's all Odin here.
They think it's all Odin. It is now. Well, it's not. It could be. It's 1-0. Holy Cross, remember, they are on match point. We're in a best-of-3 scenario. And Holy Cross, they are yet to drop a round in this entire matchup. And King University, they have made a habit of either stomping or getting stomped. Those who they have defeated have ended up in our bottom 3 teams. Up against the more established teams in Navigators Yellow, they've been less successful.
Yeah, it has to be a little bit curious on the mental fortitude that you have if you're either the one stomping or the one being stomped. And I'd like to see King University show a little bit more of a fight here. They can run it back, getting caught in the tripwire, walks right out into King Scary Crow. So run it back as information, but no damage. Not horrible. Checkboy now has slipped in through that Astra Nebula and could potentially find I'm a Man, and he does. That is the B site open for the taking.
That could be the entire map opened as well. Now if you have to rotate through, you have to move through. Checkboy, King Paggy needs to check all of these angles. They're not faster than Checkboy. You think you can check me? I am the checkmate. Oh, checkmate. Are we playing chess? No, Zugzwanged right there. Big King Wade. And just stay around with that area. But has fallen low in the midst of all of this. You would almost think that they're full health with how much or how little they have. They were going to die to the shock dart or die to a bullet, and Cardinal was slightly faster.
Seems like a game of checkers with how fast Holy Cross can get from one side of the board to the other. But, I mean, I clap now with this Ares. Has to avoid the sonar. Ooh, maybe. Technochrist, are you going to check this? You do. And you even, after losing the first shot, you find the kill as well. This is 17-0 right now in map and in round score for Holy Cross University. 4-0 in a sense, and with an economy that's going to take a few rounds to break if you're King University. Before they want to break the economy, they need to start to find a round on the board. A little bit of confidence maybe in there under their belt.
Dude, Sleeping Dog still hasn't died. I think of this whole series, maybe they've died like twice at most. So I'm struggling to remember any deaths of theirs from...
Can we get confirmation?
I can't remember the scoreboard from the last round, but Sleeping Dog has been alive for a long time. Trailblazer here. Going to confirm that no one's moving down A main, but there is going to be a little bit of perturbance over here. They've seen a small bit of that. The King Scary Crow on the swing is a little bit faster. Takes down Cardinal, now Technochrist. He's just going to hover this by yourself. Not touching, can't get mad. Not touching, can't get mad.
Is it? Has it finally come to be? Look at the HP of King's University. They have all 5 players up, and almost every single player on King University at full health. 3 players left. If Sleeping Dog still on the board, he's not. That's spike down. It might all be falling apart.
Wait, the Cyber Cage comes on down, but will they check the cubby? That's where Technochrist is, and I'm afraid you've used the Lord's name in vain, and smite down upon thee vengeance shall be. Trying to escape right now, slowed down by those bullets, are even going to be detained. Surely this will be seen. But Checkboy is here on the potential for the trade. King Paggy manages to get out of there just in time. And now the forces of King University are closing in. They're hungry for that first round. And they know they can just take it easy. They don't need to feed in at this moment. That could be a very cheeky Viper's bite. Checkboy is forced to move away. They're vulnerable. They're taking double damage. Any kind of body shot would do at this moment. And iClap's going to be the one to deliver it. King University get their first round in the series.
It happened. It happened, folks. King University, they find a round. And Sleeping Dog dies for the first time in the game. Something we don't get to see very often, but... is this the turnaround that they were hoping? I want to see them expand off this, get a little bit of confidence out there. They were taking their duels very comfortably in that last round, especially off that first blood that you found towards the middle of the map. They expanded through market. They find that chokehold. They lock down the crossfire, and they play it to a T. So now King University, what can you work with this first round win?
Every win of a map starts with a win of a round. And King University need to bear that in mind. Play every round like it's a new one. Can't think about where you are in the Holistic series. Oh, Scary Crow. They hear the A pickup, and they're happy to take the swing. Once again, the first frag, Sleeping Dog with the Odin in hand. Just racks through King Big Wade. And now they're even. Not for long.
Not. Lap. Can you trade it? Looking to double down here. The bait and switch not needed. Kingsman's gonna close that one out. Open on heaven. You what?
Aim slightly to the left of them. The spray control will do the rest.
That's first bullet accuracy for you right there. You miss your first one, you might as well miss the rest of them.
That's 3 Odins.
It's 3 Odins
I've
and
had,
an Odin.
I've had
That's
enough of these guys.
4 Odins and 2 Ares. No? Okay. I'm a man doesn't want to go for the Odin this time.
3 Odins versus 3 Ares. Big Odins versus little Odins. Who shall come out on top is the question. For now.
Navigators.
Yep. This is Navigators Yellow. And this is NECC Valorant.
Oh, Big Wade. Hiding in the corner. Sleepy Dog gonna check it.
Oh, that's a great opening pick right there. King Big Wade's going to get traded, but hey, you're happy with that if you're the defenders. Out goes the curveball, and guess what? It's an easy headshot for Cardinal. I'm afraid your sins need to be professed, and punishment shall be divine and forthcoming. I'm a man. Sees 2 people cross over. Well, doesn't see 2 people cross over, but 2 have nonetheless. That blaze will make for excellent obfuscation. And King Scary Crow playing alone on the point for now. Can't stop the plant, but can stop the beating heart of Kingsman. I'm a man and able to track down Techno Christ, but now they could get pinched from 2 angles as King Paggy and I'm a man are coming in from these different sides. But look at this, they're not quite prepared. The Odin will be taken on down. A quick swap out, a quick upgrade. And Checkboy now enters the the ultimate phase of the game.
The nail in the coffin. You say the time is already extremely low. Peggy needs to avoid the lockdown and find this kill, but it's gonna.
Coming back.
How many times the turret gonna turn up in this round? You have to take care of business first.
I've avenged you. Oh, never mind. Oh, don't frag Timmy. Don't frag Timmy. He's a nice guy.
He's just out here doing his 9 to 5.
Yeah, man. He's on that Sigma turret grind set.
Looking to be the best turret they've ever seen.
I really feel like I could get Employee of the Year. Alarmbot's got it 4 months running.
It's like, you ever play Portal?
I have.
It's the turrets from the Sentry turrets from Portal. So looking to be the best Sentry turret it could be here.
They've got some
Valorant.
tough competition.
Yeah. Well, now they found 1 University King, but have struggled since then again. Back on the back foot. They have 4 ultimates this round. I'd love to see them use 1. And something that I didn't get to see too much in the last game on a split was that Viper's Pit.
There's some shenanigans going on here. A little bit of free spam. Where is the camera of the Cypher right now? It's not the cleanest spray from Sleeping Dog, but they will be forgiven for that. King Big Wade. Still, do they know that Sleeping Dog has passed by? Surely they need to. Aggie will have sent over that information, and now Sleeping Dog has been able to make some huge inroads into B. Think about the flank that they could achieve when A is hit.
Going up.
Here we go. Nebula's out. That Omen Smoke not going to deter them for too long. Eye Clap is going to be found by Sleeping Dog. You see 2 players now down for King University. Inside the site, the chaos is going to ensue. Big Wade kills that Reyna now. But Spike's going to get planted. 3v2. These last 2 players in King University, they just need to live right now for this retake. They have the health advantage. They have the players to do so. Now evens this up 2 versus 2. It's going to be up to Big Wade.
Kingsman wants to play in hell. Remember, this entire area is penetrable to the bullets King Big Wade could spam into there. Basically, consequence 3. But now we need to look down. They spend too much time ADSing. And that's more than enough time for Kingsman to be able to secure the frag. 7-1 now for Holy Cross. And they are in sniffing distance of a victory.
Like, I don't know how they do it. It's either Sleeping Dog walking down the middle of the map and just getting into the back line, or it's Cardinal. It's one of them, though. Always. Just constantly in that defender's back line. And they basically get there for free. And
it's amazing that they can do that versus Double Sentinel, right?
It really is. That Cypher Cam or that Killjoy utility should be able to spot that in some avenue, but
I don't know where the Cypher Cam's been placed for these last few rounds. I don't see it on the mini-map, and maybe I've just got a low attention span. I am a understimulated zoomer, of course. There is going to be, double first bloods. Now, this is the kind of advantage that King University want. However, the revelation of the double players over in Marketplace is going to make things a touch more difficult. Remember, Sleeping Dog, they can definitely penetrate through that wall right there and kill Paggy if they are unlucky enough to be caught by any of those. And off the back of potentially some reconnaissance. Oh my goodness. You dirty boy.
They don't know. They don't know Kingsman is lurking. Well, now they do, and they're down a player because of it. So this is going to call for the disengage out of Holy Cross Crusaders to rotate over to A.
Out of charges.
Take a look at Scary Crow. Scary Crow can either make or break this whole round.
Excellent pre-aim there from King Paggy, but given that they just saw Sleeping Dog there, they might be unwilling to really move away from B, knowing that often they are the tip of a spear. That is the spike down. Now Technochrist is up against the clock. They need to get that spike and plant it or kill all 3 players. That's a good start. Can they get the second here? They've seen Paggy. They brought it down to a 1 versus 1, but they've only got 33 HP remaining. A single bullet could end this, so now it's all about playing it patiently if you're Omen. A nice little double bounce on that, but King Scary Crow plays it patient, plays it calm, slows down the heartbeat with ice in their veins, and that'll be a second round for King University.
That's 3 in the round 2 from King Scary Crow. Scary Crow opens up with the first blood at a King University outside in a main. Backs up to Wine. Stays there the whole time through, and what Holy Cross Crusaders thought was an excellent rotation from B to A put to rest from one lurking Omen. I mean, that was a perfect play from Kingsman to take down iClap through that catwalk, but as soon as you decided to get that spike down on A, you need to check A main, because that is where the Omen is going to be lurking, and we still haven't seen that Viper Spit here in Ascent. At a University Sleeping Dog. He wants to find somebody, and you know what? With this confidence out of the Reyna, I don't expect him to not find somebody.
Bit of baiting with their hits on that orb, trying to make sure if anyone's playing in Wine, because they know that previously the Omen has been there. If both those both the Cyber Cages have been expended here, that's going to make it a little bit more difficult to brawl on this point for the Cypher. You can see that right now the camera's actually up in mid, up at the top, and it is going to be activated right now, as you can see from the active sightline. However, it has not yet seen Cardinal, and it is going to be destroyed once it's deactivated. They will hear the Marshall shot, but not much more in terms of numbers.
Sheriff from iClap doesn't see the checkboy walk across the screen, but it is going to be handled with very diligence. And then Kingsman doubles down right now, looking to find that Nova Pulse, but King Scary Crow carrying that Vandal from round to round has dropped that spike.
30 seconds left.
Going to be ready for this smoke. Find out. Doesn't see Technochrist looking to sneak inside Heavens. Leg day. This is getting chaotic.
A bit of a pantomime. He is behind you, and he's in front of you now. King Scary Crow's picked up 2, but now it's Paggy who has to pick up the slack. Continually warded away by those nano swarms, and with 10 seconds to spare, Holy Cross Crusaders are able to... Oh no, I think they may have positioned that in the wrong direction. Who knows? It's going to be turret versus turret. Killjoy versus Killjoy. And yes, it is actually all ordained in the correct direction. Paggy takes the swing, gets the first. Will they be able to run down the Marshall? It's a classic instead, looking for a nasty right click, and Cardinal will deliver it thusly. A nice little upgrade there. Sleeping Dog keeps the Odin in hand, and Holy Cross exacerbate their lead 8-2. King University, if they were to play perfectly now, they would be exiting this round 8-4.
Wouldn't be the worst case moving into that attacking side, but they are going to need to change up some of their defensive holds, because iClap constantly either being caught out, getting too aggressive on Catwalk, or playing too passively inside of A Heaven. I need to see them start to use this Viper Spit to lock down one of these sites. Like you said on Split, it could deliver an easy 5v4 to a site, but they constantly keep getting picked off before they can take it, and hopefully we can see King University start to use these ultimates.
I like the Technocrash definitely seems to have some set plays when it comes to their lineups of the Sova darts. For now, unable to determine many locations. The Cardinal going to move on to the site. They are going to be taken down in that run-it-back form, and Technocrash is going to be assuaged from moving forward there by the Nano Swarm themselves. And at this point, so much has been given over, but potentially, you got to worry about A. The spike's over here. The TP is good. King Scary Crow has managed to get well in on the flank right now. All they need to do is be patient. That's excellent spray control from I Am a Man. But Technochrist on the other side has been an absolute pain when it comes to Big Wade and co.
Well, iClap can't see the cross because of that Phoenix wall. And Scary Crow is going to actually be rotating in the back. Kingsman's going to be able to catch this one out. Easy tap with that headshot. And and now they can collapse into the side. iClap going to be keeping King University in this. Double down from Paggy is going to put the advantage now in their hand. 3v2. Sleeping Dog in this side. They know he's going to be here. The Odin going to be overwhelmed, and this is Kingsman Flake to hopefully bring them out here.
Surely they've been heard by iClap. But look at how low everyone is. The Sky and the Killjoy look like they're full HP because there's nothing left in there. Oh,
he's going to have time.
Yes, there we go. All right, 3-man retake. The single Seeker is leading them to A, but look at all of these stars are still here, and the ultimate as well. This is still very doable, Seymour, with the Phantom in hand and plenty of HP. The Kingsman needs to win this first duel. They're going to be able to. iClap falls down. Now there's no more wall. Now there's no potential for the Viper's Pit. However, I'm a Man is proactive with their checks. They find the King, and the guillotine executes. King University will be able to pick up yet another round.
That was scary because Paggy and I'm a Man combined had 10 HP. Like, it wouldn't take much to take them down for that one. A nice little, maybe even body wall bang through each other, and that could have been a collateral onto both players. However, caught using that utility, using the Nova Pulse, and I am a Man able to clean this one up. Now, you're into the last round of the half. You have the lockdown for the attackers and Holy Cross Crusaders. You have the Viper's Pit for the defenders. King University, this is where they can really put a damper on one of these attacks if iClap can set up.
Sleeping Dog wants for Empress. You know they do. It's so brutal. When combined with the Odin. And there we go. Already, the offensive lockdown is going to be used on A. Sleeping Dog gets a little bit of contact from that turret and then just leaves. You just got to keep someone worrying.
Very Cloud can't get the smoke off in time. Kingsman opens this up off of that lockdown. Now the Guardian!
Oh, spicy Guardian play right there from Cardinal. King iClap moving up now, but they're going to be outdone by Sleeping Dog even when hit by that wall. The Empress is going to be popped. It's 2 versus 5 in a retake scenario. Isn't looking good, and Sleeping Dog's already identified where Big Wade is. I'm afraid he's not big no more. He's Tiny Wade now. This could be the end of this half in a 9-3 fashion. We know it to be cursed, but my money's still on Holy Cross.
If history has taught us well in this series, I think you're putting your money in the right area, leg day. I mean, yeah, the 9-3 curse is something to talk about, but after a 13-0 split...
Yeah, I don't buy it.
I don't buy it. That's bait. That's bait right there. You're looking at 3 rounds from King University. A lot better from Split, but they didn't even get to see that Viper's Pit get used whatsoever here from iClap. And in these tough situations, simple utility like that could really put them in the advantage for a lot of these rounds. They've been playing good against Holy Cross Crusaders. Just in the late game, they're not having a lot of sustainability in their defense. Now, on attack, how can they maneuver around this? They need to look at that Initiator Sky because they don't have a duelist.
I gotta shout out King Scary Cow, though. They have become much better in this map compared to Split. A little bit of a lackluster performance. Look at all of those vulnerables. They were all hit by, I believe, a gravity well, and that means that Timmy Turret gets a 3K. Okay, Timmy, you do get your Employee of the Month. I'm forgetting about Alarm Bot. I'm forgetting about Nanoswarm. I'm forgetting about Lockdown because Timmy's on top.
Timmy Turret shows up. For
Those vulnerables are so nasty, man.
That Alarm Bot really had a heyday right there. So it was really it was a team effort from the turrets, from the utility. The robots are turning up right now for Killjoy. It's Skynet coming to take over King University.
HAL 9,000 frags. Holy Cross. 3 rounds away from claiming this series in quite a clean fashion. King University, a massive amount of arduous mountain climbing stands before them. How many marshals is this?
At least 2 right now, and they haven't really been on point just yet. Checking a wide swing out of the smoke, catches Big Wade. Lacking. Spike down. Now looking for seconds. iClap realizes that the enemy is behind. Turns around. Gonna find that Sleeping Dog now. This is going to be open season for the Odin. Not a lot of armor on the side of King University.
Yep, this is going to just rack through them. Every single time they can afford this weapon, they go for it. Even if they don't have a shield, there's a micro shield on them right now. iClap just trying to play cheekily, ratting up in the corner, even if you are more snake inclined as the Viper. 3 versus 3, but a little bit of a buy advantage here for Holy Cross.
Situation where you may have wanted the regrowth now. Sleeping Dog, Paggy, vulnerable. You can expect iClap able to transfer and the escape from the dismiss. Staying alive, Lear back into this fight. All utility gonna be burned. I'm a man. Gonna be taken down. 4K from Sleeping Dog. 11 rounds for Holy Cross. They keep the ball rolling now into the rifle round. King University, they need to dig deep here, leg day. They need to pull out all the stops because Holy Cross are 1 round away from putting themselves on match point here. And they are only going to have a Phantom, that Odin, that pesky Odin. No, they're going to put the Phantom away for the Marshals. And it looks like they're just going for these one-shot guns out of that. Say, Cardinal's going to have the Vandal, but even on King University, not the healthiest buy ever. Light armor on King Scary Crow's Phantom and Big Wade with the Stinger.
Yeah, as far as buy rounds go, isn't the most inspiring. That much I can amount to. Ares here, behind this area, there is so much utility. That's for gravity. And of course for Nano Swarm, getting a little bit of a frag as well. Boy pushes on through, but they're going to be met by the Stinger. Thanks for the upgrade, mate. Real nice of you. Sleeping Dog has arrived, but iClap is just so fast with that Vandal. Even more upgrades. Every single... What was that? Cardinal! Go to detention. You are banned. Check in PC.
404 PC now. Attackers now. Killjoy going to use that lockdown. They have site control. Cardinal's going to be taken care of. Techno Christ now the last one standing for Holy Cross. Detained! You just got to go clean him up now.
Surely they saw where that came from. Yep. Paggy's got a rush on, mate. Oh, no, they're going to leave it.
It was too late.
Well, they need to get out of here. They can't die with the weapons that they've claimed to the spike. Their economy simply can't afford it. But Techno Christ definitely can. Oh, it's a gauntlet of utility, but they don't really care that much. They can die with this frenzy. They've taken away one of the weapons from King University, who are already on such a shaky economy. I can't believe he survived a 2 versus 1 where he got detained. What?
I mean, sometimes it's all about timing, and Peggy really wanted to clean them up, but you know that detain was about to run out. If it was really somebody that had to clean that up, it would have been iClap that was sitting in hell. He was the closest one, or they were the closest one, and they needed to really get on top of that right away. But I think that very honorable from Techno Christ. You die to that spike. You get rid of that rifle that was in the hands of iClap. Now you look at this buy. Light armor on I Am a Man and Scary Crow, and only Bulldog Stingers and a few Vandals.
Vandal in hand, Cardinal here, making the aggressive mid-play. You know that players like CNED on Ascend love to do this, especially on this map. You don't have to take out Timmy Turret. He's already dead. Scary Cow moves in deep, trying to penetrate. Oh, they've actually passed Sleeping Dog. They've passed each other. They don't know. And now Cardinal's been exposed. If Cow is patient here. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, the timing just was not there.
One enemy remaining.
1v4. There's the curveball. Cardinal puts them on map point for Holy Cross. And again, it is that misinterpretation of your setup. Nobody watching mid. Cardinal able to just walk in freely. Get in behind. Take down Paggy. Like you said, you don't need to take down Timmy Turret. He wanted to take down Timmy Turret. Just because of that 3K that he got earlier. You got to show turret supremacy. Yeah. At all, 12
Elon
to
Musk
4.
was right. The turrets are going to rise up against us. Mindful of AI is Cardinal.
When are we going to get that? We got flamethrowers from Elon Musk. When are we going to get Killjoy turrets?
Come on, let's go.
Oh my goodness. Oh, what? Cardinal. You dirty boy. Goodbye, Timmy. Goodbye, Cardinal. Sleeping Dog just wants to rack on through. 2 people are going to be in here. Can they transfer the spray? No, they cannot, but they will get the singular one. King Paggy's left all alone. The curveball and the knife as well, but Kingsman won't allow it to happen. They steal away the frag with that Odin. But what is a king to a god?
What is a god to a king? What is King University to a Holy Cross Crusade? It's not a whole lot, leg day. I can tell you that. There's no church in Valorant today.
No, there is no church out in the wilds of Navigator's Yellow. That much I can tell you, because it's off on tour, crusading, making sure that everyone knows the good word of the Holy Cross University. What a performance from them. And this really is a message to potential bracket enemies in the playoffs, because we know that they're going to playoffs. They're in 4th seed. They've just won another round. They're going to be moving up through the standings, so they know they're going to playoffs. But games like this, that's like, you don't want to run into us in this bracket because we will dominate you.
It doesn't kind of surprise me that Holy Cross Crusade were able to take this. So looking at the standings that we did have, King University were fairly in the danger zone for this last one. Now, you were talking about this is week 7, so the standings are pretty decided at this point. That was the champion bracket. We didn't get to see it just yet. But King University, yet in the danger zone leg day, still things might be a little bit decided for them as well. Because if they do, however, manage to find themselves in a tie with Samford Gamers and Defiance College, they should have the map difference in them, or the kind of leg up on them, knowing that they have beaten Samford and Defiance already.
Yeah, their round difference is a lot better, -11 compared to -50 and -65. So that should be able to maybe keep them in playoffs contention. But Holy Cross Crusaders, they're likely going to move up right here, as we could see some of our top-seeded teams going up against each other. But I'm not sure if that's going to be on the stream today. I haven't actually seen the rest of our lineup for today.
It's like we have Durham versus UTM Green coming up next.
Yeah, it's mostly champions and challengers, so that's the only Navigators match you guys have today. But that only means the level of Valorant is going to get higher here at NECC Valorant, and the casting level might get higher as well, because Seymour and I, we're going to be off. We're going to leave you in some very capable hands, however, so you guys are going to enjoy the show. Thank you very much for watching the first match, and we'll be back with the second right after this break.
Hello and welcome back to NECC Valorant, where we're going to be casting some Champions Yellow. I am Cairo, one of your casters for this evening, and well, I'm joined by the wonderful, handsome, and my god, I have just seen your moustache. It is absolutely amazing. How's it going, Laz?
I'm good, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I like when I get the shout outs for the mustache. It always feels good. It always feels nice to come back to that. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, no bother. Well, we are going to be casting two great teams tonight. UTM Green is our first team. They're not doing too great. They're just kind of missing out on the playoffs. So you can see it on your screens just now. And well, we are going to be casting the other team being Durham Lords Valorant. And I don't know if you know this, but this is actually the Pink Panthers' favourite team in the whole of Valorant.
So that's not a bad little tidbit to know.
Yeah.
And I mean, the interesting thing about these teams, I mean, like you said, is that UTM Green, I mean, they're not really having the greatest time. I mean, they've been having quite a bit of a loss streak. So
Yeah.
for them, this is tough, right? Like this is about the mentality. We're like
Yeah.
pretty late in the weeks, and this is important. And now it's about mental reset for these guys.
Without a doubt. And I mean, another important point to point out here is the fact that, well, if UTM Green win one game, then they get out of the kind of, get out of that kind of red zone here. And another thing that I wanted to point out personally as I was just making my notes is, look at UTM Green's round difference. They're only minus 12, right? And you compare that to, in fact, the teams above them, where you've got Queen's Gales on minus 18 and Lebanon Valley on minus 41. Those teams have a worse round difference than UTM Green.
Yeah, pretty big thing to note. I mean, and like I said, when you have so many matches in a row that you've lost, like, I mean, I think it's about 3 in a row for UTM Green,
Yeah.
like 1-2, 0-2, and then maybe a 1-2. That's not the worst thing, but
Yeah.
again, it really does pile on, right? And that's where the mentality just kind of gets to you, and you're like, okay, this is it. This is a make it or break. We have to make something come through, and it's a big thing to come through. But now the maps are going to be coming through you on the bottom. You can see there. And, I'm a big fan. This is a good choice. I think this could go really well.
Yeah, I just love seeing Icebox no matter what. So Durham, you're now my favourite team. Never mind about the Pink Panther. But so this is going to be super exciting, Laz. I mean, this is the thing. I'm going to ask you, what's your favourite map when it comes to Valorant?
Ooh, it's a good question. I would say, honestly, I feel like Haven's probably my favorite, to be honest. I like the 3 sites. I
Yeah.
think that's really, interesting. I think there's always a lot of really good games, and there's so much variety you can bring to it, especially with your ancient composition.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of it personally. What about you?
It's got to be Icebox, man. I mean, this is where Giants go to die. Sentinels, I mean, we saw it in Berlin. I don't know, there's just something about it. The fact that it's so frag heavy, you can see, like, kind of massive round leads just completely flip on a dime. But right now, we are going to see our agent select here. And Laz, I'm going to ask you, is there anything that you want to point out, or are you kind of seeing probably what looks to be almost meta?
Yeah, everything kind of seems like it's lining up for me. Like, I'm not seeing anything where I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe we're going with this pick. Everything kind of just seems like it's lining up perfectly. I mean, you got the Viper, which is perfect. You have a Sova. You pretty much have everything you need for all the puzzle here. So I think this is pretty standard in my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm kind of getting shocked by anything.
Yeah, I'm completely the same. I mean, as well as that, I look towards both sides. I was going to point out the fact that it was maybe a double duelist being run by both teams, but I mean, I guess we could argue that with Sky, because I mean, people always say the Sky's that kind of impromptu duelist, but all in all, yeah, I mean, the Jet and Reyna combo is pretty much standard for any team running on Icebox. They're just so powerful as a duo as well.
Oh, completely. And I mean, now this is important though too. I mean, so we have UTM Green, they are on the defense, and you can even see they actually went for the full armor for 4 players with just the Ghost, which a little bit of that extra abilities for the Jet. So this is pretty important. I mean, they're actually putting a lot of faith in the Classic. And I mean, hey, Classic's pretty good. I mean, right click, I mean, it's pretty much the most deadly thing ever, right? But this is going to be really important for them to get that kind of economy started properly.
Yep, remove it from the game, folks. Come on, let's get it started, get a petition going. And already we are getting this round started. Bullets being traded already, and information being gained by the Sova. Aggressive from Extreme, straight up and on to that Pipes area. Rafters is being held down here by the Sova. The electric dart coming out, and already we are seeing a plant come through. And now we're in a post-plant situation, running through 2 right clicks! As in with a lovely couple shots there, and now on to a triple. 2 players remain on the attacker's side, and Azin is on an absolute assault 4 on the first round, but the defenders managed to defuse just like that. Yuki picking up 1. Can he maybe pick up 2? No, it doesn't seem to be the case. A great first round from Azin and the defenders of UTM Green.
My God, Azan, I mean, that was huge. I mean, just comes in. We were talking about how the Classic can just do so much damage, and that is the picture-perfect demonstration of why it can do so much damage. I mean, he just completely bulldozed right through the smoke, and he just gets 2 easy frags with the right click. And I mean, we were talking about that right click on the Classic. It's just something you can't mess with, and that is a great start for UMT. Or UTM, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great example, like, how OP it can be in certain scenarios, and well, it seems as if we're getting a lot slower this time, Laz, from the side of Durham. They're certainly wanting to make sure that they can pick up maybe a few freebies, or maybe just kind of get a feel for how their opponents are setting up here.
Yeah, and this is a good moment right now. So, I mean, for UTM, I mean, right now they don't want to play over-aggressive. Now they got that first frag. Now they can really just backpedal. They don't need to continue on this anymore. Now that pressure is going to be here for Durham. I mean, they are the ones that have to make the attack. And they have limited supply in their arsenal, right? Like, they don't have a lot to work with.
Yeah, it is kind of like the first... Oh, a nice little shot there from Cry. But yeah, it really is like the kind of getting a feel for how both teams are going to play against each other, how the interactions are already. We're seeing Durham a bit little low on HP, but obviously they have the kind of rifle disadvantage as well. All in all, it is going to be kind of waiting to see how exactly everything's going to be. And finally, we do see a committal towards the execute, and it is going to be towards A. But Plexitus, no, he loses that one out because the Spectre had been picked up previously. As in, no, been able to refrag, but picks up the advantage now. And now they finally shut down that attack, shut down that execute. But not before they lost a little bit of eco there.
Yeah, that's just, again, like such a simple movement that we're seeing from Azin. I mean, the fact that he was able to dismiss, you can see he's just lurking around. He's just jumping around his opponent. I think it was actually Cry that he took down. I mean, yeah, it's a light eco round, but you know what? It still doesn't matter. I mean, he's feeling very confident. So this should be the round that we're going to have to see. I mean, if UTM can pick this up, this is going to be a great start for them because they're on that bonus. They don't really have to spend a lot of money. They got lots of credits, so they're going to see what they can work with. And now the pressure is building up here for the Lords.
Well, the Lords, they really need to make this one count here. Already we're maybe seeing a little bit of a lineup happening. Maticus, though, is on towards that B long, picks up that initial frag. There goes Dippy, there goes the Viper. Any sort of maybe control that could be held on B may be gone, but no, they've already reacted with that flash coming out from the sky, and we are seeing a full rotate coming from Durham, but it might be an absolute assault squad. SEAL Team 6 moving through this site, clearing out the angles as well. 2 players have been felled on UTM.
Such a good read.
Traded. The Sage wall does go up, and here comes the plan. Now we need to see the retake coming through, but it's not going to work, as Azin, the key player on the past couple of rounds, has been dropped. Already the 2 defenders are thinking about dropping off. They have picked up, oh sorry, it's the Spectres from previous Extreme picking up Plexus, maybe the Jet as well. Yes, there we go, confirmed on that round. Absolutely flawless from the attackers of Durham, not losing a single rifle, which could be huge, especially moving into this next round where it's rifle versus rifle.
Yeah, that was a pretty easy round. I mean, not a whole lot of pressure here for Durham. I mean, they pretty much took that convincingly. I think it was even a flawless round. So, and the thing to note too is, I mean, their last week that they played, I mean, they had an 0-2 loss. So, I mean, for both these teams,
yeah,
this is about redemption, right? I talked a lot about this in the pre-show, but again, it's all about that mental game. But now that we're at the full rifle round, everything's on the line. Money is spent. Now we have to see if UTM have something in store. Maybe they're going to be a little bit more aggro, or do they kind of play that traditional setup? We have to wait and see. But right now, we can even see Durham. They're just waiting patiently. They're not even doing anything that aggressive right now.
No, they're not at all. And I mean, compliments have to be paid. Well, maybe it's just respect that's being paid to the opponents, because obviously they kind of got slammed by Azin. Let's be honest, it was a great 4K all in all. And then the second round was kind of that equal advantage. But right now, they're just kind of taking their time, making sure to use the slow play, make sure to get a feel for how the setup is on sites. And, well, finally, we do see a commitment again. Now it's going to be on towards A, completely different from last time, but it's not different when Pick up frags. 2 opening kills picked up straight away. Sage wall up, and here comes the plan. Look at all these defenders, they're completely stuck out of the site. No one actually committing to the retake. Maybe they're thinking about saving already, lads. Surely not.
I mean, I wouldn't hate this call. I mean, you got 5 players that are still alive in this site. So, I mean, unless they can find a frag very quickly, maybe they can go for it. But now time is completely ticking. It is not their best friend. And already now they've lost 2 more. It's just completely fallen apart. Now it's just down to one. A Sage, a lonely Sage on a 1-on-5. This is not going to be about survival. He's getting completely hunted down, but he's only able to find 2 before he hits the grave.
Yeah, Broseph picking up those 2 key frags. And, well, the compliments, again, have to be paid to the attacking force here of Durham. Laws are showing us exactly what it's like when both teams are on equal pegging, and well, I don't really necessarily think it was that equal considering how those first initial gunfights went and how they were able to actually manipulate and control the site. I think that's the best way to put it. I mean, because Durham just looked as if they were in complete control that full round.
Yeah, they really did. And I mean, this is impressive. I mean, I was kind of wondering how Durham were going to be able to handle this, but they seem like they have full control whenever they go for the executes. We haven't seen UTM really respond back. I mean, there always seems to be this like 5-on-5 situation when they're getting close to the site, but they're just not able to get that first opening exchange to slow things down to that aggression. And now this is a little bit of a split play that we're seeing. It's a 3-2 setup, or sorry, a 2-1-2 setup. And you actually have Cry. He's actually getting the lurk, almost spotted the Sage, but able to fall back, and now they do have the Bladestorm ready to go, but no ultimates available here for the defense.
Imagine they'll maybe keep that Bladestorm for a rainy day, or maybe if things start to get a little bit worrying, pull out the Bladestorm, just get things and get down and dirty. But at the same time, still really slow. We're already seeing about 30 seconds past in the round, and no initial frag. Obviously, we've seen a little bit of kind of gunfights there, and oh no, being able to escape with a life. The Jet of UTM Green seems to be as if this could be a really slow round, and as I see that promo picks up that frag, and already the players moving in towards site extreme, making the pain even worse, adding salt to that wound, picking up the second frag. A little bit of a late reaction from Cry, maybe trying to pick up that 4th frag. Not going to be the case just yet, but they are going to lose one of the bonus as it makes the assault onto site. Broseph picked up a beautiful double, and now it's down to 2 versus 2. Yellow seems to be where this is going to be a huge point of contention. How this Sky interacts with the base on towards the spike. It's not going to work out as Maticus wins this one out. Broseph, we've already seen 2 great frags. We need to see 2 great more. Location has been revealed, keeps baiting with those taps, picks up the Sky, needs to pick up the Sova, but the Hunter's Fury comes through, and it's going to confirm the round for Durham Lords. They pick up their 3rd in consecutive round. A great round from them all in all in the post plan.
Yeah, huge clutch from the Sova here from Durham. I mean, that was a really important usage of your ultimate. The fact that the Hunter's Fury can line up, and that's the beauty of it, right? When you have those post-spike plant situations, I mean, that's where it just pulls up so big for you. And I mean, UTM, they almost had it. They were almost able to get a good reply, and Brosa was able to get some really big frags, but it just was not enough.
Yeah.
And now they do have the res available, so it'll be kind of a little interesting to see if they're going to go for something aggressive. I mean, Dippy, just like that, he dips down to the ground already.
That is such a great frag, though, lads. Like, I mean, the way they were able just to get a pixel on towards that Viper just showed a bit too much, and, well, was able to pick up that frag. And look at this. Look at how quick they've already moved in towards site and have gained control of key angles. The Sova using that owl drone to, well, clear out the angles that they don't necessarily need to risk. The Viper is going to plant this spike. Viper's pit is available. Again, the Bladestorm as well, previous, and a res. But remember, the Viper was all the way on towards B long. I mean, you've got to cross a really worrying path, but it's the 2 ops that have came alive so far.
Oh, another frag that comes on through. That operator is absolutely making the connections it needs to. Extreme. Look at this. He's still looking for a little bit more. Maticus just on the other side. Nice little bit of a delay. That's going to be another frag. So now that's the quad. He's getting himself an ace, and that just is going to be for Durham. They come up big with 3 surviving. Oh, man, this is looking good.
I think the worrying thing is, though, is Durham actually wasted an ultimate there. We saw at the very end a Bladestorm Munes, but, I mean, Why it doesn't even matter when you've got Extreme popping off with an op and so much economy and pocket. Look at this, they're all at least on 5k. Well, I say that Maticus actually just noticed is on 4.4, but then we look towards UTM Green, they are all on Sheriffs.
Poison orb emitting.
Obviously, things just slowing down again. Two teams interacting with each other, but well, we're expecting Durham to pick up this round. And well, it's almost like a GG goal next for UTM. They need to, well, I guess, slow the bleeding, stop whatever is coming about. But it's Jager to make the reparations a little bit easier for them in this round as they pick up that first frag. There goes the Sky Extreme, who popped off with an ace, don't get me wrong, with an ace in that last round. Diffie, the first man to deal with the push here, doesn't realise that there is a Sova underneath, drops through into his sights, but refragged by Brosov. That's a great trade there. Maticus is already pushed all the way onto yellow and as well looking down on towards this mid-rotate area. Lots of sharks are rotating around from Durham. Lords promo has picked up Plexus and, well, even out the man count. It's a lot of luck and a lot of baiting, but it's Cry. He is taking absolutely no luck in here. I'll say that he begins to luck himself. Is going to get picked up with a nice little headshot by Jager. Picks up that rifle. It's 2 versus 2, but Azen doesn't have a rifle of their own. Promo on towards Yellow and Sky a little bit further back. Seems as if these two players are working in tandem, playing off each other's information. As Maticus to pick up Azen, but Promo swings on the contact and picks up Jager. Great frag there. And well, seems as if Durham just continuing that pain.
Yeah, that's a really good play. And I mean, you got to look at that last situation. I mean, with the 2 players that were remaining here for Durham, I mean, the fact that Promo did go for the wide swing on that contact, that's so important. It's all those little details that make the biggest difference from a good team to a great team. And that was really good coordination we saw. So you don't just have these one-on-one exchanges, but instead they were able to get the double swing and it goes for the one-on-one easy peasy. So now this is going to be another big test, and we see that Jager from the defensive side does have the operator out, very aggressive, trying to see what he can find, not able to make the connection. So now Durham getting a little bit more ground, and they're actually fully committing to this. And the Sage is already pushed up through middle, but actually going to backpedal. So now Durham, they're going to try to commit to this hot and heavy.
Yeah, certainly are, and especially after losing that Sage. Is, well, maybe not advised, but they're certainly going to send it anyway, but they've slowed right down here. Oh no, the whiff there on the hop is maybe not advised considering the fact there's so many people near. But no, finally we do see that frag picked up, but refrag so quickly. Spike still in pocket, they need to get this down pretty soon. Considering how much control they have of the site, Plexus below will gain up so much information, but it's Yuki to even out the man count. Jager maybe picking it up, maybe making us a little bit better. Watching for that flag, but it's Brosov to take it to a 2 versus 1. Yuki needs to clutch up here, doesn't necessarily need to peek, just to need to make sure that no one is able to tap onto that spike. Jager getting caught out with that. And no, the Sage is actually swinging and winning out against Yuki. Finally, we see UTM pick up that round and do some damage towards the economy of Durham Lords.
All right, so we finally get ourselves a round back. UTM finally gets something on the board. I mean, it was looking a little bit scary. I mean, that was 5 rounds in a row that we saw for Durham. They were able to claw things through, and money's looking good. They're going to be able to spend this. I'm not sure if they're going to go for the operator purchase. It doesn't look like they want to anymore. I was kind of debating they might want to. I mean, Extreme has had a really good game so far with that operator. But you know what? They're going to decide not to. So now this is going to be the question. I mean, they've been quite successful hitting this B site, but do they want to keep going for that? Every time they go for the A execute, it seems like they get a little bit stuck in the mud a little bit. Yeah. So I'm going to be curious if they want to change up their game plan just slightly.
Yeah. I mean, this is it. I mean, what if it ain't broke, don't fix it? That's probably a massive key phrase, but already we've seen, I guess, a little change up in strategy here from UTM. They've actually sent an extra player to go and help out on B. It was Jager helping out the Reyna. Previously, it was just the Viper on towards B, and while the Viper's pit shutting down A, essentially means that unless you want to wait out that time and leave things a little bit late, got to push on towards B, and already we've seen the first, well, I guess, first frag go in favour of the defenders.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want to be. If you're UTM, if you can pick up this first frag, this is perfect because now it makes it that much harder for the attackers to get on through. And you have the Viper Smith just kind of sitting there, troublesome spot. Dippy, here's the guns blasting. He's going to be able to find one, scopes one, getting an easy frag, looks for a second, but Promo able to get the immediate trade. So now Spike should get planted, but it's going to be all about the hunter. Makes the connection and able to pick up the frag. Not a little bit too late, though. The spike is down. That's a 2-on-4, making it back for the res with a 3 remaining.
Yep, that phrase could be huge for this post-plant situation. All guns are focused on towards the Sage wall. And finally, the first one, Pigskin, gets dropped. But the trade to keep that man count in favour of the defenders will be absolutely huge. Maticus sends out that hawk. Nobody really picking up, but the Sage gets picked up though as I say that. And finally we're seeing the defuse come through. Are they going to stick it? Are they going to get caught out? Promo looks the wrong way, picks up that frag, and finally Maticus shuts down the defuse. I thought it was going to come through, but Durham, they make it 6-3.
Woo! Alright, talk about hot and heavy. I mean, man, UTM, I mean, I keep saying it, like, they need to pull up some rounds, they need to string some things. They're just not having the luck. It seems like they get right down to the critical numbers. I think they even had the player advantage. It was like a 3-on-2. Yeah. But I mean, Promo was able to just get a great angle with the Sage wall and able to find the diffuser. So I mean, that is so big, and it's just these little things that Durham are really doing well that are just accelerating their scoreline.
And I mean, this is the thing. I was about to make an analytical point. There's no point when you've got Yaga bringing out that blade storm and, well, popping off just like that. Do see the Seekers coming out, those angry cabbages looking for the defenders, and no, Blade Storm isn't able to pick up anybody just yet. There's certainly going to be all the action on towards B here, Laz, but nobody really wanting to make a mistake. But finally, the Viper's pick does come out to maybe try and make players make mistakes, make players go the wrong way. There seem to be a lot of classics, a lot of pistols here. Locations being revealed, as in picking up Cry, though, dismisses all the way through yellow box, but it's going to get picked up finally. 3 versus 4. Well, locations being revealed by that info dart. Dippy picks up Maticus, and well, this is actually looking as if it's in favour of the defenders here, crazily enough as it is, as well, they've not had the eco advantage. Promo picks up Dippy though, and well, finally, no, I was about to say, I thought the Sage was going to pick up the frag, Clixtus, but no, it was Yaga finally picking up Promo. Well, they're going to pick up those rifles as well. 4-6 is the scoreline after that round.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a greasy round. I mean, that was Yaga that came up pretty big. I mean, the Blade Storm was really the saving grace for that round, in my opinion. But I mean, it came really close. I mean, I think at one point it was a 1v4 that came down to that 1v2. So, I mean, now we're starting to see UTM really starting to pull some rounds through when they absolutely need to. And we're getting really close to the end of this first half, but right now, we need to see Plex. He needs to start picking things up a little bit more. He's doing a lot of the work. That's the big thing to note. Yeah. But he's going to have to make sure he coordinates with his team closely. And look at this. Yaga gets up close and personal, but it's going to be Cry that's going to be able to find a great shot and gets rewarded with an off.
Yeah, that's an absolutely huge pick. And the recon bolt does confirm exactly all the team is going to be committing to this push. They're getting right close and personal here. But it's Plexitus that's going to win it out against his opposing number of UK Extreme. Does pick up as in huge frag, considering that we know the prowess in terms of mechanical ability, but they've let Plexitus through. The spike has been planted, but there is a res available for the defenders if they can maybe get to one of those bodies, one of those X's on the map. But well, seems as if the defenders maybe being stuck outside, but Maticus lurking so close, knows exactly will be relaying the fact that the sound is close. Cry's picked up Broseph, Dippy picking up Extreme, but he's got 2, and now it's up to Maticus. Brings out that Phantom, is going to flash to maybe try and bring someone off the defuse, but pros don't fake, it's coming through, and there we go, UTM picking up that round, not before Maticus picks up Dippy.
Last round.
That's potentially a huge misplay by the Sky there.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that is such a clutch moment. I mean, that was a really good play that we saw from Maticus. I really liked everything he did. But the one thing we noticed is he didn't actually, activate the guiding light. He just kind of kept it in the sky. I think he was trying to hope that he was going to fake the diffuser. But like you said, bro, do not fake. And that was an absolute critical moment for them to pull through a clutch. And now we're only at a 1-round differential. And it's all come down to this. Bladestorm going to be activated now from the attacking side. Going to see what they can make work of. It's a 4-1 split right now. So they're putting a lot of eggs in this B basket.
Yeah, certainly is. And well, I mean, UTM, they need to win this out, make it 6-6. And well, go into the next half, even hopefully take the advantage in the pistol round. Right now, UTM, well, sorry, Durham, I should say. I just talked about UTM. Durham, they really need to take the advantage after so many good rounds, and well, especially after that last one. Big, huge misplay. UTM, though, have really shown their class so far. Does get flashed. Sky just sorry, not Sky, the Jet just missing the op shot. We're just waiting for this Viper's wall to drop this. There it is. We're going to be expecting guns and well, all sorts of frags. Extreme is going to pick up the first one, as in Skull is dropped. Again, it's still getting slower and slower. We're waiting for the plant to come through. It was baited there, but nothing committed to just yet, as we're baiting out all the utility to come through. 35 seconds remain, and well, things might start to get a bit worrying. We do see the Reds come through of Azin, but Extreme again drops down in the arena. Cry picks up Dippy. It's 5 versus 3, but there's information gained through that info bolt. Another one coming out to Gist return. There so does the Hunter's Fury though, but it's Yaga to pick up Extreme. Yuki picks up Plexus, and now we're down to the last remaining player with just a judge in hand. All the Sharks looking to pick up the frag. Yuki shuts down Bro, so finally, when we have our final half split score.
Wow, I mean, the thing to note too is, I mean, Durham, they didn't even actually commit to the spike plant for so long. They just did a couple little, fakes here and there. They're really just drawing in UTM, and it worked really well. I mean, they completely bit on that bait every time, and it got really close. I mean, it was down to 12 seconds, and I mean, for that one player remaining, I mean, I thought if he would have been able to get that wide swing, maybe he can, be a bit of a nuisance on timing, but fortunately not. I mean, Durham have been just really well coordinated, and now things are going to be switched. So now the Lords are going to be on the defense. We also have UTM switching on that attacking side. And I don't know about you, but I mean, I'm definitely thinking the defensive side is more favorable in some degree, but it also is difficult, especially if you lose that first player right away.
I mean, I totally agree, man. This series seems to have it all so far. 7-5. I can't remember the last time I casted an Icebox where it was so even, where both teams are just totally at each other's throats, and well, there's so much info being gained. The pistol's coming out, and already the dead ball coming through. The right clicks come out, but no one is going to fall, apart from maybe a couple, as I say that. Here comes the Sage Ball, and here comes the plant. There is some kind of post-plant utilities. We do see that electric dart coming through and trying to pick up the Sova. Brosov does pick up the Viper, and already we're down to one player, but well, Dippy can maybe clutch this up, puts out the Molotov. Well, the Viper's Molotov promo is not going to drop into, it's actually going to pick up that frag. Dippy going in towards the ground, and Durham Laws, they're going to pick up that first pistol round, which means they're going to pick up the next round as well because of that equal advantage.
Big rounds right down to the wire now. So the money's going to be built up a little bit here. So, I mean, I don't expect very much from UTM to really put a lot on the board. Maybe a couple of sheriffs. I mean, I can't expect them to really put too much into this. I feel like they should go. Oh man, they're gonna make me eat my own words. Okay, okay, they're I don't know. They're feeling it. They think they're gonna be able to do this. So okay, this is a moment where you can do this.
Yeah.
But if you lose this round, I mean, your money's gone. Like there is no stonks. There's no investment. It's completely in the dumpster. So this is so crucial for them to pick up this round.
Yeah, but Laz, why would you even do this? Why would you maybe risk it all just like that? I mean, considering how, I guess, close it is between the two teams.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I mean, I don't know if they're thinking that they can rebound this really easily. I mean, this is very risky in my opinion. Like, you don't typically just see that full investment like this, but you know what? I mean, we'll have to see. They can prove us wrong, and maybe this is something to put in the playbook. And now Azin actually able to find one, not able to get himself the second, but he does some good damage. Now they've been able to get themselves in the sight. The spike's going to get planted now, but look at that. Just 1-2, not able to find the 3. And it's down to that 2v2 situation. Spike should be planted, and it's all just down to one lonely soldier.
One lonely soldier, indeed it is. The Viper Cry coming through needs to pick up these two frags. Needs to make sure that, well, UTM's investment is all in vain. But, well, he's going to be able to pick up the first. So, not too bad just yet. Dippy going to double this all up to Bros. Oh, what a nice little flick that is. And there we go. Durham Lords making sure that UTM aren't going to regret that investment in the round. Well, they're going to, well, I guess cripple their eco, but one thing that needs to be said is, well, there's only going to be one Spectre taken through, so there might be a little bit of an equal footing in this next round.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing too is that they did get the money bonus from the spike getting down, so I mean that's a good thing. And to be honest, these last 2 rounds, they come right down to these 1v1 situations. So I mean, UTM, they're just not able to get over the line. Like, they're so close, and then they just kind of hit the floor, and they're just not able to get it. But man, they are getting closer and closer. And look at this again. They're going to go for another buy. They're going to try to really test the waters. They want to see they can win this. They're feeling it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Most of the rounds, it's 9-5 right now, right? When you see 9-5, you're maybe thinking to yourself, oh, this series is like kind of one-sided. It's not been at all. Both teams have really been going down to these like, kind of post-plant scenarios. Already, though, we are seeing the gunfights being taken as both teams flying into the round somewhat. Cry does pick up as in the first frag. The entry frag going in favour of the defenders. The push maybe looking a little weak, and maybe Dippy baiting the fact he's going towards B. Maybe this could be a bait. Does pick up the frag though. There goes Promo. There goes any sustainability in towards the round. And there goes a second. There goes Extreme. Maybe they're already reacting to this push, as we have seen the Viper pick up those 2 frags, and maybe thought they would have pushed on towards A and went through with this bait. Dippy though will pick up the third. Finally gets shut down. Plant has been confirmed, and it's all up to the 2 remaining players on the defensive team. They are going to be able to pick up Plextus, who remain. Also, and the Jet. I say that though, Yaga will pick up Cry. Yuki looking to pick up Brosov, and finally it's going to be Yaga to pick Yuki up. 9-6 on this round. The attackers, will they finally get their first? And proving to us why exactly they bought into that round.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I'm really criticizing them for going for that buy. But I mean, again, like what we said, the last 2 rounds before that, they came right down to the wire. So that's, I think, where the confidence is starting to build up. They're like, you know what? We can make this work. We're so close. Let's test it again. And I really love the setup that UTM had. I mean, they were able to have Brosov actually just be a little bit of that meat shield. He was playing on yellow, and then it just made it so much easier for Yaga to just get that easy frag. So, I mean, this is really good coordination. I talked a lot about that with the Lords, but now we're starting to see that from UTM Green. But it is going to be a full purchase that we see coming through this other side as well. So Extreme, he's playing very close. So now he's going to be a little bit more aggro. Spots the Jet. Not able to get any damage, but he's got that intel. That's a good start.
Yeah, it's a great start. I mean, information in this game is absolutely key. I mean, information economy is something that teams don't really, casters and analysts don't really talk about, but right now, both teams using the information absolutely to, I guess, the highest standard. That is the Champions Division, after all. Right now, look at how far forward this Viper is. Dippy all the way up on this tunnel area. Looking to take up Promo, but not going to find that frag. It's Promo to win it out with the Bulldog, and will pick up the rifle that was left on the ground after that. Dead defenders moving forward with that frag. But can they make it work as well? The push is going to come through A, and all the players are out of the site.
This is really good positioning, though, too. I mean, UTM, they actually are just splitting things up. You can even see the Reyna was getting through mid, trying to just find any rotators at all. So now this makes it a little bit harder for the Lords. I mean, now they're going to be grouping up. Got Lexi's going to be able to push himself up top, and now they're going to play the very passive post-plant. The Hunter's Fury going to be used, but the spike does get planted, so that's very important. But just a little bit too late on the timing. But now they do have that player advantage. Hunter's Fury available here for UTM as well. Viper's pick can be used from the Lords. So many options now, so many plays that can happen, but bodies are just falling apart, falling everywhere, and it's just an absolute massacre. And now it's just down to the 2v2. Azan, he's gonna have to come alive. You can see he's waiting to find it, but he's not able to find this frag, and now Cairo is just looking absolutely like mayhem.
Oh no, the Viper's
no way!
The Hunter's Fury comes through, but the defuse could also get ready to swing, but it's Cry to win that one out. This spike pops anyway. The attackers, I thought they... I don't know, man. I'm gone. That round, what?
Oh, and man, not only does Cry doesn't even get the defuse, but he almost got taken down. But I mean, man, UTM, they just squeezed that round just barely. But man, what a clutch situation. That Hunter's Fury post plant, we talked about it, and that's exactly what you need. You need your Sova to stay alive as long as possible. But that was so important. I mean, honestly, that was so great from Plex. I'm so impressed. I mean, that's a moment where he absolutely needed to shine, and he delivers it in a nice package.
Certainly, and well, I don't know if there was much information gained. No extreme getting picked up by Plexus, and already look at all the positions being gained, being picked up by these attackers with one owl drone, absolutely huge there. And already there seems to be a load of damage done to the defenders. They're going to walk through. It's like an assault team. They seem well drilled, well oiled. There's 2 key fries get picked up, but finally we see the answer back. It's Plexus who move through the site. When I find Maticus, remember there is a flank coming through the back. The Siege number 6 coming through. But will it come through in time? The Sheriff comes finally and only picks up 1. And so, well, I don't know if this was a great idea because the spike has been planted. As it will finally pick up promo. And now we move towards, well, I guess touching distance for UTM. It's 9-8 on Icebox here. This could be huge considering this is Durham's pick.
Yeah, this is the Lord's pick. I mean, this is now getting a little bit scary for them. I mean, it's getting really close. 1 round to separate both from being a tie game. And I mean, now the money is getting a little bit tight, so they don't even have enough here for Extreme to have an op. So they're going to have to go just for the rifles. I mean, their utility or their, abilities are going to be limited to quite some degree. But the good thing to note is that they do have 3 ultimates. But the opposite end here from UTM, they also have 3 ultimates with that res being locked from both teams.
Yep, especially that. Cry, though, picking up the first key frag there goes Yaga. And well, if the Jet on towards Durham can get, I guess, some sort of ult point from somewhere, well, then that Jet will have a Blade Storm. That's another thing that we needed to point out. And well, it seems as if that has happened as Blade Storm has been activated, and so has the res. We're back to 5 versus 5. We're going to need to see Cry pop off again, and pop off we shall. Looking for his 3rd on the round, but can't pick it up. It's Maticus to pick up the 3rd on the round as well. It's down to a 5 versus 2. You have the Viper's pit available for both teams as well, and the res still available for the defenders. And it seems as if the attackers have really slowed down and waiting for the defenders to make the first move. It seems as if it has, as Cry's popped out. Well, trade there. I believe that was a trade. No, it wasn't. It was Cry to take out Dippy and Yaga, trading that one out. Yeah, it looks as if they're looking towards maybe the A site or maybe some sort of flank coming through. But Laz, seems as if this is already a Durham round.
Left.
Yeah, this might be it, honestly. I mean, unless somebody on right now, UTM, can get a big frag or 2, then we can start talking. But I mean, there's 20 seconds left. They do have the spike in possession, so that's a good thing to know. So now they're actually going to try to go right through middle. They're going to try to see if they can go right through the choke. They have to get this frag, but no, Promo able to win that duel, and that's just such a dire moment. But now Durham, they're feeling good. They hit that double digit so they can kind of get the sweat off the brow for now, but it's not over.
But just as things were looking good for UTM, just as we started to see this is them within touching distance, this is them kind of getting the match back in hand, Durham, they take that extra step forward. They kind of extend the lead, and also on top of that, kind of put UTM in a really bad eco situation because, well, if Durham Lords lose this one, I mean, they can just kind of go GG, let's go next. Their eco isn't that bad. Whereas UTM, they lose this one, well, I mean, they can maybe be looking at losing another, well, 1 or 2 rounds with the way that their eco is.
Oh, completely. And now pressure is really starting to build up, but this is looking good, actually. So UTM, they're able to get themselves 2 early frags right away. So this is a great start, making it that much harder for the Lords. You can see, I mean, it's Yuki that's actually so close. He was able to find 1, but he's not able to get that much damage inflicted against his foes. So now, a lot more pressure going to be riding here for the Viper. Going to be Cry by himself. Viper's pick going to be used. Perfect time to slow things down. Going to be able to get some utility to block this off as well. But this is a 5-player commit. This is the full squad. They're coming in for the party. Are they invited? Oh my goodness. And now it's an absolute slaughter that's coming through. But all of a sudden, the Lords, they've been able to bring things back. And Extreme with one gets the second as well, and Durham Lords, they come up absolutely miraculous.
Oh, there were 2 men down when that push came through. The Viper slowed down the push. The electric arrow to actually deny the plant was absolutely clutch there from Yuki on the Sova. I mean, it can't be understated. And then finally the guns come alive. The frags start happening. Both teams, they're trying to shut each other down. But Durham Lords, how do they win that? How in hell? They didn't even deserve it, in my opinion. But well, they bring it back in UTM. They've been put all the way down to just sheriffs in this round. Information already being gained by both teams, but I feel as if, I can't help but feel as if this is a Durham Lords round.
Oh, I mean, it just seems like the dagger just goes a little bit more in, right? And now this is going to be a little bit more. You can even see UTM getting completely caught off guard, and Cry actually does go for a big push out of B. So now he's completely pinched these guys. And look at that, and that's an ace! He's able to just get multi-frag rounds, and he's able to just put matters into his own hands, putting the match point. And Durham Lords have completely put this into a new gear, and now the timeout. The timeout's going to come through, and that's from UTM. Now they need to figure out, what the hell do we do now?
Well, I mean, I don't have an idea because, well, let's look at Cry right now. Cry is potentially on a 2.0 KD with 27 and 14. My God, this man has popped off. But maybe it comes back to UTM Green's decision to, well, go with those kind of weak eco pit or those weak eco forces, right? You think about it from that perspective. Their economy broke so easy when Durham Lords started to win rounds again. And that's where things started to look worrying again for UTM. They must be sitting down and kind of trying to come up with a concrete plan for where they're going to push next. And already from the pings, it seems as if they're going to go towards B here, which is interesting.
Yeah, completely. I mean, and like you said, I'm glad you pointed it out. I mean, Cry, he's been kind of silent a bit, in my opinion. Like, he's getting a lot of good frags, but I mean, really, this lot later half, I mean, he's been just really, again, picking things up, picking up the socks, and really just, again, trying to make, 30 frags. I mean, he's 3 frags away from making that happen. And now UTM, they absolutely need to pick up 4 rounds to bringing this back to a tie game to push OT. So now this is where they need to pull everything through. I mean, they have the op in the hand, they have everything ready to go, but this is the do or die. This is the make it or break it. And Durham Lords, they only need 1 more to push, and this is their map pick, so they're feeling pretty confident at this point.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I mean, look at the reaction already from Durham. They've already rotated almost all on towards A, apart from this one Viper that's holding down the B site. I mean, this is the thing though, the read from Durham on the defense has been absolutely impeccable. But remember, no one has committed to the execute just yet. We could see the rotate come through, but Brosov just chomping at the bit, just waiting to push in towards site, get that information, wait for the mistake. But no one's making any mistakes. Time's just ticking by.
Yeah, I mean, this is really good positioning that's coming in as well. I mean, even the Vipers already pushed up all the way from B as well. So, I mean, This is some really good ground that the Lord is getting. So, I mean, they are really making this difficult, and they have a very good idea of where UTM's going. So now they should be able to have a good prediction. But Dippy, he has to pick up this frag. He's on the lurk, but he's not able to find it. That's so important. So now UTM, they're caught in the funnel. They know exactly where they are. They absolutely need to now frag out. This is all about them. Get their big redemption frags. Wolf coming in. Spike getting planted. But it's just the Lords. They're just able to push down, kick the door, able to get some ground. But no, UTM, though, they're able to reply back as well.
No, it's all up to Asin though. The Empress has been propped. Well, Asin pick up those frags, looks the wrong way, decides to pick up the fight with Cry. But you never want to go against Cry. 28 kills, 2.0 KD, 12 and 8. Make that 13 and 8 once this defuse comes through for Durham. They finally win out their map pick of Icebox, but not before UTM Green made it, well, I guess, an almost impossible task for them.
Whew, man, what a game. I mean, that was honestly a great ride. I'm glad we were a part of it. I mean, it looked really good in the beginning.
Yeah.
And it looked like, we just saw Durham Lords have a really good lead. And then again, UTM, like they started able to get kind of that rebound, picking up rounds. And then I don't know what happened, but second half, like, my God, like Durham just came up absolutely lights out.
Yeah.
And I mean, they were able to pick up rounds they shouldn't have. And I really do think like UTM, that must have been demoralizing because really, I mean, they had those close engagements. They had a lot of rounds that came down to the 2v2s, the 1v1s, but it just never went their way. And I mean, when you think about the mentality of a team, that is going to start really affecting you.
I mean, but on top of that, the other side of the coin, you now have moved away from your opponent's map pick, where I guess is almost you expect for the kind of opponents to win. And now you move across to your own map pick, where you've just gave them hell on Icebox. I mean, this is it. When we move across to, I think it's Bind that we're moving to, I mean, you should almost expect UTM to not necessarily whitewash their opponents, but certainly have a good, strong showing and see them kind of win that out convincingly, in my opinion.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I mean, Bind's going to be really interesting as well, right? Because Icebox is like pretty far distance. And I mean, it's really only when you get in those close quarter fights when you get into the site. Whereas Bind, I feel like every single part of the map is those close quarter engagements. But we'll have to see how well these teams can respond. In UTM, this is now the moment they absolutely need to pick up this if they want to stay alive for the BO3. So this is where a team, when you get a loss, I mean, it's not a dominant loss, right? I mean, it was a respectful, close game. But now you have to have that mental reset of, you know what, map one doesn't even matter. We warmed up. Now we have to get that reverse sweep, but we have to see if they can do that.
Yeah, certainly. Well, it is do or die from UTM Green. Durham Lords taking the advantage on Icebox. We're going to go to a quick 5-minute break as we get ready and set up for Bind. Don't go far. We'll be back shortly. Hello and welcome back to NECC, where we're watching an amazing matchup between Durham Lords and UTM Green. I believe the final score was 13-8. That's how close it was. These two teams at each other's throats. And well, to bring this game to you, it is me, Cairo, one of your casters, joined by, the man with probably the best mustache I've ever seen. It is Laz.
Hey man, I appreciate that. I thought you were gonna say in Valorant. I was like, whew, man, that's a bold statement to make. But you know what? We'll see. I don't know. But no, I definitely appreciate that. And man, what a first game we had. I mean, honestly, really impressive stuff. We saw UTM, they weren't able to pull through, they couldn't get through the trigger, but now, like we talked about, this is a little bit of a moment where they can kind of reset. This is a moment where they can pick it, and this is their map. So this is where you would expect them to be quite good on it, but it is bind, so you don't know.
Yep, this is it. I mean, all the teleporters to get you through quick rotates. Maybe there could be some mind games between the two teams using those teleporters, I should say. But I mean, most importantly, we need to talk about UTM Green's performance on this map, how their mental is going to be after the last map being so close. I mean, Cry dropping 28 kills in one map itself. That's Cry's on Durham Lords, though. Will he be able to kind of repeat that same performance, or will UTM Green be able to bounce back?
Yeah, and honestly, that's such a big thing to know too, because I mean, Cry honestly, with the statistics, was popping off. He was able to get some big frags. He had an ace round. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you got to give credit to the team too. I mean, the Lords, like, they really did set them up very well, and also each other, to get these big rounds. And I talked a lot about the coordination, those fine little details that separates, the good teams from the great teams, and that's kind of what we saw from map 1. And a map like Bind, I mean, I'm kind of expecting the same thing, but I think, again, it's going to come down to that agent composition, and I'm curious what UTM want to try. Do they want to mix things up? They want to be a little bit more heavy on the duelist side? I don't know. We're going to have to find out.
Yeah, we really will. I do believe we just get some confirmation on our ear. We will be sending it to the game. Yes, we will. And, well, straight away, Astra's being brought in, Cypher as well. Not something that we did see in towards that icebox. But, I mean, this is the thing. Oh, we are seeing the double duelist coming through here. I believe that is that Durham that's giving us double duelist here?
This is interesting too. Like, I mean, I'm surprised that Cry's going to even try to go for, a Cypher, if that's actually going to be locked in. I mean, he did play, I think it was Viper last time he was playing too, right? So, I mean, not like unorthodox, it's not like crazy, but it's just like, okay, well, a little bit different than what I was kind of expecting, to be completely honest. But right now, they're all locked in. They got their jet. They got only just the one duelist. I mean, they have the Sky. So this is an interesting pick. And actually, they're going to have the Viper on the side here from UTM. So that will be a nice little thing to notice as well. It'll be a good stoppage, especially on that defensive side when they switch there.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Viper, this is another one of her great maps. I mean, the fact that she can kind of shut down almost one site. I mean, I'm thinking towards B, where you have to kind of navigate through a Viper wall on towards B site, like jumping through hookah window or whatnot. It can get really worrying sometimes. But not only that, on the attack, can really isolate certain defenders and, well, make gunfights a little bit easier when you're pushing through and kind of clearing those key positions that players can be looking in. But all in all, from the defender's point of view, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of control in terms of utility when you think, I mean, the Cypher and the Astra, lots of smokes there. I mean, the tripwires, etc., can deny a lot of lines of sight, as well as lots of info gain in the form of Yuki and Matkis using that dog and owl drone, respectively. All in all, I mean, both comps are going to be interesting to see the interaction between them, and a lot of, I guess, utility committed already towards B by these attackers.
Yeah, and I mean, the one thing to note too from the Lords is, I mean, Extreme was actually, like Extreme Cancel, was able to have some really good operator frags, and I mean, that's really important. Obviously, when you're a Jet, that's pretty much your job. You need to be able to just be lights out with a snipe, and I mean, that's completely what he was. So we have to see when we get into those later rounds if that's something he's going to be able to bring. But look at that shock dart that lands right on top of the Reyna. Now there's 3 players absolutely in the red, and it's just absolutely a brawl. And look at this, a 3-on-2, could be even just a 3-on-1, but the spike slowly making its way into the site. Maybe they'll be able to transition it, but they're really waiting things out here.
Yeah, they really are taking it slow. Yaga may be stranded in the middle of site. Remember that teleport is available if they want to go for it, as the spike has not made its way through. And yes, finally, we do see the rotate coming, and the Astra already there to react. And well, I imagine, yep, there we go. The rotate's coming through. The Sky actually opted to go for the long way round, to go for that flank. With all the players on site be enough to work this through. They know where one position is, and well, they're going to know where the second is now. The Sky pops round. No, sorry, the Sky. It's the Jet. It's promo to pick up Plexitas. There we go. Durham Laws. They take the first pistol round off bite.
Yeah, I mean, this has been really important too. I mean, the Lords have been able to just pick up these pistol rounds, which in my opinion is such a big detriment for them to do well. I mean, this has just been the beneficial point. So now you can see, I mean, UTM, they don't really have a lot of money that they're going to work with. They're not going to do the force buy that we saw, before. They're actually going to be a little bit more disciplined about the cash flow and just wait things out. But I'm going to be curious what they want to go for. In these kind of situations, in my opinion, it's almost easier to play as a unit and group up. But, I mean, I know some teams always like that default setup, and kind of right now we're seeing that 2-2-1 split, having just the Jet lurking in the back outside of A, but also having the rest just getting some mid control and making sure that, the Lords just don't push up anywhere they want.
Yep, this is it. I mean, already a couple bullets flying. Nobody kind of gaining anything, but as I see that Yaga coming out and picking up a key frag on a promo, that's the Astra down, so that control may be gone, but not before the Cypher is able to pick up another key frag of the Viper. So right now, a kind of smoke's gone on both sides, but they still do have the Cypher on the defender's side to almost kind of isolate, as I said previously, these kind of gunfights that may be coming through.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good frag, that we see from UTM. The fact that you take the Astra down, that actually eliminates a lot of utility, like you said, so that's really good. But UTM, they're really just scrappy by. I mean, they don't have any money. They have nothing to work with.
Yeah.
So right now, they might be able to get the spike down. And actually, no, yeah, Dippy should be able to get it down. This is really going to be good for them. So it's going to build up that economy, but it's going to be all about the post plant. They need to make sure that they can get these trade situations. This is absolutely important. This is a moment now. You can see, look at this. Durham Lords, they're just waiting things out. The buddy system's coming through.
Yeah, without a doubt. And well, they've only got one Astral Star to work with. Also, not a lot, but they do have somewhat. A Spectre is going to get dropped. The right click coming through, but it all doesn't matter as Durham Lords put their opposing team into the dirt. They're going to, well, I guess, chuck the ultimate point over to the Sky, but a great round all in all from these defenders.
Yeah, really good hold, really good discipline. I mean, that's really important for Durham Lords. I mean, the fact that they didn't just have one player just try to rush in and go for the fight, even though they know they're on the eco round, that's still really good. That's the discipline that you need to see, and especially when we're in the later weeks like this. Like, this is week 7. This is not, beginning of the time. This is right near the end of everything. So this is where everything's starting to matter a whole heck of a lot more.
Yeah.
But now we're going to see the bonus round come through for Durham Lords, so they're going to be able to see. I'm going to be curious if they go for something aggressive. This is where they can really test the waters, really just try to tilt UTM, because they've gone for it. They have full everything and just the light armor inside of Dippy.
I mean, I just saw the Cypher and the Sova move towards B long, and I was like, surely not. Surely they're not just going to send it down like the biggest kind of probably death place on the map. But right now, it seems as if they're using that information with the Cypher cam. And well, this push is going to be called out straight away. Look, 2 players pop out. Cypher knows exactly where they're coming from, but well, maybe the push might go elsewhere, as Brosel has picked up Extreme on the A side. So both sides maybe looking a bit equal, a little bit viable. Already, all the players have kind of went over to a shot, but it's Dippy to pick up. Cry moving through there, a big frag, and the Lear's coming out now. Finally, all the utility has been committed, and well, it's the 2 players, the 2 bastions of the defense, and it's Promo to pick up 2, maybe even 3, and there's still 2 remaining. Dippy picks up Promo, the Astra, Magicus pops out after that flash. Yuki all alone. Astra utility has been committed. Those Astro stars put onto the site, and now it's all up to the remaining Astra player, the remaining attacker of UTM Green, a bait on the post plant. lots of equal damage being done so far. UK knows exactly where the remaining player is, looks towards showers, pops out. Who can win the gunfight? It's UK with an absolute destruction to the economy. Durham Lords win the third round in a low row. Oh my god, I couldn't speak there. But that means that UK gets a free rifle as well as a full buy for the next round.
Oh man, I was talking about the importance of that kind of a round that we were to see from the Durham Lords. I mean, really, that is so big. I mean, that was their bonus, right? That was the round where they didn't really put a lot of money in the board. They were just going to see, yeah, we got some Spectres. Yeah, we got some, abilities in our pockets, and they able to pull it through. So now UTM is just getting a little bit worse for wear for them. And now they have to go for a light purchase round in this one. But that's a round where it came right down to the wire. But when you kind of look at it, UTM, they should have been able to pick that up in a little bit more convincing fashion. They really hesitated that A hit.
I really am worried after that round, especially with the execution coming through. I was expecting things to be a lot more cleaner from UTM, but it just wasn't. And they've really let Durham take an advantage now because, well, after this round, it goes 4-0 up because they do have that equal advantage. I mean, don't get me wrong, UTM, they can make this work, but they've already kind of half bought into this round, as we do see, I guess, it's Skull, as in Skull on the Spectre. Right now, UTM, maybe the decisions making isn't probably the best right now, but we'll need to see if they can make it work as well. The push isn't actually going to be A, it's going to be towards B side.
This is great. I mean, now they're still kind of baiting things out, but Cry's able to get one. Can he get himself another? Takes some pretty big damage, but he's going to fake this. So now this is where the UTM are going to think, okay, he's definitely crossed. He's not going to just hang out in the corner, but now he finally does. He repositions himself a little bit better. They're going to wait things out. And this is what UTM have done a lot of. They're really burning the clock. It's a 3-2 split here for Durham Lords. So now they should be able to get this. If Cry doesn't get this frag, they should be able to have that good opening for the time being. But they're waiting too long. What is going on? There's only 16 seconds left. They gotta go. You gotta hit the gas. But they're not able to find any of the frags. But it's gonna be Yuki to deny the plays coming through. Spike carrier dropped, and that's another round for the Lords.
This is the thing though, they've not even got the plant down here, lads. They've not even picked up the spike, get it dropped down, get that extra eco and get into the next round. I mean, that could be, I guess, one smoke versus two smokes in the next round. And well, on top of that, you look towards Durham Lords, they have lost almost, I guess, minimal on that last round here. Yes, we're going on to a rifle versus rifle round. But when you do like almost zero damage towards your opponent's economy, and then you move into the next round hoping, oh right, we'll just take this one, we'll take the next round. Lads, it doesn't work like that because now Durham's Lord's economy is so strong that, well, UTM Green will have to go rifle versus rifle round in the next round also.
Yeah, I mean, you win the first map. I mean, now they're up 4-0. I mean, luckily it's still early in the game. But this is where, I mean, UTM, they're looking to get anything. If they can get that round, it kind of just relieves a little bit of that pressure. Like, you know, why are we not getting a round at least? But they're taking a lot of time when they go for these executes. And the Viper Spit's going to be used, so they put a lot of rotation here from the Lords. Cry actually gets dropped, but it's an immediate trade that comes back through. But oh no, but Dippy, he's just dipping a bit too wide because he gets caught right in the crosshair from Extreme Cancel. So now this is coming a little bit more of an issue here for UTM. They have not been able to get any map possession at all. They're completely stuck. Look at this. They have no control. This is all about the Durham Lords. They have full real estate of this.
Oh my god, and while they're picking up all the frags, also, Brosov committed a full ultimate into this round. Lex just moving through, and finally the spike is going to be initiated, but that means that all the players on Durham Lords know exactly where these remaining players are. Extreme committing the Blade Storm through, but no one has finally moved through into this smoke. No one's wanting to make the commitment. The toxin getting low for the Viper. And finally, Yuki is going to send through an arrow, pushes through, picks up the Sova, all down to Brosov, all down to the Viper. The Blade Storm is going to be used in that shotgun format. The defuse coming through, and finally Brosov gets picked up. The defenders win round number 5 after committing a full ultimate, committing all those rifles. They're going to have to reset into the next round. But is it worth it?
Yeah, and I'm glad we're seeing the timeout come out. I mean, because I feel like this is something that's underutilized from a lot of teams. I mean, this is where now you're down 5-0. You have that gun round that goes through. It's kind of that extra pressure, like, okay, we absolutely need to pick this up. Doesn't go their way. So now they have 45 seconds to kind of figure out, okay, what is working, what is not working. And this actually does slow down that momentum for the Dram Lords as well. I mean, you can see Yuki, he's 7-1 in promo right behind him with a 7-3. So these guys are doing some really great work. We were talking about Cry. He almost dropped 30 frags the first map. Yeah, who cares? We don't even need Cry to pop off because you got other people that can just do it as well.
I mean, this is it. This is where the kind of team camaraderie, etc., comes through, where you kind of see the skills. Because, I mean, let's be honest here, lads. When it comes from map to map, certain agents are a lot stronger than others. I mean, this is another thing I wanted to point out. I've just realised, just looking at this kind of scoreboard right now. UTM, although they don't have the economy, they don't even have the ultimates to kind of match Durham either, as Durham have 4 online. And it's not as if they're bad ultimates. You've got the Seekers, you've got the Astral Divide, you've got Hunter's Fury, and you've also got the Cypher ultimate there to give away information. Right now, UTM, I would be shaking in my boots.
Yeah, no, I would be too. And that's the frustrating part, right? I mean, UTM, everything's against them. All the cards are against them. And now it's like, oh, no, you know what? To make it even worse, you got ultimates to go against as well. So even when things start to look really a bit iffy here for Dram Lords, they can pull kind of that safety net a little bit with their ults. Cry able to get the one and done, but that's a good trade that we see from UTM. That's what they need. They're taking things a little bit more aggressively now, so they're putting that pressure inside of Hookah, but now they don't even have to commit to this. And you can see Dram Lords, they're not even biting on this rotate. They're still holding things down. This is kind of that discipline we talked about. They're not convinced this is a full hit.
And not only that, right, the Cosmic Divide does come through. There we go. That's from the attackers and also from the defenders. Another thing, the fact that they used the utility to confirm that exactly that this full commitment wasn't coming through, again, just smart play. But we'll need to see if these attackers can manipulate in towards A site as well. Lots of ultimates, the Seekers coming through, they know exactly where players are, and well, look at this, the Hunter's Fury picking up 2 great kills, Promo finishing off Dippy, all up to Yaga, and well, there we go, the 6th round going in favour of Durham Lords. A lot of ultimates being committed there from them, 3 in total. I believe there was only 1 from the attackers.
Oh my god, I love that setup. That was so perfect. I mean, you could see it was Yuki that was able to just get the nicest lineup. And I mean, like I said, fish in a barrel, man. I mean, they were completely there, and he just takes out both with that Hunter's Fury. And we talked about, you know, having the ultimates available in their back pocket, and that was a demonstration of that. 6-0 now. We finally get UTM back on the gun round. Extreme not even going to go for this shot. He sees the Viper trying to bait things out. But this is so important for UTM, not only just to get around, but I mean, for them to kind of get that mental reset. I've talked so much about that because, again, it's so important on a match like this.
And it seems as if UTM haven't even picked up the spike yet, which means they haven't made their decisions just yet. And already, look at this. Look towards the 2 players on towards B long. They've made their way all the way up and looking to potentially look in towards site to where this Cypher is. But, well, seems as if all the players have been revealed, or maybe the push being revealed on towards A. No, the call coming through. We are going to head towards B and on towards long. The Cypher does have the camera to spot out when players move through. And there we go. The camera goes. Here comes the rotates. Players really, well, guess reading into this, but have UTM maybe let their clouds go a little bit too much. We'll need to see. Is the utility being committed from the Astra. There we go. The first couple frags being picked up, but 1 not even in towards B site. The defender's been taken down more in towards this meat grinder area. Dippy moving in towards elbow, but no, it's Yaga. HP Brosa with a key frag there. That's absolutely huge. Cry goes down. Spike all the way on towards elbow. And Yuki baiting out. Brings out this electric dart, but nobody going to walk through it. Seems that Brosa's picked up a spike and could maybe actually get the spike planted here as well. Looks like Yaga's going to be playing that Overwatch position. Yes, he is. He picks up that frag. It's all up towards Yuki. But he's not biting on anything. He hears the jumps. He knows exactly where Yaga is, but does he know where Brosov is? Well, now, as here comes the info up. Pushes this out. But, oh. He's towards the info tat as
You
he
can
goes
even
into-
see him looking too.
Yeah.
He's like, oh no.
As you can just hear the audible sigh. But he's got mechanical ability as well. Finally picks up that frag. He knows exactly where Yuki is. He's going to defuse his Jagger.
way.
He's going to move
No
through.
way.
The frag, even after messing up the info dart, even after everything, UK still wins out the post-plant clutch. 1 versus 2. They had all what they needed in pocket and they still couldn't win it out. Come on, UTM. We need to see much better decision making from yourselves.
Oh man, and I was gonna say, like, one of the things I noticed, and I hate doing it, but I mean, Dippy played really aggressive and pushed elbow with the spike. So I mean, making it that much harder for UTM, right? I mean, the spike going in a position like that, I was like, it's all over. There's no way. He tilted.
Yeah.
He just went for a push. He was trying to get a frag and see if he can win it. But I mean, man, Yuki gets away with absolute murder, something he should not have gotten, but he gets it. And I mean, like you said, he messes up the recon bolt, but you know what? Still doesn't even matter. He doesn't even need utility. He just needs to get frags, and that's just now becoming more problematic here for UTM. They just are so close, but they can't find it.
It's just the sheer discipline on the defenders to make things work. Hunter's Fury coming out after they got information on towards Extreme. Yaga picking up Cry, Dippy picking up Extreme, and now things look that little bit better. The spike is going to be planted and the rotate coming through. They are actually going to go through the teleporter, but they don't even know Brosov's there. He only picks up 1 though. There's still 2 players remaining. We do have Yuki still alive, the man that clutched up last time, who's been an absolute god so far. Promo already peeking on towards site, can't see anything, but will have information relayed through that old zone. 2 players are lurking in towards that garden area, or octagon as it's sometimes called. That's one thing to watch out for. Nice little electric are coming out there, but it's the information from the attackers you need to watch out for as a thrifty round comes through and UTM pick up their first.
Woo! All right, we've done it. UTM, we got our first round. We can get that off the bucket list, and now we just need to scrape by as many rounds as possible in this remaining of the first half. And I mean, they pick up a thrifty. I don't know how they did it, but they do it. And now we're going to see, you know, the money situation not really an issue here for the Lords. But now with that purchase, it is getting a little bit lower, but we'll have to see what they're going to have in store for us. And now we can see the Viper's Ball actually already getting placed at A. So they're getting things lined up, but I'm hoping that we can see if they can win this first exchange. This is going to be pretty good for them to get a good start. But even look at this Extreme. He's playing so aggressive in middle. He's already got some good intel.
Yeah, this is it. And I mean, I think a big thing that we need to talk about is bind typically, statistically, is more in favour of these defenders. But, I mean, not like this. Not the way that Durham have been playing it. But UTM, I mean, they win a couple more rounds. Looking at a little bit better.
Take flight.
We'll need to see, though, as well. The push is going to come through in towards A. And they have picked up this guy's positioning in towards that U-Haul area. That's going to be key. And they also picked up the luck in towards Cubby on A, but it's Promo to pick up the first frag. There is a commitment of utility. The Hunters Pit? No, it's not the Hunters Pit. It's the Viper's Pit. Promo pushes through a little bit too aggressive this time. There is still 1 remaining ult available. It is the Cypher ult, which could be huge. Lots of bullets being fired through this smoke, but it's the attackers to win out the gunfights. They need to get the plant down soon. They have started it, and yes, there we go, the sound call coming through. Yuki looking through the move towards, well, I guess the attacker's positioning. They have gained so much map control. Dippy dips in and out of the smoke. Yuki left with it all to do. Can he clutch again? Can he be the clutch minister? He sees Yaga and will pick him up. Dippy
Standing ahead.
on the spike. A position will be known as well. They know that the spike went down somewhere. Moving through, will maybe pick up a freebie. Yes, he will. It's down to this Viper. Broso left to do it. Oh, Bayuki! 16 and 2. 16 kills and 2 deaths. An 8.0 KD. 2 clutches. Almost in a row. Durham Lords have got this man to thank, but what a game he is having.
Oh my god, how does he get away with it? I mean, you could see Dippy, he made that sound cue, so then Yuki just goes in, he's like, hey, I know exactly where you are. He's down to 1 HP, and he's able to take down Brosov. All he had to do was just breathe on the guy, and he's gonna tumble over, but my god, I mean, Durham Lords, honestly, they are on a whole other level right now, and UTM, they can just not catch a break. They get down to these like clutch situations, and it's just something else happens. And Durham Lords, I mean, Lord is definitely a good name in the team because man, they are just making things so big for them.
Yeah, exactly. And well, another big thing I want to point out just quickly is we saw the Eldron not picking up anybody. UK just unfortunately using that Hunter's Fury, but did gain a lot of information. They are able to rotate through the teleporter, as we do see there is still work being put on towards A, and a commitment of darts coming through from this Sova of Plexus. But finally we see the returning Eldron and gaining lots of information as to where this Sova is. Will we use this teleport? It doesn't look likely as well. Finally we see a rotate coming through towards B. Maybe they're thinking to themselves, there hasn't been much commitment. Well, finally, we are going to see Extreme popping off with a judge, and he's picked up 2. Yaga finally shutting him down. This push can already be shut down, just like that.
30 seconds left.
Oh man, just worse for wear. I mean, UTM, they can't even peek a corner, and there's a judge just getting 2 big frags, and now Cosmic Divide going to be burned here from UTM, so they're going to be able to hopefully cross into this. Yuki, though, does get a really good spam right at a good moment, drops the spike carrier. But Yaga, look at this. This is big. He's able to get the high ground, gets a good position. 10 seconds remaining. The plant has to come through. It's going to be a shock dart that lands right on top of him, and it's just going to be Durham Lords again going to be able to prevail. And my goodness, Cairo, they are not giving up. They are not letting this go. They lost 1 round, and I don't think they want to lose another.
Yeah, I think it just made them angry. I mean, UTM Green have just awoken an absolute monster, and Yuki, he's decided that he's had enough. He wants to go and chill out for the rest of the night, and he is just trying to close out this match as much as possible. 2 rounds remain on this half, and we could be looking at a Durham Lords, well, Durham Lords game after the next 4 rounds, depending on how things go already. They've taken the initial gunfight. They know exactly where this push is coming from, and it is going to be B, as we see the Eldron moving through, trying to pick up where exactly Extreme went to.
I like this play from UTM. So right now what they're going to do, they're going to fully commit together. They're going to just have the 5 players swarm this site. They're not just going to split anything up. So now they've gotten possession. Spike's going to get planted. Yuki's able to get a taking down that duelist. Now they still have the Empress available, as I'm going to be able to pick up a good frag here as well to be able to reposition. So now they have the player advantage. This is something we haven't typically seen. I mean, when we do, it doesn't really seem like it lasts that long. So now this is where Durham Lords just absolutely come up alive. They are in the clutch situation, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Cry, he's down to a 1-on-3, but it will be UTM. They're able to shut down the beast for a time being.
Last round.
The beast finally tamed, question mark, but I wouldn't even say that. Finally, we do see UTM get the 2nd round of this half, and 1 remains. Is that Durham Lord's economy may be broken? I'm seeing classics, and I'm questioning what happened, because they had almost upwards of 9k. They've only lost 2 rounds, and it seems as if it's all in favour of UTM.
Yeah, I mean, when you get all that lost rounds, I mean, the money starts piling up a little bit, right? And now, Durham Lords, I mean, for them to only lose 2 rounds, yes, it makes it a little bit more interesting, but you know what? They don't even need it. And now look at this. Bladestorm's going to be used, and Maticus is able to get a good swing as well, and now they're just going to keep going. They have the guns loaded. Oh no, the blind comes in. Oh no, Dippy, somehow he's able to be Neo from the Matrix. He dodges bullets, but not going to be the bullet from Maticus. He finally gets taken down. No frags coming in at all from UTM. It is just falling apart like a big old cookie, and now it's just down to the lonely 2. Yuki, look at this. He's shock dart after shock dart.
Oh man, the stinger comes out, finally picks up 1, but it's all up to Plexus. Lads, 3 versus 1, and they have a Cypher ultimate to use, and well, there we go. The upload coming through, and finally they know exactly where Plexus is. Right now, we're looking at a 10-2 half for Durham Lords. And with that being said, Durham Lords, quite proficient on the pistol rounds, let's be honest here, lads. We've seen it before on Icebox. We've seen it already in this half. We could be staring down the barrel of a 12-2 game after the next 2 rounds, depending on how this pistol round goes. Kai finally picks up Plextus. I'm going to ask your opinion. Do you see a UTM comeback?
Oh, put me on the spot here. I mean, honestly, Durham Lords really, throughout this entire BO3, they have been able to pick up these pistols. So, I mean, if UTM can get the pistol round in that second round, I'm going to say there's a good chance they can bring it a little bit closer. But right now, it's hard to say. I mean, Durham Lords are in a really good position. They're at that double digits. They only need 3 more rounds to win. And, I mean, the way they're playing is absolutely lights out. So, I mean, really, UTM have a lot of work ahead of them right now.
So much work to be done. And while we look towards this, it seems as if they'd really like to pick up these kind of light shields. I was maybe expecting more utility to come out, because I mean, you look towards Dippy, even Dippy hasn't got shields. Oh, sorry, he's went for shields rather than more Astro Stars, which is something that I'm worried about, because, well, I mean, you kind of need smokes, etc., to control sites, to control exactly where things are going. But it's the Viper that's going to be huge here. Promo already peeking towards B long, but it's the 2 players on there that win it out. Well, the push is going to go through in towards A. Already we see Extreme pushing through. Brosov is going to be the first line of defense, but it's Cry, only the attacker to pick up a frag. Yaga got it left. Maybe pick up players. Brosov, not the one to pick up frag. It's Yaga. I mean, somehow Maston has all been cursed, and UTM Green pick up the first round, the pistol round, which could be absolutely huge for this comeback coming through.
Yeah, very important, right? I mean, we talk about it. You're going to have to be round by round right now if you're UTM, but I mean, it's obvious, but I mean, for them, it's all about just getting a good start, and now they have themselves the stronger weapons, so really, I'm going to be curious how they want to set this up. It's a 3-2 split, so they have their 3 players going to be at A, they have the double player at B, so this is, you know, a little bit of a typical setup, but right now, I mean, Durham Lords, they're in a good spot. They have no pressure for them. The pressure's on UTM, so they have to make sure they don't kind of fall apart with it.
Yep, this is certainly true. The Hawk does go up towards B, and well, maybe we already know exactly where the position it could be already. An AWP coming through for Yaga, was that? Or was that Marshall? Nope, I believe it was a Marshall. I am completely wrong, as Yaga's decided to actually opt for the teleport, and it's just going to lurk there for maybe a rotate coming through. Brosov spamming with the Ares, not picking up anything, only damage, but it's Extreme with a lovely shot on towards Brosov, and maybe the push coming through, but no, they're actually waiting, they're actually delaying this push, which could be questionable. Finally, we do see the Jet move out of the teleport on the other side of the map, but we aren't seeing the push, the execute being committed yet from Durham Lords.
This is a little bit scary as well. So now Yuki's actually going to go for a little bit of a lurk. He might try to be that distraction. I'm not sure what the plan is. Spike's just inside of Hookah, so they have the 2-2 split. Yuki going to be the one that's kind of lurking on the other side of the map. So right now, you can see the rotation getting kind of a little bit flustered here, and this is a good guessing game. UTM, if they get caught in these rotates, oh no! Oh, they're actually rotating, but now the Spike's actually going to advance. So this is a really good read from UTM. They've completely read this perfectly. Now, Spike's made its way through Durham Lords, but it's going to be a lot of defensive players that are ready to fight. And they have the good timing. 13 seconds left. They should be able to get this Spike down. That's going to be a good start, but it's going to be frag after frag, and now should be the easy mop up here for UTM.
It should be, but not necessarily to be the case. And as I say that, the caster curse comes through, and we go 10-4 on this half. I guess it's 2-0 for UTM on this half. I should say 10-4 in the match. And right now, we are moving in towards the bonus, where we do expect Durham Lords to win this out. And then, well, the pressure is on for UTM Green. But after that round, right, we have to kind of sit down and analyse exactly what happens. I was looking at the position of Durham Lords, and I was looking towards where the Spike is on Hook, and I was thinking, well, the Spike isn't near the teleporter, which means that there can't really be that fast rotate through the teleporter. The Spike necessarily probably going to get planted on B here, in my opinion. That's the way I looked at it, the way positioning was of the team. And then they got that initial frag, I was like, yes, let's go explode onto the site, get the Spike down, and let's see what happens. And then it just slowed right down. Yeah, the guessing game was good, but I don't think it was the right decision, personally, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think it was either. I mean, I actually thought if they would have stuck it around, they could have been able to really just get themselves inside that B site. But I don't know what it was that kind of just thought, okay, let's go for it. Let's switch all the way around. But I mean, you got to give your hats off to UTM. They had a really good read on that situation. And I mean, that's a tough part about when you're on that defensive side. It's all about your rotates. It's all about your positioning. And I mean, that was a good display of them just getting a good read on the situation.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the kind of the strengths of an IGL come out, and this is probably the most evident look of it. Brosov looks the wrong way though and lets the players on towards the site, tries to shut down the garden area, but it's Elbow that is going to come through with the shutdown, as in Skull. Shutting down so many rifles already. And this is where the things start to get worrying again from Durham Lords. Maybe they're going to suffer from the same plague that UTM Green did. But they're waiting to go through with this retake. Seems if the two players, the two duelists, are going to come from this elbow area. Jet and Reyna, as in Skull and Yaga, looking to pick these players up, and they will do so. Promo shuts down Yaga, Maticus shuts down Plexicus, but it's still as in alive. Maticus, though, is still stayed alive. It's all up to Dippy with just a sheriff, and he's not even going to get a chance as Maticus shuts down Dippy, but not before UTM Green almost shuts down the full of Lord's economy.
Woo! All right. I mean, look at Yuki, 22 frags and 7 deaths. So the guy is just putting up big numbers. We talked about Cry. He was doing really good work on map number 1, and I love seeing this. I mean, to be honest, you got to give your hats up to Cry, map number 1. But I mean, the nice thing is that, you know, you have other players on the roster that can do the same thing. But like I said, the Ram Lords have been very efficient on making sure that every single player is set up for success. And right now, it's just been great. And I mean, Yuki's been able to get a lot of those clutch situations.
Yeah, see, when I seen the retake coming through, and I was like, surely UTM don't win this just like that. I mean, it seemed as if there was just lapses in the attack, just letting players onto site pick up frags that maybe they necessarily shouldn't have deserved. Well, I mean, UTM Green were making it work, and with that last round being kind of stunting almost Durham Lords eco, I think that it's much bigger than what we realise. It could maybe start a cycle for Durham Lords. And already we're waiting to see the first gunfight taken between Extreme and Yaga, the two Jet duo. Look at them beating between each other. This is, honestly, you could cut the tension with a knife, as we are waiting for the execute to come through from Durham using that drone, but it's Yaga to win out the first frag, and already the action comes alive. Yaga picking up 2, as in with one of their own. And, well, just like that, Durham Lords, attack's gone.
Yeah, and this is looking a little bit of an issue here. Durham Lords, I'm not sure if they're like overthinking the situation or are they like really just not having a good read. But I mean, again, like you can notice when teams kind of get stuck in these executes and they just don't really feel confident, and it almost looks like the over communication maybe, or this too much is going on that you just really kind of look stuck. So right now, I mean, this is where UTM, they're going to rely on that. They want to make sure they're throwing these guys off guard. It's only 10 seconds left. Yuki has to go for this plant. Oh, man, he's completely just pulled into another galaxy. And now it's just going to be 11-5. Nothing in store here for Promo except for saving this rifle. But that's a very good flawless round that we see from UTM.
Yep, without a doubt. I mean, I like what you did there, being pulled into another galaxy when, like, kind of Astra is obviously that kind of cosmic stuff. But one thing I want to say is, well, Durham Lords have 5 rounds of... Five rounds or 5 chances to move on towards match point and then finally pull the trigger on this map, right? On top of that, you think about what the eco is going to look like here when we look at that those kind of rounds. There's only going to be 2 rifle rounds against UTM Green, and that's where it gets worrying here. Oh no, did we just see a mistake there? No, it wasn't. They're actually on the same team. I'm just completely trolling my cast here. But yeah, quite right now, Durham, I don't think are in as good spot as what we think with the kind of round count right now. UTM Green, I can actually see bring this back very easily.
Absolutely. And like you said earlier, I mean, it is about the defensive side, and defensive side on bind is, you know, the more dominant side. And I mean, and we talked about it. Pick up the pistol, you're able to pick up the second round. That's where things start to really work out for you. But I mean, if Durham would have been able to pick up that first round, that could have been maybe a 13-4 game, honestly. It could have been like such a quick game right away. So now this is a situation where UTM, they're feeling a little bit better about themselves. And I mean, Durham Lords, you can see they're trying to just split things up. It's going to be extreme. He's actually lurking as much as... Oh, no, he just misses it. Oh no, but Manicus actually does find one. So that's a good reply back. But Dippy's still inside the site. Still has lots of utility available in the pocket here. So able to deny even more aggression.
30 seconds
Yeah, this
left.
is it, but no, Maticus has actually managed to sneak onto the site. Do they even know? Well, they do now, and he is in the dirt. But the spike has went towards the other site, which is absolutely huge. That means that there will be more eco confirmed for this team of Durham Lords. Finally, we
10
are going to
seconds
see the
left.
plant confirmed, and UTM Green don't even know until it's actually too late. So maybe a good post plant could actually work out here for Durham Lords, and maybe they could move on towards that match point. There we go, the spike, the electric arrow coming out and picks up only one, but a lot of damage being done to the remaining players. Dippy maybe going to peek here. No, a great shot from the Sheriff, but here comes the Operator. Here comes the meat grinder as Hull going through and towards you. Hull will be able to give away a rifle, but Yaga, he's not faking, as we said before. Pros don't fake, and it's a clutch. No, Yaga just committed too much to the defuser promo with that Phantom, wins out the round and moves on towards match point and series point for Durham Lords.
Oh man, I mean, it was so close too. Like the defuse was right there. But man, I mean, Durham Lords, like we talked about, in these clutch situations, this is where they really start to shine. And I mean, honestly, I thought that round was over. I didn't think Promo had enough time.
Yeah.
But that's the mistake from UTM that they had. They had a 1-on-1 split, so they made it that much easier for Promo to go for the duel and not really get challenged with like a wide swing from the teammate of UTM. So you got to give your hats up to Durham Lords for picking that up. But man, might be a little bit too late now, and everything on the line. This is match and series point for Durham Lords, and the executes coming in. The Seekers, they're hunting, they're looking. They're able to get themselves some good control early on shore day already.
Yeah, and well, look at how much utility is being committed. There we go, the Cosmic Divide coming through, and remember, we still have Hunter's Fury and the Cypher upload to come through, and it's all going in favour of these attackers of death balling through sight. And here comes the pit. We are going to see a lot of ultimates in this round. UTM Green are trying to wrestle it back, trying to wrestle back the tide, but Broso can't even get through this wall. Finally, we've seen more utility committed. Both teams trying to send it through. The electric dart doesn't do enough, but finally the second one does. Dippy moving through, Cry shutting that down. It's all down to the two remaining player. Promo being the one to overwatch on towards this spike position, not letting things go, but it's Broseph to win out against Promo, and here we go, the Hunter's Fury to come through. Will it win out the round? It's looking likely. It's finally Yuki, the man of the map, winning it out for Durham Lords. Lots of action, lots of utility, but finally we've seen the better team win it out on Bind.
Ooh-wee. My God. I mean, it came right down to that. I mean, Hunter's Fury, what better way to end things off in the clutch situation? And man, he even held back from just rapid firing it. He knew he hit him once. He knew he was going to fall off, went forward again, and that was such good timing. My goodness. Congratulations to Durham Lords for a 2-0 sweep. And I mean, it was looking a little bit problematic in the beginning there, but nah, it was just pretty much them all the way.
I mean, this is it. It was getting to that point where we're like, well, maybe we might see UTM come back here. And I mean, I guess they just flung everything into that icebox as well. And one thing that I want to point out, how poetic that it was Yuki at the end to Sova to kind of clutch it out for his team after winning so many clutch scenarios. What a guy. I mean, hats off to him.
Yeah, completely. And I mean, like we talked about, I mean, it's amazing that Durham Lords were able to have multiple people picking up multi-frag rounds. And I mean, Yuki, the importance of that Sova is so important, right? Because it's pretty much an agent that provides everything. You get the intel, you do a lot of damage, you get a lot of information where people are. And the Hunter's Fury is like such an amazing retake utility, and also a post-plant situation as well. So, I mean, we just saw it. It was completely flawless. And I mean, that's a huge hats off for, for him to do that.
Yeah, 1 week remains in NECC, and well, see, honestly, UTM Green are in that kind of spot where they might not get into the playoffs depending on how next week's result go. But everything in this match was literally kind of heads or tails on what was going to happen when it came into post plants. And this is something that I don't think they should be criticised or kind of look down upon themselves. I think they should kind of pat themselves in the back because, I mean, this match was an absolute banger.
Yeah, it was. And I mean, the thing is too, and it's just such an unfortunate situation for UTM is that, I mean, they are in kind of that lost streak. I mean, then like week 3, they had a 2-0, and then it's pretty much just been defeat after defeat after defeat. But I mean, you played against Rem Lords, and honestly, they just looked like they were on another level tonight. They came off a loss from last week, but I mean, they were looking to absolutely make a redemption statement against these guys. So you got to give your hats off to UETM. You take this as a learning opportunity. I mean, there was a lot of moments where they were really close. I mean, it came down to those 1v1s, the 2v2s. But I mean, also, there was a lot of clutches that came in from the Lords, and that is such a frustrating thing to play against.
Yeah, without a doubt. And well, lads, it's now time for us to kind of sign off. It's the sad part of the night because after having such a good series, I don't really want to sign off now. I want to just stay for the next match. But after all that, we do need to do their goodbyes. Well, I've been Cairo. This has been. Do you know what? I'm going to say it, lads. This is the man with the best mustache, not in the whole of Valorant, but in the whole of esports as a whole. Make sure you give this guy a follow. You can see his Twitter down below. You can see mine's there. Make sure you hit that little purple love heart to follow his channel. Stay in touch for more NECC Valorant. There's another match just coming up. Be there. We'll see you guys shortly.
Just right, I can't explain it. Feels so simple, loving always. It feels just right, I can't explain it. It feels so simple, loving always. It feels just right, I can't explain it. It feels so simple, loving always.
Welcome back, everyone, to NECC Valorant. My name is Fellow, also joined here by the lovely Chadland. It's great to have you back up here. Hope we get to have some more exciting fun here like last week. And you know what? We've got some great things here up inside of the producer screen as well. We've got standings to show off here for this next up match here in the Champions Division between CSUDH versus UAH. And we can actually see where they're placed here out of all the 11 teams in this division, with UAH kind of standing along in the middle, so they'll actually manage to probably make it to the playoffs here. And I believe CSUDH is also there, but they're kind of teetering towards the very bottom. So this matchup here, Chad, is going to be pretty detrimental for them, especially if they end up losing. That could possibly put them in regulation territory.
Yeah, there's like a clump of teams at 4 wins specifically that because of that, you can easily fall off the bottom side as well. You can easily lose ground. And at only 2 wins so far for CSUDH, they definitely need to make things happen as soon as possible because, yeah, the regular season is coming to a close in just a couple weeks at this point. So you need to get those wins now. And like you said, a loss here brings them down to meet up with UVIC Blue. And then they're like essentially 1 loss away from getting knocked out of the playoff situation. So this is a very important time for them. Meanwhile, though, UAH Blue, they're not completely safe as of yet. As you can see, they're on the 4-2. The bottom of the standings because of round differentials as well. So they need to pick up a really good showing today if they want to go ahead and make a comfortable securing of their playoff bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm also wondering if maybe the maps will have a big part to play in that as well, since a lot of different map picks can be kind of comfort based, if anything. Again, no one's really safe here in this matchup, like you mentioned. UH kind of in the middle, but yeah, their round differential not looking too hot. But hey, some of these maps, they can be a bit spicy depending on who you ask. It's Bind Ascent, followed up by the Decider of Breeze, one of my personal favorites. It's too bad it's going to only be at the very end, but hey, better than Fracture, if you ask me personally.
Yeah, Fracture. I have still yet to cast Fracture, so I actually would love the opportunity to do someday, even though pretty much everybody doesn't really like Fracture, and I'm not going to expect to see it anytime soon. But yeah, it's Cardinal, CSUDH bringing in Bind, which is a little bit more of a controlled environment, going straight into that for the first map, using those teleporters, everything of that sort. I actually casted a match recently that I saw your pick again, so they lost. Of course, but it's still not meta, still not good. That is like kind of his best map. It would be crazy to see that happening, but more likely we're going to be like Astra, maybe a Viper, Sova, of course, Jet or Rays for entry duelists, things like that.
Yeah, I'm expecting some pretty default picks, to be honest, especially since there is so much value in winning all of these maps, not even just the series altogether, especially something round differential that you highlighted quite well. Viper coming out on the board here by Trapman. That's really not that shocking, as she's quite good in these confined maps like Icebox, Confined. Astra on the board as well. Incredibly strong agent put in the right hands, having so much versatile util for almost any situation. I mean, all these picks, they're pretty straightforward and pretty standard. And I mean, we did kind of expect that from the start, really.
For sure. Viper's so good, especially for A side on attack side. You can just kind of wall off, and essentially people use 2 different angles for the walls. One is to control U-Haul and explode from there to control the site. The other one is to control more of the shower side and then collapse onto U-Haul afterwards, things like that. So Viper is really good for attack side especially, so we'll look forward to that when that side swips around. But also Astra and Viper both are so good, and it's a big reason why you don't see a lot of Sentinels sometimes on this map. And you see Astra Viper instead is because of the cross-map presence you can use with your Astra Stars, the Viper's Toxic Screen, and Poison Cloud. You make a good presence on those sites while making fakes, using teleporters for fast rotations, things like that to disrupt the enemy team, have full map presence at all times. I'm looking forward to seeing them use that combo on this defending team, going into both defending and attacking side of this map.
Interested to see where Colt's going to probably put his KJ turret. Probably either near Hookah, I'm assuming, or maybe I always can't quite remember the default positions for the KJ turrets, but there's a handful of them, so I'm assuming it'll be pretty effective. More or less interested to see how the lockdown's going to be utilized, as kind of like the Cosmic Divide. It's a great ultimate in terms of playing on that retake game or initiating a push by cutting off some of those sight lines. So maybe in this first pistol round here and there, I might see a lot of possible early on aggression. Not with the ultimates, obviously, as everyone's starting out with 0 ticks on a clean slate, but you know, just having only the pistols that kind of allows for a lot of fun action to start from the get-go because everyone's kind of on even footing.
Yeah, the classic is honestly like so good that people even use that as like a shotgun secondary whenever they're even in rifle rounds. So it makes a lot of sense. You go with the light armor, use the classic instead, make those right clicks happen. Everybody's calling for it to be nerfed yet again. And if you light armor by it goes through and you go successfully on the round, we don't even lose the light armor. Awesome, you're saving even more money when you go and buy an SMG next round. But that's determined only if you win the round, and you have to be able to make some more damage on the outswing if you're on the side of UAH. But at least they're able to run away with their lives intact.
And looks like B will still be the point of contention here for Dominguez Hills. They've got plenty of coverage up inside of Hookah. They'll start that initial first pick, but Colt is there to respond with 2, but Shan still having plenty of impact on the round. Almost soon to be a postman here, but they've got to clear out Josiah. He's good for 1, but finally it's straight out by Mad Bad Dog. Now leaving Yarsis 1 versus 2. Maybe try to bring this one back here. It's a bit of a slow retreat by Dominguez Hills. That teleporter will be a great indicator that A site will now be the new form of execution here for Dominguez Hills, and it's only a matter of time before that post plant goes in through.
One of the reasons you see Asher right there, cross map utility used to stall them out to allow themselves to rotate through. Well, there's a double fake. They just rotate again. They have plenty of time to work with, and that's the start gone. Fellow, they don't have that anymore on the Asher to stall again. Can't gravitate well the delay of the plant anymore.
That was a brilliant play by Dominguez Hill. Now set up in the post plant. There goes the paint shells as well, forcing back Yarsis, just burning through that clock here. Try to extend on up, but they're not aware that the position is actually inside of elbow and not sight itself. Great play by Dominguez Hill at the very end, just to confirm that they get that first pistol round on the board here.
Yeah, beautifully done, especially by Shawn. Just went in there guns blazing and was finding that success, doing that entry duelist role successfully. He chose to go with the Raze over the Jet, which Raze has a little bit better hookah and U-Haul control overall. Meanwhile, typically you go with the Jet if you're on the side of UH Blue. If you want to have a better hold on the longer side of things, bathroom control or long, especially when you have like an operator hand later on. The CSUDH looking to control hookah yet again, and there it is with the Boombot leading the charge.
Trying to get as quick control of hookah as possible. You don't check that back corner, but it's not really going to matter because Sean's got the judge. Tax is good for 1 on towards Mad Bag, but the spike is still going to go down. Now in this 4-on-3 post-plant situation, all that Dominguez Hills really has to do here is just play for trades and make sure they don't lose these key positions. And with the weapon differential, it's not looking like that's going to be the case here, Chad.
Definitely not. Oh, weak. Ice Bear is able to get a nice, easy finish to that kill. Long range now, as Josiah is the only one left alive with just classic long range. You're not going to win on that one. Ice Bear with a 4K on the anti-eco. Beautifully done. And fellow, that's actually a really interesting tidbit about Ice Bear, that he let us know that he can basically only see out of one eye. But that's dead eye accuracy that I've been seeing so far. Beautifully done by Ice Bear there. And honestly, that's very commendable that they're able to do so much success. Awesome. That's really cool. I can't do that with 2 eyes.
Yeah, me neither. Oh well. I guess he's doing his best Capital impression for all my R6 fans. A pretty strong start, though, for Dominguez Hill. The only issue they're going to have to encounter now is the full rifle buy coming out by UAH, but that's all standard. If they can still find a couple of picks in this round, it'd still be pretty successful, and there goes the first blood as Sean immediately has control of U-Haul. It's looking to be, yet again, just an aggressive rush that's looking like it's going to pay dividends, honestly.
Yeah, I'm challenging from Ice Bear. Accurate still on the arena as well, so every frag is just massive. You just overheal from that, and you just come back swinging just as you were before. Nice positioning by Tax J. Evma was a little bit overexposed there, not the best of angles to hold, and overall, a beautiful retake by UAH Blue. Rifles are finally in hand. They're able to work their primary strategies, and as we could see, those are very, very clean.
losing control of showers, and yeah, just the retake being incredibly strong by UAH, having the better weaponry, and just overall top-notch positioning, it kind of just spelt defeat there for Dominguez Hill, sadly. But they did put up a good fight. I really thought Sean, just off the rip, getting control of U-Haul probably would have just been the key factor of that victory, but sadly not. Luckily, though, moving into round number 4, they've got 2 incredibly aggressive ults to play with. They've got the Showstopper on top of the Empress ability, which could start out with some early aggression, but luckily, UAH, they've got that lockdown to possibly counteract it if it becomes too much of a threat.
And that toxic screen definitely disrupting, trying to just contain Sean from being able to control U-Haul or Hookah, I should say, very easily. No other presence otherwise, though. They just push through. No regrets made now because Sean gets a double kill on the entry of the big Showstopper usage.
Plant going down as well.
Planted.
4 versus 2. You've got Yarsis up above near Hookah to maybe try to recover this, but Josiah has to have just as big an impact on the round as his comrade that's still up and alive. And currently, time is still ticking, being bled through right now. Yarsis trying to throw out some stars, maybe to just disorientate his opposition, perhaps. Recon Bolt goes in through. That'll be pinging on out Josiah. Really, nothing much they can try to do here. Yarsis gets 1 vital pick, but they're still being locked out of B almost entirely here by Dominguez Hill. They're just holding these passive positions, not really giving UAH the time of day, and because of that, they're going to have to fall back, indicating this will be a round win here for Dominguez Hill. It just comes down to, can they save all of their rifles? It looks like they're going to be able to, everyone but the Sova, unfortunately.
Okay. I say Kevma earlier is definitely Kuma. My apologies. But yeah, definitely was not able to save the rifle, but going to the next round, they should be able to buy up just fine. CSUDH on their map pick, they're looking really good. They're able to answer right back and shut down UAH's own rifles themselves. And now with a really off buy, they are 1 orb away from Bladestorm on Tax J. Everybody else is kind of saving and doing things all over the place. I wonder if they're actually going to play for this orb grab early. They do exactly that, use the Poison Cloud for it, so they do have Bladestorm online. I think that it will be a big pivot into this round for them.
Early pop as well. Maybe just trying to force back Dominguez Hill a little bit, or just try to find those early picks. Owl Drone will give some vital intel, but it won't ping anybody, so it's just going to be word of mouth. That Recon Bolt, though, having a little bit of success on towards Ganbear, but he's not overextending himself just yet. You hear the Leer in the background trying to deny a couple of lines of sights, but it's not going to be all that successful currently. It's a bit of a rotation here by or a good chunk of Dominguez Hills. They're trying to get control of A. Pretty sure Sean's aware someone's stuck inside a U-Haul. He gets 1 pop shot and continues to move forward deeper into U-Haul itself, but isn't actually able to confirm that frag on towards the Sova. The jig is up at this point, Chad. It's just a matter of how quickly can this retake come into fruition by UAH.
While all this is happening, Trapman found 1 mad bad dog on the rotation, so they weren't able to get out just in time, but Ice Bear doing their absolute best to stop them from being able to retake the site before it could even have a chance of fruition. Ice Bear with the 2 big double kills, the rest of the team cleaning up on site. Beautifully done by CSUGH.
Just Yarsis left alive, unfortunately, and he'll meet the same fate as the rest of his brethren. He'll send up into the, along with the agents, I guess, in the heavens. 4-1 so far for Dominguez Hill, as they are having a lot of early success in this first half. Everyone's still having rifles, so that's a huge bonus here, especially for UAH, because they need as many round wins as they can get. And they end up losing this one, it's going to be nothing but net yet again for Dominguez Hill for at least 2 more rounds.
This is a big moment for UAH for sure. You need to be able to win this one out, said. Honestly, they need to figure out a way of stopping Sean out of Hookah. They just leave with that very standard boombot lineup. Clears out all the angles you want to clear out in Hookah, and you just walk right in. And they haven't been able to figure out any way of stopping Sean's aggression. There's showstopper, rifle spray, aggression on site, blast packing in, everything of that sort. Just using a paint shell oftentimes to clear out backside. I'm sure that has such a disruption. You have 2 controllers on the team, UH Blue. You need to control this initiator. Or the initiating entry duelist, I should say.
the one charging directly into all the action, and still finding plenty of success. Absolutely. That is the biggest target, the biggest bounty here for UAH, really. It looks like they're going to try to peel away. Spike's still left quite close to spawn, so they're going to recover that as they're still deciding on what objective room to attack. It looks like B. They've got a couple players set up near both hookah and that garden area. Again, it's just a calm before the storm, but there really is no time left. This push has to come in now as there's very little time left, and UAH is punishing them for such a slow execute.
And TaxJ might have been impatience, might have been a good read. I don't know what it was, but either way, was able to work up in just the perfect timing to shut down all of that control. No more smoke denial, no vision denial, but it's going to be Sean entering the site in again, as he always has.
Spike down B.
Two massive picks. Ice Bear will manage to find a refrag. All down to one player left. That's Kama. He's not able to do enough justice for his team. Again, the fact that so much time was being spent just playing too passive by Dominguez Hill was their demise, and that will allow for UAH to scrape away on that round. And they're not able to have everyone pick up full rifles here, but a majority of their team can do that, so it's not the end of the world here. But it looks like the eco is still quite strong by Dominguez Hill, but are they actually going to save on this round, matter of fact? Yeah, I think they... I'm not quite sure, actually, to be honest, Chad, what their thoughts are here. Yeah, I think they are.
Can't full buy across the whole team, so they're just going to play it safe economically.
Like
I love that last round is like poetic, that the two brothers of UAH, TaxJ and Yarsis, actually opens up the round, shuts down all that denial and disruption that Skill can use. Yarsis finishes it up, double kill. Now this time around, Yarsis will not be the one finishing things off as Ice Bear shuts him down early.
Already a lot of bloodshed happening near A. Dominguez Hill will mark it off of that early success with the spike now being fully on the ground here. Josiah is on a bit of a flank, but currently there's a nebula impairing his vision, so we'll have to wait patiently. That lockdown could maybe be a small enough opening for him to find some impact on the round, but Colt not having any impact at all, as Sean will eradicate him quite quickly. But there's Tax above in heaven, gets one onto Ice Bear. Not good enough for another one, and they're going to need to find another 3, make it 2, as Mad Bag Dog gets taken care of quite quickly by him. But on such little HP, this looks quite hopeless for Tax, and right underneath him, it's going to be Sean to strike yet again for 3. What a massive round, starting out with nothing but Sheriffs and a Spectre here and there, and still winning it out. A very successful round indeed for Dominguez Hill.
Yeah, this like Bash Brothers setup that Dominguez Hill has between Sean and Ice Bear. I mean, very well set up and is supported by Kuma, one Mad Bad Dog, and a Gun Bear, but Sean just throws himself on site, makes things happen, does not get denied, and meanwhile, Ice Bear is always watching out for the lurks, cutting out the edges that Sean is causing in the disruption. So beautiful chaos by Sean, controlled by Ice Bear, that just works in perfect harmony so far for this team.
Really just been getting those first bloods here and there, and making sure that your positions are going to be well known at that point. Blade Storm narrowly missing here, and just Sean just wraps up above with a blast pack. He's got backup from Ice Bear as well. Already a 5-on-3 altercation. Spike going down yet again. There's brilliant coverage by Bad Dog as well. I mean, the round has just began at this point, Chad, but already UAH, they're running for the hills, trying to figure out what the heck just happened. And now that Josiah's dead, Trapman's got a 1vx clutch, but he's not going to be good for it. It's a flawless round for Dominguez Hills, and what a shocking execution that just played so perfectly for him.
Yeah, they're looking so good right now. I mean, even on the bottom of the list there, you see Gunbare on the Cypher. Doesn't have a kill, but constantly watching Flurks as well, doing that alongside Ice Bear. But is a little bit slower to that because actually playing as a Cypher, getting a lot of information for the team, dropping those trap wires, using the cyber cages as well for disruption once he got on site, for post-play especially, and just doing so much work for this team to just enable the rest of the squad to find so much success.
There they are.
Looks like Dominguez Hill will try to go towards A this time. Plenty of intel being gathered, and it actually will net that first pick here. You hear the Viper's pick get activated here by Trapman just to cut off that push leading in towards A main. Now you have to wrap around inside of Showers, and Josiah is waiting so patiently to reward him with a single frag. There's plenty of more players stacking up by Dominguez Hill to try to remove this player from such a power position. There goes Sean on the rush, and it works out for him, trying to find another one, and Tax loses that somehow. Showstopper gets popped. It almost eliminates Trapman, but that's when Ganbear steps up huge. No longer do you have to worry about that Viper's Pit, and no longer do you need to worry about the site because it's in your hands, along with the spike being put down. Fully confirmed here, leaving Colt in a dire situation, trying to bring this one back for his team. He'll get 2 massive frags. The spy cam will spot him out, forcing him to remove out that dart. So at this point, either going through vents or heaven. So Dominguez Hills, they can just wait patiently. They've got the spike set up in such a nice location. It has to force Colt to overextend here, and no one is giving him the time of day to swing, other than Ice Bear, of course, as he's got the call for it, as the wallbang was very visible to his sight line, so he'll get that easy pick, denying the clutch by Colt, and giving yet another round here for Dominguez Hills to improve that round advantage.
Colt leading the charge for the team is a player who does play hockey for a collegiate team as well, so double trouble as far as competition goes for him, and also coaches a professional women's Valorant team as well. So you see him on that Sentinel, call some shots for the team. It has a really good analytical mind. You can see that, seeing that arm stick out, knows at the moment there, kind of have to go for that fight, but Ice Bear is already aware of that situation and swings off of Donbare's initiation.
That's a very risky play by Trapman. He'll get punished because of it, but the turret doing work. I've never seen a turret get more than 1 pick on a round, or even a match, let alone at that. Forbid an entire round. That's a hilarious highlight. I'd recommend you clip that there, Colton. Let's get a little bit of downtime here. Fun fact, I actually work with Colt in a different league, so seeing him play is honestly quite enjoyable, especially since he's doing a lot for UAH at the time being. Nice. But it looks like this rotation has fully gone down for Dominguez Hills. Spike has been planted, and at this point, it's again down to the retake game, which has been pretty choppy for UAH a majority of these rounds, Chad.
Yeah, UAH doesn't seem to have a good hold on this map at all, so really even better pick than thought for CSUH. As they are now in a 2v1 situation. Josiah has that Killjoy ultimate to work with, but with that spread of control on the map, have to fight against Kuma first, Ice Bear after, and Ice Bear has not been missing shots so far.
Not at all. It looks to be a pretty easy position to be in. You've got that health advantage, time on your side too. Goes out the Leer. Josiah will be able to shut it down, but there's no time left. A second Leer just to ensure you win that 1v1. And Ice Bear, through the teleporter, manages to get out with his own life and rifle. Great round yet again by Dominguez Hill, as they're really just on top of things this first half.
Yeah, this is incredibly dominant. Even right there, Ice Bear doing textbook status, uses the Leer, hears the shots, knows the spike, just needs to delay a few more seconds, uses one more Leer. Even like the shots on the Leer alone, even if Ice Bear didn't get the kill, there would more than have been enough time to defuse. So just checkmate situation by Ice Bear. And it really is like Sean's aggression and Ice Bear's control of situations. That's just nothing that UAH Blue has been doing. It seems to be able to shut them down. It's just such a good combination. They're on point right now.
And now having that Empress ability too, that could just allow for a little bit of extra aggression on top of it too, especially when you need a refrag. That's a really easy way to secure that. But actually looks like UH is biting back up against Dominguez Kills. It's forcing them to have second thoughts, and if they want to commit in this hookah push, and it looks like they'll do that, forcing a one-on-one trade between Trapman and Sean, but still having that man advantage, that greatly favors UAH.
Yeah, honestly, losing Sean right now is actually massive, like you said. I mean, Ice Bear is amazing for the follow-up and post-plant situations, but Sean's been the one that's been getting them on a site, getting these opportunities for the team. Only a straight so far. Looks really good for UAH Blue. Try to get some more rounds on the belt before it goes to the next half. Yarsis finds a kill as well, bring it to a 4 versus 2 situation. Make that 4v1 and 1 Mad Bag Dog. That's going to be an insane dog indeed to be able to pull this one off, but not going to be the case this time around. Josiah finishing that off. 3-8 going into the last round of the half.
So I'm pretty sure, yeah, the fact that Dominguez Hills has had a majority of successful rounds here, as I say, I think their economy can survive to manage to let them get a full buy here. So in reality, this will probably come down to how the ultimates get utilized by both Dominguez Hill and UAH, and particularly both of the Cosmic Divides that are in hand by Mad Bad Dog and also Yarsis, because again, those are great ults to play during a plant situation where you're either retaking a site or starting to initiate on one of those two objective rooms. And again, Dominguez Hills, they've been such an aggressive team. Getting into the site as quickly as humanly possible has really been their bread and butter, but it looks like they'll go for a little bit more of a passive play this time around. Oof.
Yeah, that's the Sean gone as well, just like the last round. And honestly, I feel like things are going to go very similarly to the last round on top of things. It's going to be a full-on 4-player A-tight take instead of the 3-player as before. They have a lot more utility. They have the Sova up. Get some more information, see if they can figure out where Yarsis is, especially the sole player UAH here to defend the site.
Ooh. Divide gets popped early by Yarsis to try to stop this plant. Actually works out here, and Hunter's Fury gets expended as well. That's your two main ultimates, but at least it's keeping Dominguez Hill at bay, but not for very long. Bad Dog, a vital pick onto his doppelganger. Make it 2 now for the Astra as his own Cosmic Divide gets popped. Make it 3 for Bad Dog. He's going nuclear in this round, and even has backup from Ice Bear. Forcing Tax, another 1vx. He barely spots out Bad Dog, but cannot react in time. It's 4 for this man, and this man alone. As this is a 9-3 split here, favoring Dominguez Hill as they move into the second half. What a spectacular performance and a recovery on that last round too.
Yeah, one Mad Bad Dog, a 6'7" skyscraper, played basketball in high school, dunking balls in the hoops then, and now is dunking down in Valorant and Collegiate League. Got a 4K and brings into a really commanding lead, securing the very end of that half. 9-3, and I know we talk about curses a lot, but that's definitely going to be something that UH is going to need to use to their favor if they have a chance of getting back into this game, because they have been so dominant on the side of Dominguez Hill so far on their own map pick. We can see why it was, especially on alongside Sean Icepepper. Even lately, we've seen people like one Mad Bad Dog stepping up even more when Sean was finally getting shut down.
Especially if this pistol round is not a win for UAH, they're not going to be in the brightest of positions, really. Not horrible, though, because they did manage to scrape away a couple of important rounds and not just get like 10-2 or something like that. But that's an early set of picks by Sean. Both the Boombot and Paint Shells finding picks of their own. This is honestly a show just for eyes, to say the least. And even manages to gun diff Trap Man. What an impressive display here by Sean as he's opening up big for his team, leaving Yarsis left alone. Gets 2 vital picks, but such low HP, and his position is pinpointed by the remaining players of Dominguez Hills. It's only a matter of time before he meets his eventual doom.
As it goes, so they find some 1v1s, might be able to make this happen, get some headshots happening, but no, this is a 1v2. Firing line setup. Ice Bear alongside their companion, Ombre. We'll shut it down. Honestly, right, that was hilarious. That's one of the big reasons why I pick Raze is that U-Haul and hookah control, like I said at the top of this map, and even on defense, you're still doing that because you can set up over at A short near U-Haul, so you can fall back, use boombots, paint shells, things like that to just stall the approach from A short if the attacking team does so. And if you go towards hookah instead, you can send your utility right to that teleporter, and Sean even got a double kill by doing so that last round, which is nuts. Spike down, they had control from there on out. 10-3, anti-eco for Dominguez Hill, but Josiah was able to get entry. Number 8 answers right back at 2 for 2 overall.
Not horrible here for UAH, but the gun differential is so substantial. Ganbear is just getting free picks at this point. Maybe even able to find the ace once again. 1vx here for Yarsis, this time 1v2. And he has a pretty good weapon. It even re-picks up the spike. So they could maybe try to play around for a possible retake. He's playing this one passive, trying to bait out any possible kills. If he gets this into a 1v1, this is very winnable for UAH. This would be a massive round to net here for his team. Looks like he'll be going back inside of sight, narrowly missing out on that first pick. Will disable the trap wire and now fully commit to relocating back into B, try to get that spike.
That's enough information for Yarsis to know where they want to go at this point. And this is a round that's actually kind of winnable, even though they don't have any more stars, so they are going to have to just completely outsmart the opposition and just use straight up gun differentials.
Spike planted.
Lee's Hill, these two players, Kuma and Gambare, realize that there's no more stars. They just need to stack up as 2. Gun down a Spectre should be pretty straightforward. We'll have to see if they're aware and at least crossing the T's, dotting the I's, looking over towards elbow.
Ooh, thought the sheriff for a second there. Not able to land it though.
Cornered
They're
now.
aware that Yarsis is sitting inside of elbow. Gets a little bit of damage dealt towards him, but could still definitely win this. He just needs to isolate and land his shots. There it goes. The first pick there on towards Ganbear. But again, the health difference between these two agents is so tremendous. The only thing favoring Yarsis is time and time alone. Kama goes in for the plant, but there it is. 1 HP in a dream, but I don't think he has enough time to make it. Chad, he does not. It'll still be a win nonetheless. Brilliant clutch by Yarsis, but man, did it come down to the wire.
Yarsis played that about as perfectly as they possibly could have. Literally after they got spotted out over an elbow, a little bit unlucky timing on when they peeked that because both players are still pointing towards CT door. Of course, they're looking towards elbow. But at that point, 70 HP, 1 versus 2. Perfect timing on the peaks. Good prediction work, everything of that sort. And honestly, it came down to Dominguez Hill members being a little bit too slow on the aggression to try to shut down. Not the best crossfire setup, things like that overall. And they didn't have much utility of their own to work with either. So it's just a tough situation overall for both sides. Yarsis coming out on top massively. Now they have some breath in their lungs right now. 410, still a hill to climb. A pretty massive one at that, but one that's certainly doable.
I think we've seen worse beforehand, Chad, so
Yeah.
I think UH could at least bring this back a lot closer than previously expected by probably a majority of viewers here. Full rifles for UAH, and so far that's going to be a huge reason why they get that initial pick on towards Ganbear. Just not a great position with only a classic. Colt will follow suit on towards Sean, one of your main fraggers, and Ice Bear will follow suit as well. Trapman and Tax, the last two to get picks, and keeping all of those rifles on the board is massive, along with getting that spike down just for a couple of extra credits in your back pocket. What a phenomenal full buy round for UAH. Again, just to dwindle away at that round advantage that Dominguez Hills garnered from that last half.
And a lot of the success that Dominguez Hill found was Sean being really chaos aggressive kind of deal, but able to pop off while doing so. And we can see them have a lot of success with doing that with a pistol round because naturally you can't get shut down from people being aggressors, things like that. But nowadays, his rifles in hand for UAH, Sean's having a lot harder time figuring out how to use that aggressive playstyle to their success.
Especially now that actually have rifles. As a defender, I mean, you can get aggressive, but normally you want to wait for your opponent to make that first initial move, hoping that they make some sort of mistake. And UAH, they really haven't been making all that many mistakes. They know when to rotate. They know how to position themselves in the 1vx's here on the attacking half.
Yeah.
They've just been looking a lot better in comparison to their last half.
Yeah.
It is still a pretty big hill to climb, though. It is 5 to 10 after all, but just the way that they're trying to calculate every play that they're making, especially right now as they're not getting too aggressive, is honestly just, it's brilliant just to look at in all honesty here, Chad.
Yeah, you can see them even spreading out very passive fallback. That's like an anti-aggressive, anti-aggression setup for offense, basically. They're just knowing that, man, a lot of Dominguez Hill, they find success when Sean being aggressive. Let's just be passive, hold angles, be waiting, and see if he does that. If not, then we can go ahead and enter our way forward, use utility properly, and dictate the pacing, figure out when we want to attack and how, because they are the aggressors on this half. They can choose when fights happen and which time. Right now, it's going to be U-Haul.
Ooh, so close here for Colt. He'll get one, but now that control's been given up for a small amount of time. Not very long, though, as Josiah will shut down Sean before he finds any more bloodshed. Josiah, second one towards Ganbear. There's Trapman, though, sprinting in from showers to pick up a 2K of their own. Only losing out on Colt, and again, just playing out that round perfectly. The toxic screen, along with a couple of Astra smokes, giving great coverage. That cosmic divide for the post plant. I mean, really, again, just the setup by UAH, it's night and day from their attacks compared to their defenses, really.
Yeah, honestly, with what I've been seeing on the offensive side of UH, with they now that they can dictate pacing, they had a hard time controlling Sean, especially when Dominguez Hill could dictate pacing. Now UAH can. A lot easier to make that control happen. Very aggressive in Sean, but they're ready for, as you saw before, it's going to be a multiplayer swing to at least to trade it out on this eco round for Dominguez Hill.
And starting out Not horribly for Dominguez Hills. They get a second spray down. There goes Ganbear. Neural Theft activated as well, just to get that vital information while you have the advantage, trying to add even more pressure to UAH's open wound right now. But no, it's the wrong peak by Sova. Yarsis will punish him for that. Spike can now get picked up again by UAH. That man advantage now lost as well. Everything is back in the ballgame of UAH. They win that gunfight inside of A main and deny the flank by Ice Bear. It's just Bad Dog left alive, and he'll meet the same fate as his teammates. Brilliant recovery by UAH, holding on by a thread, and again, lessening the amount of round wins that Dominguez Hills has on their opposition.
Is that the brothers, Jax J and Yarsis, the one shutting it down that eco round that Dominguez Hill was looking really good on. They were able to get 2 rifles in hand, and in a 4 versus 3 situation when they got 2 rifles picked up, that was definitely winnable. But just UAH were able to just control it back, find the fights themselves, and they lined up for Ice Bear at the end there. I thought that might have been doomed for the round. They lined right up for them, but were able to get the kill first. The firepower outmatched the positioning.
You and I both have talked about how quiet Sean has been. I'm hoping he steps up having that operator in hand, or else these next couple of rounds are really going to be make or break, especially for Dominguez Hill, since the momentum that UH has been gaining is quite large. And luckily, I managed to be correct on that prediction. Sean gets the opening first blood, allowing for a bit of a more passive play by UH yet again. Don't get me wrong, they've got time to do that, but their positions at the moment, they're just only common setups here, and it looks like Dominguez Hills, they're ready to try and deny it.
Yeah, they need Sean to be able to step up more like they were on the first half. A lot of their success was just 3 utility player support agents being able to set up Sean and allow Ice Bear to work their own pacing. Ice Bear hasn't been able to do that yet, but now pushing into a Viper's pit. Sean getting a showstopper as well. It drops the pit, and Ice Bear's right there waiting for them.
Oh my god, what a play by Sean, having so much impact, and his right-hand man of Ice Bear is there. Even brings the op into the next round too, so that's also massive in terms of economy. Dominguez Hill, they had a bit of a rocky midpoint here in this second half, but have finally sprung alive. It only took an operator in the hands of none other than Sean to really have impact there. And I mentioned this, I think, the last time we casted last week, how the operator is a little bit difficult to use here on Bind, just because there aren't as many openings that you can kind of pick and choose from. Right. But at least Sean has found a way through that and has finally been able to spring back alive to make sure Dominguez Hill does not forfeit this round advantage against UAH.
Spike down.
Oh. I mean, you know that Sean has an operator now. They had so many people alive. Of course, they recovered it. You have smokes to work with on the Astra. So much of this round is going to be coming down to the Viper and Astra. Double controller setups will not let Sean get these free long-range angles to the operator anymore.
Not as of now. Things kind of quieting down. There goes Trapman along blindside by Sean. Yeah, he somehow managed to do that. Apparently, Sean's just the jack of all trades at this point, apparently. Luckily, though, Lockdown does get destroyed from behind by Bad Dog. Now this plant cannot be confirmed here. Trapman has to step up. Gets one, but it's only Trapman left alive now, as he is just trapped inside of this container into B. Everyone's just on the hunt for him, and he's not able to line up the shots against Ice Bear. Match point territory with Dominguez Hill in a 5-round lead. It's looking like they can finally bring us out of Bind, but they need one more solid round to do the trick. I think having Sean, that operator, might give him that chance.
Yep. We talked about it before on Bind last week with the operator, like you talked about. There's essentially 5 places you really set up with an operator on defense. It's like Heaven controlling showers, behind Truck controlling showers, over towards A short as well, and then on B side there's like basically back of sight control hookah, and then peeking down B long. Like, because there's so telegraphed locations of where you actually hold an operator. Sean, going back to the first place he went 2 rounds ago, like, you should be able to have a good idea with an Astra and Viper double controller, have a good easy way alongside that. So for information gaining, figure out where the operator is and shut down their sight lines. You need to do that now if they want to find success. But it might not even matter if Ice Bear just rifles it well out, finds kills of their own. Colt answers right back, massively done so. They still have a good hold on this round. It's all down to Gonberet on site, all alone, try to hold it down the line.
Close call there. At least he'll be able to defend B until his team can rally back along by his side. You've got control of elbow though, so you've got that cutoff sight line perhaps, while the rest of your team is setting up right near garden. Only a matter of time for you going for this execution. There goes Josiah, murdering out Ganbear. But there you go, your doppelganger's right inside of sight, but luckily Josiah will shut him down just as effectively. 2v2, soon to be post-plant. You've got a couple of ultimates to play around here, and really, it's going to come down probably just to the overall positioning here, especially in the hands of Sean.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, I saw where Yarsis is. It's 1v1. They know where each other are. Yarsis comes on top. Yarsis, honestly, I've seen so many times being able to get that final kill for UAH Blue in these rounds. It's 3 to 4 times so far this entire series or so far, first map, that Yarsis got that final kill, securing the round for the team. Awesome clutch player there. Even though it wasn't a clutch, it was a 2v1 technically in that moment, but still was able to pull it off at the end.
Yeah, if Sean had managed to maybe hit that shot, perhaps could have been a very different story. And not having that operator for once in the hands of Sean could actually make or break this. But oh no, look at this, Chad. He's just rushing in with the judge, but he'll just get eradicated right before the round even really began, with Dominguez Hill already at the deficit because of that play.
Try and make something crazy happen because the Nico round for them. And UAH Blue was ready for that, especially. We saw so many times they go very passively in default positions on attack because they're ready and waiting for Sean to do exactly that. And finally, we see Sean go even more aggressive than usual, but because UAH has been defaulting into an anti-aggression strategy, it just easily finds success for this round. 4v1, Ice Bear has a rifle in hand. The setup from Takshay and the teleporter is going to be everything alongside this brother Yarsis and Hookah. Bring up contact.
Oh. Close call there for Ice Bear. Let's get a little bit deeper into the sight from Hookah. Yeah, he's going to be really able to, though. Yeah, I know. Zone point, Chad. 9 to 12 here for UAH. Again, trying to make that comeback a little bit, but this full buy is going to be the turning point that Dominguez Hill hopefully can manage to retrieve, just to make sure that we don't see that redemption arc here by UAH. But I'm not going to lie, I'm pretty sure UAH could manage to do that so long as they don't have Sean just have a heyday against them, because look at what weapon he's bringing to the table for a second time here.
Yeah, this is the third operator they've bought in the past about 5 or 6 rounds. It's very expensive on the economy. That's why we saw them go into a round once they finally lost. And honestly, when UH found success against the operators, because he found where the operator was and rotated away from it and attacked the alternate site, Sean did not have as much success on a retake situation with the operator. So UH need to do the same thing, because Sean is in showers with an operator. Do they sniff this out? Do they figure out that Sean's here? They'll find these shots. In a close quarters angle, the Cosmic Divide will be there, but not in time to save Josiah's life.
So unfortunate here. Plant going down by Trapman. It'll work out for him. Hunter's Fury is popped, and it can in fact go through this Cosmic Divide, but it only tags up Trapman, doesn't finish him off. And there goes the Viper's Pit as well. Trapman just engulfed in his own smoke, but finally gets taken care of by Sean. Whips out the Showstopper 2, trying to find another one. Downs Colt before he meets his own impending doom, but by a thread, Yarsis keeping his team alive in the 1v1 that mattered most. 10 to 12. We're getting closer and closer to overtime. Can UAH bring this one back?
Literally just highlighted Yarsis for clutching out at the very end 2 rounds ago. Here he is yet again doing the same thing. Kill leader for this team as well, sending up massively. 2 rounds of lead away from being able to tie it up and bring us to overtime situation. I wasn't a big fan of that Viper's Pit location because Trapman was all alone to defend right up front at the Cosmic Divide. That Dominguez Hill was able to just flood right through and shut that down. So that got a little scary at first, but they were able to figure out the way of winning at the very end. Narcissus, though, leading the charge. If this is a clutch player and falls early, even though it's an eco round for Dominguez Hill, might spell doom for them. realistically.
Especially, yeah, that's could have been a problem, but luckily it will not be. I was gonna make a point about it, but it doesn't look like Yarsis really wants to hear anything about that nonsense. He'll just rush into sight with the rest of his team by his side. Here comes the resurgence, though, by Dominguez Hill, but it won't last for that long. Pakshay now going for the plant, and there it is. Brilliant coverage by Yarsis. He can do it all for his team, and Taxjay manages to get the cherry on top of the sundae. 11-12. You saved over 3 rifles and have plenty of ultimates to play. It's really looking like the miracle here for UAH just to at least ensure overtime.
The lockdown Hunter's Fury to work with. Bladestorm as well, but that won't be the biggest pivotal ultimate for this round. On the side of Dominguez Hill, they have a Neural Theft and an Empress, but those are 2 kill-based ultimates. You need to be getting kills to really get those online, actually find success with those. So Dominguez Hill, they need to find a way of finding an entry frag on this round to be able to really utilize ultimates. And that's honestly when they found the most success on defense so far, especially if Sean gets the entry kill. But anybody on this roster can do it, and they need to now get that first kill, get the slowdown, use the ultimates properly, be able to follow through from there.
Lockdown gets popped early, allow maybe to get
Sean
side of B, but I think it's just a ruse as everyone's fully rotating in towards A. Trapman will find that first one towards Sean. Bad Man Dog will get it onto Tax. So looking like A is the point of contention here for UAH, but will they be able to shut down Bad Dog as he's playing so close inside of Cubby? Oh no, it's just a heyday for him. Gets 3 for himself before being cut off by Colt. What an impact play right near close, and that's going to force, again, another rotation by UAH, and they don't have much to play off of but their own mechanical skill here, Chad.
Yeah, no more ultimates to work with. Not much util either. The Empress is going to run out pretty soon for Ice Bear. It's going to come down to Kuma holding on the site with the strap wire right there. The swing is good from Kuma. The timing is perfect. Was lurking just in case he takes the teleporter. Good awareness of the map's potentials, and you can see exactly why they were able to pick up this map and find the success from it. They were very comfortable, and that comfort is what was the big difference maker at the very end.
I'm really interested to see how Ascent plays good actually happen there by UAH. It literally came down to basically just 2 rounds. We were so close to having it go to overtime, but it just was not meant to be. Man, what an upset. But I'm hoping that map 2 could be a little bit more hopeful for UAH as they probably still have plenty of fight left in them. But gotta, go in a short little break, unfortunately, kind of let all of the tension settle down for a bit and simmer away. So we'll let that break get up and running here, and we'll be back shortly for some Ascent gameplay between UNH and Dominguez Hill to see who comes out on top on that map and to see if Breeze will be our final location or Ascent.
Welcome back. It's going to be map number 2 with fellow casts. Alongside myself, Chad Lannis, we'll be watching to see how exactly UAH Blue can actually go ahead and contain the aggressive Sean and the rest of the supporting roster that is so immaculately finding a lot of success in their own and highlight moments of the side of Dominguez Hills, who are up 1-0 from their map pick of Bind. But we're going to UAH Blue side of things. We're going to Ascent, which is their pick. We'll have to see what they can bring to the table to try to bring this into a 3-game series.
Well, at least in terms of agents here, Chad, I'm almost expecting a Killjoy. She's pretty good on Ascent, and Colt was really feeling himself on that role, so that wouldn't shock me all that much. Also, wouldn't shock me if UAH end up bringing this one back to, have us go the full distance of all 3 maps onto Breeze, just because of how close they managed to bring it back in that second half. So I feel like this next matchup here is going to be a pretty dang exciting one, and I already guessed what Colt will be bringing on the board in terms of that Killjoy, but I want to see what everyone else wants to bring in terms of agent selection.
I like the change of Sean going over to Jet away from Raze. Raze is fantastic on Bind, who saw that control with Hookah and U-Haul, and even found some success with an operator in hand despite not being on the premier operator agent. But now on Ascent, where operators are a lot more viable, going over the Jet can use the Tailwind and Cloudburst to be able to survive, find more aggressive angles, and see if Sean can pop off just as well when not having as much aggressive utility to work with, but will have even better freedom when it comes to aggressive positioning on it, Jet.
Looks to be a mirror matchup here by both teams, funny enough. So I'm really wondering how well this will play out. Got 2 separate duels to Jet and Reyna. You highlighted the pros of Jet here perfectly, especially when there's such a gigantic mid presence here on Ascent that can, be the sole reason why you win or lose a certain round depending on how you attack on it. Normally not in the pistol rounds though. Normally you just go in for a sight rush on either A or B and just hope to God you can find enough picks and get that plant down if you're an attacker, or if you could play a really strong retake as a defender. And it's looking like this time around for sight rush options, A will be picked over B in this time around, as UAH, they are almost all stacked up going in towards A main, with a couple of players maybe wanting to poke around and gather recon near the back area of mid.
A little bit of an unlucky pick because that's where Gonberry has set up all that Killjoy utility. There's a star there already as well. It's going to be a tough entry onto the site, but we'll see what UAH Blue can do.
Looks like they're going in for a bit of reconnaissance there, that owl drone. So a little bit of early information, and everyone just kind of, dipping their toes in the water, not going for that cannonball just yet, still deciding if maybe we shouldn't go through arches, maybe we should go and rotate around. But that's kind of what Dominguez Hills is expecting. They've got plenty of players set up near mid, and also one not that far away from Dog. So the A rush now being confirmed. There goes the Jet smoke. Don Beret tries to get one, but it's not good enough on the draw. Trapman shuts him down. Bad Dog, though, quickly sprays through Colt's body, filling him up with bullets. Now, A site essentially in full control of UAH. They're bound to get this plant down. The only issue they have to worry about is, yet again, that retake potential that Dominguez Hill is setting up to accomplish.
Sean decided not to go for the full flank, decides to regroup the team at tree and burst onto site for a 2-in-2 situation. But Josiah's ready for it, can't get out of there in time.
One enemy
Get
remaining.
2 for the side of UH Blue. Josiah 3 overall, yards aside. Ice Bear finds one that's good for that. And with the overheal, Sheriff in hand has to reload. And Yarsis with a perfect time swing starts with a nice 2-0-1 scoreline to give UH Blue the first round of the map.
The 1vx King from last map will show up at the very beginning. You'll love to see it. Yar6 against all odds when Ice Bear had everything favoring him, but the reload really managing to make ends meet. So first pistol round going the way of UAH. That retake was strong, but not strong enough. And now UAH going up with full Spectres. It's looking like they'll have a seamless time here on the second round, but again, really looking at Ice Bear here. He's got that Sheriff, which can find some deadly one-taps put in the right position at the right time.
Yeah, could find one as hit the last round, had to reload though, and now Yarsis finds a kill on him yet again. Yarsis seems to have Ice Bear's numbers so far. The rounds are rather young though, so we'll see if Ice Bear can bring it back. Don Beret is going to have to deal with a long-range classic engagement, and as you would see, the classic case of classic falling at longer ranges. With 5 versus 2, Side access, Trapman gets the spike down. Sean couldn't find the kill on Yarsis either. He was having a run of things so far with a 4K. And just dominating the field so far this map.
Well, he seems like he's enjoying his time here on Ascent already off the bat. Coming out of the gate swinging 6-0 right now for the man. And at least this time around, Dominguez Kill will have some pretty weaponry to play with this time around. But having all of your Spectres and full armor here, you're actually going to give a couple of these players a tough time, especially Ice Bear and Gonberet, who only have half armor. If those players end up dying and rifles go in the hands of UAH, this could actually be a bonus round for the attackers right now.
Because that was a flawless round, not a ton of utility use either, honestly. So they largely just stockpiled money going into this round. So this is huge for them. If they win out this round, then it's going to be devastating for Dominguez Hill. The Cardinal team over here on defense. They started off on offense last time around, so they were able to get a lot of momentum generated going into Bind. But now, when UH Blue, it looked so much better on offense on the first map. That this time around, they can dictate pacing themselves again. We'll see just how good they are as an attacking team. As this is going to be a very big test with that bonus round. They're going into Gonbaret's setup again, like they did in the very first round of this map. It worked out for them last time. They just baited out some utility, came back later on. This time around, with the Cosmic Divide, the Prolog's going to go full sim this time around.
That would not shock me at all. Having that Cosmic Divide this early in the match is impressive, but Sean doesn't seem to care all that much. Runs right on through it and gets two. Looking for more as they re-peek up near market, but they'll eventually get eradicated by Yarsis. That's the only pick that will go the way of UAH, as the rest of Yarsis' teammates will die in the battle. Great rifle round there for Dominguez Hill, and honestly, that Cosmic Divide kind of turned into a double-edged sword for UAH.
Yeah, because what worked in that first round when they ran into the Killjoy utility is they didn't fully commit. They kind of just showed some presence, baited out some utility, fell off. They gave up a lot of site control, map control for Dominguez Hill, but they re-aggressed later on. There wasn't as much utility to deal with. They found a pick in the moment as well, and they'll explode on site from there. This time around, completely fully committed into all of that Killjoy and Astra utility, and you see exactly why teams shouldn't do that and should be a little bit more patient on baiting out util first and splitting later.
So far, it looks like UAH are just kind of poking and prodding at Dominguez Hill. Bladestorm gets popped out in the background by, I believe, Sean. That is, in fact, the case here, as they're trying to stall out against UAH, but it's only a matter of time before they push in through these smokes and go right into B. That's exactly what will happen. Taxshay getting ready to go for that post-plant position, as there's no one guarding near boats, allowing the spike to go down, but now you have to worry about that retake, especially with the Bladestorm in pocket of Sean.
The longest lurk of all time from Trapman as well. It might come out to fruition later on, but for now, it'll be a while. We have to see about this retake coming out from Dominguez Hill at first. Taxshay answering right back, or a trade overall. It's 3v3 on site, but Trapman finally, that fruition is coming through, reaping the rewards of their patience. Seeing that flank coming in. It's gonna be a 1v3 for Taxpayer. Found the first one of the four. That's number two. As a Reyna is doable, but goes shopping instead of challenging and holding their ground. And Yarsis, with a perfect time swing, as we commonly see them do, is able to finish off the round yet again.
I think Sean with the Bladestorm could have played that a lot better. This may be kind of nitpicky though, but here's my thought process. You have to the roof next to Lever, and then you kill the only player that's actually in the site. Then you can maybe go for a defuse or just sit on top of the roof, go for some nutty picks, and then the rest of your team can cover that B main area. Because let's say you get a nice right click, you find a pick, but now your weapon's down because your right clicks don't replenish anymore, and now you're an easy refrag. So that was probably not the best play by Sean, but in retrospect, so much is on your mind at that time. You really can't blame him all that much. A great hold by UAH and a really valiant effort to force the hand of Ice Bear in that particular round too.
More patience coming out of UAH seems to be their go-to, because that crazy aggression, the one time they tried it didn't work out. Trapman finds double kill in mid, exploding open the site, completely dividing it down the middle as far as control goes. They don't even push forward to take control of it. They're just regrouping the team for now. It's a little bit interesting to me that they didn't just blast into there and find the fights that they want to take. But now it's going to be coming down to Gonberet all alone with just a frenzy, trying to hold the against this massive swinging swarm of UAH Blue. Pax J not able to find success. Kuma actually say he'll get some kind of dent to the economy of UAH Blue, but in a 2 versus 4 situation post plant, has to announce the presence in market. It'll be a little bit of a tough task.
Absolutely here. They have an option, maybe go for Cosmic Divide, but yeah, not anymore. Yarsis just completely dominates against his doppelganger, and Colt gets the last one on towards Kama. So, 4-1, UAH looking quite effective in the very beginning here. Very different in comparison to last time when they played on Bind. Their first half wasn't all that brilliant, but now they're showing their true colors on a comfortable map that they're playing on of their pick of Ascent. I think the only thing that's going to be a true hindrance for them as of now is probably going to be Sean with the operator now in hand. But other than that, they are really looking spot on for the most part.
Yeah, it's basically turntables from what we saw at the start of the attacking team on Bind. This UH Blue on their map pick looking incredibly dominant and very confident as well. Nice spear with that unpressed pops. Gets the kill on Trapman. Massive because Trapman has been getting a lot of those entry frags for this team. Is they able to account for Yarsis though? Just keep stepping up time and time again for UAH Blue.
And oh no, you've lost your op in mid. That's mad. You can continue that aggression up and towards market really for no defects essentially at this point. You're still trying to get control of site as well. Rotates coming in through to step towards tree and maybe go for that plant. And you only have to worry about the heaven position too. This is, again, just a phenomenal setup by UAH, and they finish off the Sova as well. It's essentially up to Astra as the Killjoy is nowhere to be found. Essentially a 4v1 at this point here, Chad, is again, a phenomenal position here in the post plant for UAH.
Yarsis just has this like sixth sense or something. Just knows the timing, knows when to peak. I mean, wins out straight up gun duels a lot too. So it's not like that's the only way they're getting kills is timing, but like also finding amazing timing opportunities for themselves that at like half the time we see Yarsis getting a kill, it's just from like perfect timing, perfect read of the situation, perfect positioning. The other half time, it's just straight up having a gun difference. Position diff for Gonba Ray, at least able to get some denial of some economy. UH Blue, they've been so dominant that Gonba Ray is going to get like 1 or 2 more kills here to really make any significant dent to that eco.
Yeah, they're charging at him right now. They want to make sure that rifle does not get transferred over, but looks like he'll manage to keep alive. So not horrible there for Gonba Ray, but definitely would have been a little bit of a sweeter loss if he had picked up at least 1 more kill in that round. Like you mentioned, it's not going to have that much of a dent in the eco for UAH. They have players that are, lurking around 7k, 6.9 creds. That's massive as you have a lot of fallback change to work with. That's quite a scary sight there if DEH could only see that. And their weapon lookalike here too for this buy-ish round is just it's so weird, Chad. I'm not going to lie to you. It's just a mixed bag of candy, really.
Yeah, happy Halloween, by the way. But it's going to be a little bit of a trick, not so much the treat, the side of Dominguez Hill so far. But they were able to get some treats along the way. Sean as well finding a headshot with that Sheriff, but spray down for Yarsis. Of course, as Yarsis shutting down any aggressive opportunity that Dominguez Hill they will find. It's all coming down to Gonba Ray, the Sentinel player, late to the showing because they had to rotate all the way from B site. Spike has been planted, but a minute to work with. Cosmic Divide, you have to push her as well. This is going to be a tough task for Gonba Ray.
They do not want to give this man any advantage, forcing out the Cosmic Divide. Timing could have been huge there. Yeah, I don't think he actually spotted him out in time. That's incredibly unlucky there for Dominguez Hills. That actually might have been the turning point to win out that round despite the Cosmic Divide. It'll finally, evaporate. So that's a plus for Gonba Ray. But again, they're still watching door. He's going to use that turret trying to bait out the Sova perhaps, but actually walks away instead of over-aggressing, shockingly enough. He expected one up near window, but it doesn't seem to matter as he finishes off to his side regardless of that. And Yarsis on such little HP is easy pickings for him. What a clutch and comeback by Gonba Ray despite the Cosmic Divide, despite the almost miscalculation on that play. It doesn't seem to matter for him apparently.
Oh man, I would have loved to see Yarsis actually swing over to the boxes off to the side of the site instead of sitting behind Jenny. Because if that position was there as soon as Gonba Ray challenged Josiah, then Yarsis could have just swung on the exact moment and gotten the headshot and really, but chose to be a little bit more passive on positioning and allowed Gombre find 2 1v1 situations, and Gombre was able to win out of those perfectly. Well-placed shots, winning out, getting that second round, and now has a lockdown to use as well to even further stall any take that UH Blue tries to do on the site.
Oh boy, I saw a little bit of Odin action there by Kuma. He might be able to have that in his back pocket for a possible retake with some nice wall bangs, especially if it's going to be A, approach to Bond. He's still waiting around near heaven, but mostly it's just mid presence here for UAH. They're trying to get a little bit closer towards market, perhaps, to maybe either flush out some defenders or maybe try to go for a B push. But that spike player of Josiah, he's actually trying to maybe go around and towards Dog, perhaps leading in towards Tree. So a bit of a slow start here for UAH, and especially losing out on that first initial death. That's definitely a big upset for them, and now being doubled down as Bagdog removes Tax J's life force as well. This is not a great start here for UAH, but they'll pop the Empress to try to make ends meet, Chad.
Garza's finding another frag on Gombre, so no lockdown to stall this. You see Sean Cross, you know what they're working with here. Sean out of the position like that implies nobody else was on site based on how typical positioning on a defensive hold is. You're going to be able to get the plant down. 3 versus 4 though. That's going to be a disruption, actually. So, delayed plant, but Garces taking down Ice Bear, eliminating the opposing person in the team. We're falling to, of course, an Odin in Silva's hands.
Just spray and pray. That's the motto here. And maybe allow them to find yet another kill. Trapman overextended. Bad Dog will punish him for it, leaving just Josiah left alone to pray and have his own thoughts. But Bad Dog will cut him down yet again. 3 for him on the round. Incredible play for the retake game. At least I was able to spot out one single Odin frag. Definitely brought a smile upon my face as a sober man myself. But the retake strong by Dominguez Hill just to try to claw back at the gain of rounds that UH has had on them for quite some time.
Yeah, we actually had a pretty long run, more than the average, before we saw an LMG and Sova's hand on Ascent. We have 2 Sovas to work with here too, so that was a little impressive that they went that long, though. Definitely commendable that they did finally pick up an LMG, because these walls are so thin, man. You can just get some info, spray it down, and find so much success from there. The lineup coming out from Josiah. He's going to cover back of Gelato. But Tax J was able to sneak past double stack, so not the best of information to work with, but still they know that nobody's fully stacked up on A site, so most likely they'll be going over towards mid B.
That piece of KJ Util, I think the alarm bot will give away their intentions that they are deep inside of mid. Again, they've been trying to get that kind of coverage as early as humanly possible, and Sean just not quick enough on the reaction time, will actually die from the hands of Colt. So this is full B control for UAH. It's only a matter of time before they get that spike down. And once again, it'll be a retake game for Dominguez Hill. They've been quite strong in this factor, but they've had the man advantage to rely on a majority of those rounds. And now in the 5-on-4, that might be a little more difficult to come across, as I'm not too sure if UH will allow them to do that.
A lot of smoke's being dropped as well, so it's hard to get into any kind of info on site. Finally, a recon bolt comes through, but they didn't clear logs. Ice Bear falls to Yarsis, who again is amazing positioning. Kuma with the Odin in hand, able to just mow down Trapman, so both Reynas not finding much success. Nice lineup for the box position, but nobody was there yet. It's going to be a 1 versus 2 situation. Gonbre's done it before, but can he do it again, fellow?
Not too sure if he can. Got taken off of the lockdown, was trying to use it to force out UAH, but now has no time to do that. Whips out the turret, expecting one near B main, but that's not the case. They're both stuck inside of the actual site itself, and Gonbere could have brought one to the grave with him, but wasn't able to get the spray correctly, leaving both players of Taxshay and Josiah alive. Transition over those rifles after a successful post-plant position by UAH.
So far, we're seeing a very similar situation to what we saw on the attacking side on Bind from UAH. It's about a 6-3 setup right now. Got 3 more to work with on this round. As long as Cardinal, they were able to win 4 rounds on the defensive side for Bind, which was enough because of the dominant attacking side. So I have to wonder if that's going to be the case going into this next map as well. If both teams are just better on attack, or if UAH is just going to have a better defensive hold moving forward. Either way, Dominguez Hill, they want to be able to stop that potential from happening of UH being better on defense. They need to be able to step up on defense now. And a lot of that could come off of an eco win, which would really just change the tides. But of course, how ecos go, highly unlikely.
That would have been such a nice early pick there for UAH, but just the dance moves on the side of Dominguez Hill's players is apparently top notch. Doesn't really seem to keep UAA that far away. They're just setting up another B take, trying to establish that mid control, getting up into Gelato and Pizza. Yarsis, that first entry pick, right around mid, funny enough, as I just mentioned it. And here comes that rush right inside of B. So far, pretty dang strong as they'll make it that 5-on-3. Spike goes down again. I feel like it's a sense of deja vu at this point, as I feel like we've seen this before, Chad.
Yeah, UAH is just so good at just controlling and successfully getting on a site with a lot of players still alive. A really good post-plant hold, and especially in the eco situation, able to just flood on and take the fights themselves. You don't even have to hold back and sit back and just wait for crossfires. And oh my god, Yarsis is at 18-4 right now, fellow. What a game coming out of this controller.
Yeah, he is really just showing up when needed most. He was incredibly strong on the second half of last map, but on the first half, he's got a list to fill out apparently, with all the names being from Dominguez Hill's team apparently. Impressive plays by him, and just the eco it's just so wealthy by UAH, all honesty. They could lose a round or two here and there, and they'd still be in a pretty decent shape. Whereas Dominguez Hill, it's kind of the exact opposite, really, as they've been going in for some risky plays time in and time again, and been locked out a majority of those rounds where they take high risk, and sadly, no reward to follow it up.
Concealment.
Only 2 rounds to work with on this half. We'll buy it for Dominguez Hill no matter what. So they're going to have not the best of opportunities, especially if they lose out this round. Goes back in at the last second. A little too antsy on that one.
Too close for comfort, apparently. That's such an upset and also oversight. Sean gets away with one freebie on a trap man, but Josiah, he turns his back around and manages to spray through Sean. Even another one on towards one Mad Bad Dog. 4-on-3. Got control of Hell. You're going in for those spray downs. Also a Nanostorm as well to work with as well, just keeping the defensive side of Dominguez Hill at bay for the time being. Recon Bolt to try to gather some information. It's good for one ping. Yars is out on the flank, tries to shut down multiple, but can't even get one as Ice Bear riddles him with bullets. 3-on-3, soon to be a full retake potential here, and Ice Bear is only one tick away from that ultimate. He might need to pop it here just to ensure he gets this victory, but gets taken care of by Takshay up in Hell. He's good for 2, and he's got backup from Josiah as well, making a buddy ace for the Sova and Jet player. Brilliant play by UAH, again, bringing it up in the post plant and having that early aggression to seal the deal. There's only one more round left in this first half. Can it be another 9-3 split favoring the opposing side of UAH, or will we see one more resurgence round by Dominguez Hills? I'm not too sure if they can manage to do it, because look at the arsenal that they're bringing to the table against UAH's full rifle buy.
Ice Bear not even bought anything yet, just like, oh geez, this is not a good look. Goes for a very aggressive glass cannon rifle grab, which if you're going to have anybody go with a glass cannon rifle grab, it's going to be Arena for sure. So this is going to be a big deal if Ice Bear can get a kill early on, get the healing coming through, be able to channel that into further aggression, or if they're going to just get shut down instantly.
I was going to say, especially with that overheal to essentially armor, if you really want to put it bluntly, oversimplification here, Dominguez Hill get that initiating frag, so that's a plus for them. That's one less rifle to worry about when you've got that intriguing last-ditch attempt to try to salvage another round and not get yourself in that 9-3 curse. Yarsis stepping up quite aggressive, tries to get that player inside a market. He'll be successful in that endeavor and gets away just in the nick of time before Sean shuts him down, overextends his body, but it actually works out for him. Down goes Sean, but Ice Bear will frag back onto Josiah. Spike now down in the Gelato area. It's going to be Yarsis trying to come back from this. Trapman's watching from the back, though. Gets rid of one Mad Bad Dog, leaving just the Sova to try to clutch this one out. Spike now recovered. You can go for that B plant as Killjoy is already sitting pretty, able to guard away from that defender spawn. everything looking quite peachy now for UAH, as they've almost got this one directly in the bag, unless Kama manages to go huge in this round. It's 1 on a Colt. Needs to find another 2. Doesn't have his recon bolt up just yet, but it's so close. That could be enough information needed. Goes for the shock bolt, but he's caught out wide and will lose a lot of HP because of that. Tries to spot out near B main. Finally uses that recon bolt, which gathers some information, but it gets destroyed just in the nick of time. Goes out for the swing, and it's double trouble for UAH. Yarisys, 21 kills in 1 half. I'm pretty sure that's pretty dang close to how well Sean played on their map pick on Bind, but thinking of Sean, he's not doing all that hot so far, and really neither is a majority of Dominguez Hill. They've been quite silent throughout most of these rounds, and I guess it's a pretty big reason as to why they got 9 and 3 here on the first half, Chad.
Yeah, it's very similar to what we saw on Bind, as Sean and Ice Bear got shut down and did not find anywhere near as much success on the defensive side of things. So I'm really excited to see going into this next half, is UAH Blue able to figure out ways of shutting down Sean and Ice Bear, or is Sean and Ice Bear going to be popping off just like we saw on their attacking side of Bind and be able to swing these rounds back in their favor, make this a really close game towards the end? Some of this is going to come down to the pistol round, which we saw Sean have a lot of success on beforehand on Bind. But still, like, if Cardinals, if Dominguez Hill is able to win this round, as they're off on a great start, and they can transfer that into a huge momentum swing, especially since they look so much better on offense.
Clean slate is what they desperately need. So that first initial pick is phenomenal. Colt does not want to give them too big of an advantage, though, but Ice Bear is manageable to get that refrag. Plant goes down. Dominguez Hill in a pretty good situation here. Trapman, though, vital pick on towards Ice Bear, but there goes Bad Dog from out of nowhere. Picks up 3 with the Frenzy. The spray and pray just works, forcing the top player of UAH, Yarisys, to try to get Miracle Play and deny this pistol round from being a victory by Dominguez Hill. Breaks out that recon bolt, manages to get 2 inside of Hell, but there it goes. Coming from out of nowhere from Arches will manage to deny the clutch. That was a brilliant double spray down by Yarisys, but sadly not enough to deny the victory for Dominguez Hill.
Wow, that lineup was perfect. I saw like the shot on the recon bullet is 1 bullet, and then a couple of shots on the alarm bot. That's a few more bullets. There's not much more left in the clip for the Frenzy. I was thinking maybe gets 1 kill and just can't quite get the second, but the lineup was perfect on the headshots. But still, it was a 3v1 instead of a 2v1. So, I mean, still they were able to accept just enough. Will they be as flawless as they have been in the past? Not quite, as Yarisys finds at least 1 frag in the meantime and still alive, sitting there in the nebula.
Oh, not for long, though. Too risky. The right click works out great for Josiah, but so does the spray down by Gonbray. Colt now coming in from Market, 16 health. Needs to eliminate both Gonbray and also the Reyna sitting on the background. I guess I messed up his name and said Gonbray twice instead of Colt. That's on me, but I'm sure Colt can't hear me or will make fun of me later for that inside of Gaming Oasis, so it's not that big of a deal. He's got his turret to maybe play around with. I think he has it. Not activated anywhere, so that could be very effective, at least picking off 1. It'll get activated near Catwalk, and Colt will now transition around. I think the Reyna's trying to destroy it. That way her KJ ally will not die. Man advantage still in the favor of Dominguez Hill. Time ticking as well. They're just playing for exit at this point, Colt, but Ice Bear will not allow that to be successful. 4 kills to their name, as it will be a 2nd round win in a row for Dominguez Hill.
Still a pretty good eco round, though, because they were able to get 3 kills in that situation. So, Dominguez Hill, they're going to have to make a half buy to match up the strength of the rest of the team while still maintaining their eco so that they can actually do full buys next round no matter what. Definitely an awkward situation for them to be in economically, because it was not the most clean anti-eco round. UH Blue, though, they are the ones with the rifles in hand now. Yarisys has been popping off. Colt's looking really strong and smart overall. The rest of the team can be enabled to be able to find success.
Looks like it'll just be a Rush leading inside of A. Trapman stops that first initial push, and so does Colt. Kama managed to get one on towards Colt. Plant will still be attempted, though, by Gonberet. He's got a little bit of coverage by his teammates and actually plant a little bit deeper inside of A just to get a more passive position and not get sprayed down by anyone getting too aggressive here. So in the post-plant situation, this is definitely doable for Dominguez Hill, but having that weapon differential still favoring UAH by just a tad bit really could be the key decisive part of this retake to make sure they still come out on top.
Massive spray down by one Mad Bad Dog. It's all down to one suddenly for Josiah on the site. Knows where both are at this point, but what can they do with that information?
Not too sure. Humboldt gets popped. Josiah tries to rush in, but an advantage too substantial here. A spray down by Mad Bad Dog just really ensured that was still a victory. A bonus round here for Dominguez Hills. They're upsetting quite well on this second half here, Chad, and I mean, it's quite impressive to say the least. I really thought they would have had much more challenges in that post plant, but just the fact that the Astra got so aggressive and it paid off dividends, it made sure that the post plant was basically untouchable by UAH at that point.
Yeah, that round was all one Mad Bad Dog. Getting that double kill was the biggest difference maker ever. And again, that was that bonus round that they did not have a full healthy bonus of doing so either. So massive win for the side of CSUDH Cardinal, as they're going to be looking to try to finish off the series in 2-0 fashion. They're still trailing in rounds, but they look better on offense beforehand. So far, they're doing the same on map number 2.
Defense is not looking that hopeful by UAH. First initial pick almost happened near mid, but it's going to have to be a little bit of a peel away here by the Jet. She'll manage to tailwind in through to get back inside a tree, so she'll live to tell the tale for a little while longer, but Colt will not be as fortunate. Tax J just getting bombarded right near tree. It's not going to be enough, and Sean just spraying down on the floor in just, I don't even know what to say, staticism, I suppose. There it goes yet again, 1vx. Josiah's just vibing right around near the big window. Spots out, I believe, the Sova overextending near heaven, but isn't able to find that pick, and it's just a run and gun by Kama. I mean, you've got to be kidding me at that point. Another flawless here for Dominguez Hill. I mean, they're doing quite beautiful. Not another flawless, but a flawless round in general, which is still, you know, beautiful in and of itself, Chad.
I love seeing Sean doing their job right. They're not high in the frag department, which you want to see your duelists do so, but still doing their job as entry duelists, just tailwinding in, causing disruption, having other people swing on them, just not afraid to die for the cause. And Sean was able to do so perfectly to the point where he didn't even shoot back. He just got on in the tree, just spun in circles rapidly, just hanging out. Now Tax J, though, with an operator in hand. No operators are so good on Ascent. You see exactly why so far. Immediately finding success, doing so with a Jet. Still has a tailwind to work with as well. They can maintain more forward angles to work with, and then have the fallback angles as well if they need to.
It was a massive entry here just to slow down Dominguez's Hill. Just constant assertion here when attacking sites. So it's going to give them a little bit of food for thought. Should we try to contest this player who's just sitting quite comfortably looking into B main? Probably not. It looks like Dominguez Hill will have second options to work with, and that actually allows them to get a vital pick on a Trapman too. Look at Colt's position. His alarm part will give away the fact that someone's pushing up in towards Garden. Throws out another swarm grenade. Still managed to get that pick onto Gonberet, but luckily Mad Bad Dog is just there in the nick of time. They've got site control here, other than Yarsis, who's just out in the open, but gets sprayed down by Ice Bear. A deadly headshot will be his demise. Now in the post-plant situation, 3-2, and the Cosmic Divide in the hands of Dominguez Hill. There's nothing that UH can do at this point except just try to just go for a miracle play, but it won't happen.
What a round by one Mad Bad Dog. I mean, this player, I gave the analogy of dunking on the opponents in the first map because they were a basketball player in high school, 6'7", all that kind of stuff. But this player is stepping up round after round, getting entry frags for the team. That wasn't the first blood like they found in previous rounds, but it was the follow-up kill to get the trade, open up mid's control, and destroy those like defensive hold of UH Blue. Following on the side as well, getting aggressive and finding multiple kills on top of that was massive for their team. And now one Mad Bag Dog, despite Sean being the one that's doing entry duelist, is holding the flank, but gets taken down by Tax J. That's actually a huge kill coming out from UH Blue. That's like the raid boss down of this half for a CSUDH. Ice Bear trying to step up. Gonbray doing the same. But suddenly a 1 versus 2 situation. 1v1 as Gonbray answers right back and takes on Yarsis. But it's Yarsis' brother trying to avenge their family, their blood. And indeed they will, as Tax J gets the triple for the round, shuts down Gonbray, and gets the first round win for the half for UAH Blue. Two-round lead as those getting so close to being all tied up at 9-9, but UH Blue just holding on to their lead, trying to keep themselves afloat and take themselves into map number 3 of Breeze. And it's the brothers leading the charge, Yarsis and Tax J. Colt, the coach and the player, the one that is following up as well. I believe maybe the IGL for the team as well. It certainly would make sense, considering they are a coach on top of things. And now they're trying to just figure out where exactly is CSUDH actually going to attack. Because so far, this half has been massively successful off of one Mad Dog's entry frags, things of that sort, as well as Sean just completely selflessly throwing themselves on site for the rest of the team to follow through as well. UH Blue can't let themselves get baited by the entry. They need to figure out where one Mad Dog is, especially to shut down that player's been fragging out. And sometimes, honestly, it's just that like flow state, you know, like that if you get into that mode where you just don't miss ever. One Mad Dog, he's in that flow state right now. Beautiful distraction with the lockdown. It's pulling a lot of people away from sight as their other 4 are flooding onto A.
Just going to be an aggressive push here. Not really a lot of coverage for it either. It appears that UH will have to play for that retake. Great pick on a Gonberet. So that'll be helpful for their future endeavors, but just the positioning by Dominguez Hills is top-notch. Popping out the Ember's ability as well. The only thing that could be a huge issue here is going to be that lockdown, but the Hunter's Fury gets expended to try and destroy it. I don't think it'll actually land on it, though. It just barely manages to shut it down, allowing Dominguez Hill to still have a stronghold here in A. Sean barely gets away, whips out the ultimate of the Blade Storm, but it misses with the right click, but luckily the rest of his team is stepping up huge. Now Trapman with the Odin and a Dream sprays through hell, but cannot line up the shots. Tries to go for the wall back. He's got plenty of ammo left in the clip. Gets one, but one Mad Dog is there just to manage to keep this as a win for Dominguez Hill. We had one cut-off round for UH where they managed to stop that win streak, but now it's back to red here for Dominguez Hill.
And finally, like Gonberet died off, but did their job beautifully. Was able to pull off the defensive team away from the side, give complete access for Dominguez Hill to get up a perfectly set up post-plant situation, despite it being down a player. And a lot of that also was Sean coming back alive a little bit with the frags, getting a massive double kill and causing a lot of disruption to allow time one Mad Dog to rotate all the way around through. Gonberet going for the entry Killjoy play with Spike in hand, very ambitious, but it's an anti-eco, so typically you will not get shut down for doing such a good call.
Hopefully not. That's the key word here is hopefully. Yarsis somehow gets away with 1 and a second. That's massive despite the fact he'll finally meet his demise. Sean just gets inside of sight though and gets rid of Trapman. Gonberet's there too, forcing Josiah 1v2. He's got Hunter's Fury and can maybe land a deadly one-tap. They're both in hell. If only he had that information, that could be an easy 2K with his ultimate. But sadly, he's none the wiser. He's expecting someone out towards Arches. Breaks through the turret, losing out some of his HP, and now a wallbang comes in through. Now would be a time to try to gather some information. You can't go for the Hunter's Fury. That's a suicide mission at this point, as you're one shot away from going down 6 feet under. Tries to find some wallbangs underneath him, but is not able to land the shots in time to remove Gonberet or Sean. 10-10 now. Dominguez Hill, an incredible recovery on the second half. Anything you can do, I can do better, as we're completely tied up going in around 21.
While we're seeing Ice Bear and Sean starting to have more success than they had on the defensive side, as I kind of expected, was the surprise factor here, and kind of the X factor that's showing up for Dominguez Hill is one Mad Dog leading the charts for the team, 22 kills so far. Yarsis still the kill leader, and it's kind of interesting the support character of Astra of all support characters is the one that is the 1 and 2 position for top frags of the entire lobby, leading each other's respected team. Now you want Mad Bag Dog making a presence across map with his stars while still holding on tiles in case a rotate comes through, which might be the doom for Trapman if they're not paying attention.
Ooh, that Astra right around Reyna's position. Neither one of them actually going to cross paths until the very end, where Bad Dog just shoots Trapman in the back. Yarsis, though, a vital pick, but doesn't seem to be enough, really, as he'll eventually meet the exact same demise. Cosmic Divide still popped as well, along with a lockdown, just to ensure that this 21st round is a victory. Beautiful recovery, though, by TaxJ. Will it be enough, though? Not by TaxJ, but by his teammate of Josiah. What a hell of a play by TaxJ. And I did not think that'd be a victory, but by somehow, some way, TaxJ brings it back when needed most.
I'm thinking surely this is going to be a trade where one Mad Bad Dog is in a perfect position. We're talking about being in that flow state. Has not been missing shots, but in the moment I was like, it's always the easiest shots, fellow, that you miss. So you see it especially with operators and snipers, but now with a rifle as well. Player doesn't know you're there. You have to swing a 180 after getting a frag while dealing with spray control, and they still were able to do it. That's a massive moment from TaxJ that literally was the difference maker for the team that round and is able to keep the lead for the squad.
Especially since so much has been sacrificed by Dominguez Hills in terms of ults that round. They only have their gun skills and their minor utility to play off of, but so far that'll be enough. Bad Dog gets that first initial pick, rushes into sight, and gets rid of the player inside a catwalk, steps up even further. Trapman finally gets rid of him from the picture.
Oh no!
Empress through the Cosmic Divide. He's in such a rat angle, but it's only a matter of time before he gets finished out. Everyone's just watching with that keenful eye. Finally dead to the hands of Sean. Spike goes down on top of it too. Yarasis and Colt trying to bring this one back perhaps. They've got a turret placed on out, maybe to shut down the player near boats. Goes for the spray, but the Phantom is just better in that altercation, forcing Yarasis in the 1v4.
1v2 though for Yarsis. Can't get the spray over to Sean. Knows that they're there, but can't quite finish it off at the very end. And it was a 1 versus 4, so nobody would expect Yarsis to be able to clutch that one out. Despite reaching the 30 bomb from those double kills, it still was 2 more on massively differential angles to work with. Now all tied up 11 yet again. Still the Asher's leading the charge. One Mad Bag Dog shook off the bad round. It's okay. You're a human. Missed some sprays. Came back massively to get revenge on TaxJ, and then follow up with the kill on Josiah as well. Gonna transfer the third, but there's a nice little swing after that. 11-11 all tied up. The ultimate only one available is that Bladestorm available for TaxJ. Pushed up aggressively, but gets shut down immediately by Sean.
Such an upset. That was your key ability to try to utilize there when you only have pistols to play around. Obini, Dominguez Hill actually backing off against A, which is probably the better move. They can be quicker on this retake and towards B. That'll allow the spike to go down yet again and almost ensuring match point at this point, Chad.
What a read by Dominguez Hill. Recognize that UH Blue typically has been over-rotating on tags, and Dominguez Hill also has been very committal on tags. This is one of the few times we've seen them really rotate off. So a beautiful time to do so. This is an anti-eco. Colt knows that they have to make something happen fast for rotations to be able to find success this round, and Don Brea was ready for that.
Host plant yet again for Dominguez Hill. It's been the bread and butter of both teams that are attacking Haas, but sadly that won't be favoring UAH. They're just dropping at this point. Like there's a plague of some sort. That plague being Dominguez Hill. Flawlessly done by them to ensure match point. But because that was a save round, UAH should in theory have enough economy to at least give one last hurrah against Dominguez Hill. But if they lose this round in particular, Chad, that's everything gone. They won't have a second chance, and they won't be going to Breeze.
A little bit of a surprise for me this game is that both Jets haven't found a whole lot of success with an operator in hand. TaxJ had it earlier on, but then kind of went away from it after not finding much more success than a kill or two. And then even still, they haven't had the best of opportunity economically to even invest into an operator either. So when they were the few times they could actually have one on both sides of the field here, they just weren't able to come up massively with it. Makes me wonder if maybe a race pick would have been better considering that situation, but hard to predict the future, of course, fellow. It's all hindsight talking right now, and all we can really look at right now is what is potentially the last round of this entire series.
No!
Thanks to one Mad Dog getting that big bad double kill yet again for the team, opening up the site.
No one checking Octopus. Such an oversight and a blunder on match point, series point here with Dominguez Hill now gaining the lead. That lockdown finally dissipates. They're getting control of B. The only one trying to stop them is Trapman, but do they know of his position? He's sitting so close, sprays down one, but cannot connect a second. Man advantage still in the favor of Dominguez Hill, as they still have plenty of coverage in sight. It's Bad Dog a third. It's all up to Yards now. The clutch factor for his team. Sprays down his doppelganger. Needs to find another two, though, and time is of the essence yet again, as he has that spike down. Everything is against him, essentially. Worlds colliding in the background. Turret gets destroyed, but that gives away his position and intentions and has to go against the market player. Looks away at the wrong time. It's gone Beret with a free pick against the top frag. And that'll be 13-11, a recovery victory at the end for Dominguez Hill. Wow, what a play, and another close call again for UAH. I thought you would have had that one in the bag, but at the end, you fell apart and crumbled.
There's a story of two Astras on offense that map, basically, fellow, of Yarsa stepped up big, was the clutch player, making even better moments than we saw even on Bind. But at the very end, couldn't make it happen in a 1 versus 3 situation when the 3 post-plant defenders had plenty of utility to work with and complete site control as well, of differentiating angles to have to deal with and account for. And the story of that second half mainly was one mad bag dog just fragging out. They just double kill after double kill after double kill, round after round, finding entry frags as well. I mean, we saw the duelists starting to come online better on the offensive side as per expected, so good on them for being able to step up. The other two supporting cast members were able to be able to do a lot as far as utility and set up the team. One mad bag dog, he just came online, turned it on, dialed it in, and was just fragging out and just made a huge difference for that very commanding comeback coming out of Dominguez Hill.
Yeah, just two Titans really clashing against one another and barely managing to bring that victory back 2-0 fashion. Congrats to Dominguez Hill and UAH. That's such a sour defeat too, especially a victory that you needed most since you're in that kind of lower area too in the bracket standings. I think you can bring it back. Just make sure you don't get relegated into the lose area and you can still make playoffs, but keep your head up just to ensure that, because it is kind of down to the wire at that point, especially after that sad defeat. But
well,
I've been for Atlantis. Oh wait,
Dominguez Hill was the one that was at 2 and 3, so they're the ones that needed this win here.
Oh, it was. Yeah, well, you know what? Numbers are hard, man.
Numbers are hard. It's all right. It's getting late, things like that. But
yeah.
I do want to just say, Dominguez Hill, they're looking really good for a playoff picture, especially how good they look here against UH Blue, which is also looking pretty good. So both teams still need to try to get another one next week to really secure it, but both should be seen in the playoffs when we get to that point.
Fair enough. Well, thank you for correcting me and also carrying a couple of rounds too, because my internet wanted to just troll this evening, apparently. That's okay, though. It happens. Always a blast casting with you. I've been Fellow, joined here by Chad. You can check out both our Twitters, as we don't have to say them anymore. They're underneath our names now. It's such a nice improvement. It's the little things that really go a long way. And see, oh, it's back. Okay. One last hurrah on my internet as well. Well, I'll end it off before it dies yet again. Hope to just around the corner and to see you all again for some more Valorant action coming underway for, like I said, 11 o'clock match. See you all in a few.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing!
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting. At no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
Hello and welcome back to the NECC week number 7 here for our final matchup of the day. That is going to be University of British Columbia Teal coming up against the Sac State Hornets White. I'm excited for it. My name is Vincent. I'm joined here by Tristan Cass. How are you doing, Tristan?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Happy to be closing out the day with you. And both these teams looking to bounce back. They're fighting for some playoff spots here. We do have an elimination, and both of these teams want to solidify themselves in the running. And so, really, this is all about momentum heading into some of these later games. And we're going to see how both of these teams have developed their rosters, considering they're not towards the top of the standings. They are looking to really climb themselves up there and establish themselves as a team that is dangerous and one you have to watch out for.
Yeah, and we're taking a look at those standings right now. UBC is currently in that elimination spot. They're fighting for their lives. A victory here would certainly set them up for a potential look at knocking CSUDH Gold down in towards that elimination spot. That said, Sac State, they have one win on the season. That one win is against CSUDH, which is why they're ahead of them. So Sac State in a pretty good position right now, but UBC are really fighting hard for the potential to set themselves up here for potentially pushing CSUDH Gold down by 1 there in those standings in the Challenger Cyan division. So definitely a lot on the line tonight as we look to get started.
An extremely important game. I mean, just looking at the standings, this could be huge for their playoff hopes, for their overall standings, and how they're seen around the league. Developing that little bit of confidence before you hit the playoffs. We have seen teams turn it absolutely 180 degrees as they start to head in. And a lot of some of these younger rosters, they just need to gel. They need to find that synergy. And as they have their coaches go over the VODs with them over and over again, they eventually start to get it down pat. And so we're going to see how these teams develop. We have our maps on the board right now. We're going to be starting off with Ascent, Sac State choosing the bind, and then we're going to be finishing up with the decider map on Icebox if it should come to that.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. This is going to be interesting. Ascent, of course, is a very common pick, something we see relatively often, and I think that's going to set the tone here. Sac State clearly are the team that we expect to have the advantage going into this series, and for me, this is going to be a deciding factor. If UBC can make this, at the very least, a very close game 1, then there's a reality that we head towards Icebox. But considering that Sac State have been quite strong on this map in the past, I definitely think we might be in for a 2-0 here if things go the way that I suspect.
Oh yeah, and I really want to be interested in the team compositions here, because Ascent is one of those maps where you can really get a lot of early picks depending on how you play your utility. And so I love the Astra on this map. Astra can really generate a lot of threat. I love the Omen on this map as well. The blinds are huge when it comes to some of those narrow corridors. And it looks like we have the Viper coming out, always amazing when it comes to the toxic screen, can really shut down a push, and rushes are extremely hard to get off when you have a Viper on the map. And so the Sky as well, pop flash is always important. The info you get off of those is invaluable. I like what they're going for here. Interesting to see the Phoenix. Now, Phoenix is one of those agents that you see on Ascent a lot more than any other maps in the game, just because the run it back is so useful for being able to get that first step onto the site without, really having to risk too much of your team.
Yeah, I'd say, honestly, the Viper is a bit weird, considering there's not another controller set up for this side, especially that, Astra being so strong in general. So I'm very interested to see how Sac State are going to do, particularly on the offense or actually the defense rather, with just that one controller, where the Astra for Sundown on the other side for UBC makes a lot more sense to me. See killjoys for either side, and the lack of the Sky is certainly interesting as well. The Sky is very powerful right now with those guiding lights, and be one of the best blinds in the game.
And Astra's is one of those agents that you really need a lot of coordination to make work properly. And so we're going to see UBC Teal. This is their chance to show how much they can really synergize as a roster and how much improvements they can really make to themselves. And I'm going to be paying a lot of attention to the early moves made by the Astra and see if they try and go for anything more aggressive.
Definitely going to be on the lookout for it, but we're just about to get underway here. Map number 1 of this series, it's Sac State White and UBC Teal going up here on the offense, and Sac State defending. Looking at the purchases, a couple of ghosts, or I should say 3 ghosts.
Got a sheriff.
UBC, and yeah, a sheriff coming out for Oni. It's an aggressive first purchase, but I'll have to see what he can do with it.
Yeah, I really can't recommend the sheriff buys round 1, but man, do I love to watch him go, because that's just confidence right there. You feel like you're really just going to out-aim everyone. Those big shots to the body can really do a lot of damage to soften up a lot of members, and really drone towards the A site, going to sweep out most of it. Not getting much vision, but if he sees Stonewall under heaven, that could be huge. Dissipates just before he can actually make the distance. Oni now just making sure they're trapped towards that A side, clearing all of mid out. As the dart goes onto the site, it's going to be the smoke and the rush in. They're waiting, they're biding their time and using all the killjoy utilities. Stonewall's already gotten one with an ace as they tried to shut the door. This is already big work being done here, and Stonewall is just chilling. His turret shooting so many people, buying so much time. The Astra's in Astro form. Stonewall tried to make his move, but he's eventually found out. Sundown evens up the score, but look how many low HP bars as a result of that turret being out for so long. Beans gets another. It's going to be a headshot. Sleepy Sun making himself known as well. They're trapped under here. That blind's going to be big. They're getting mowed down right now. This was a collapse on the site in round 1 in dominant fashion. UBC Teal just can't make it happen.
Quick and easy for Sac State White is the triple for Beans on the uptake. Really strong as they take the defensive side pistol. Gonna buy back in off the back of it.
That was beautiful.
So
quick
like Marshall. Go ahead.
And they really have to just make sure under heaven that they clear it out all the way, because that killjoy turret was just sitting there for so long. I mean, you saw red HP bars all around, and it really shouldn't have been that bad, but they ran right into so much utility.
Yeah, they did. I mean, those nanoswarms initially really putting down a lot of damage in and of themselves, getting a kill off the back of that, and well, that's definitely not the way you want to start things out. Oni, with that Marshall I was talking about before, taking an initial peek towards mid. That's going to be pushed back by a dart as Verlads gets a push up close by. Nice shot, though. Easily taken out by Oni.
I love that they committed 2 to that swing. Oni gets the first sword, covers him for the second man. A lot of damage being done now. They try and make their way over to this A site. There's really not a lot of work with. Beans has a big task ahead of them, though. All 3. He sees the shoulder sticking out of 1. He's got 2 more, and all 3 get mowed down. That's the power of the Spectre, baby. Beans on the trip.
Stonewall to close the round, and that's a very clean anti-eco for the Sacramento State side of things. And I also want to say that Beans already at 6-0. That is a quick and easy ultimate. I do say so myself. The run it back, prepped and ready. The only ultimate online. So keep your eyes out for that Phoenix, potentially as a big impact player here in the coming round.
Absolutely, and when you get that run it back, you get to play like a madman. You can already tell on that B side, he is ready to plow through B main if he hears those footsteps. Does he commit it instantly, or does he just wait it out, make sure he has someone to fight before he actually runs out? Basically, High gonna get tagged up by the Marshal there, deciding not to buy up. They're gonna hear these footsteps, but Maxi just waiting for it. He's got one, the second one right around the corner. Beautiful transfer there. He's gonna get both cleaned up nice and neat, and the man advantage is being swayed back and forth, all evened up. A little bit of heroics on both sides.
Good patient play there by the offense and taking advantage of the aggressive plays without having to worry about the run it back any longer. BC can kind of poke and prod. Speaking of poking and prodding, that's a Trailblazer out towards mid. Doesn't really get too much information, though, other than to know that Catwalk is currently clear, but it's a bit of false information, you could say, as well, there are some players close by.
Yeah, nice read there from UBC Teal to just assume they're going to make the aggressive play with the run it back being up. Maxi waiting for it, not only gets the run it back for free, we'll get another man that really prevents this round from being a disaster as Beans. He's alone on the site, they're already on. He's going to have to do a lot of work here, and Sundown just decapitates him, head off the shoulders as Oni trying to move back towards mid. One shot, one kill with the Sheriff. It was to the body, but give him credit for it. As we see 3v3, they have a long way to get onto this B site. And already they're getting picked at. They're getting shot up.
This is a bonus round for Sac State, so their weaponry is certainly not ideal. That is an interesting position for the dart, considering. Not going to find anything just yet for basically High. Oni's looking for it.
Big.
Takes a shot. Not going to make it work. With Oni falling, it's 2 versus 3. A trade by Stonewall. equalizes things, but they gotta hurry things up. Sundown with a nice dodge of the guiding light means that Stonewall's all alone, and with that spike ticking away, far too gone, he's gonna have to try and find some exits, but exits are not to be found.
Nice try there from Stonewall. So much damage being done in the bonus round. They didn't buy up. Just a reminder, that's going to be big. If they can win this round, back on Eco goes UBC.
Yeah, and the worst part about that, right? UBC, you know, they're going to get something out of this, considering they got that spike planted, considering they're up. But Sac State still have weapons. There was a bonus. They didn't need to worry. They had used the weaponry that they had bought into towards the prior round. And that means that we're at really the first true gun round of this game, and that's even a little bit less so because UBC is down, and with that pick, wow, UBC truly down now.
And Oni playing so aggressively mid. I have no idea how he's just standing out in the open, taking as many fights as he can, and still coming out with the picks. Now Sora gets to move all the way up. This is a fantastic position from him. Sundown, I hope he realizes what kind of danger he's in right now. And it is not very often you see someone on the defensive side pushed up so early in a round. That could prove pivotal. Instead, they decide to commit themselves towards the A side, just dumping all of their utility to try and clear out the turret. And you can tell this isn't really a full buy round. A lot of them had to go with the light armor. There's a sheriff there, basically high with just the bulldog and light armor. This is definitely reduced weaponry as a result of that last round. Now Sergio, still no clue. They have no idea how close this Astra is. Maxi now. It's a little bit of shoulder peeks, teasing back and forth. Oni identifying that there is still one top mid. And when are we going to see this top mid player come into action here for Sac State?
Well, it's patience, and that's, I think, the right call, all things considered.
30 seconds.
Good pick here by basically high. That's going to cost some rotations, but this is where that patience pays off. Sora with a nice frag onto Sergio. Means that despite that spike going towards B, it's a very split push. One towards B, one towards A. Basically high tag down to 30 HP. He's headed towards his teammate, but he should be found out relatively easily, I think. By Beans, and there he is. Now it's a 1 versus 4.
Got a little bit awkward there because of the Astra wall there blocking off most of the noise, but it looks like both of them were caught off guard, and Beans was just a little bit quicker on the trigger. Sundown now 1v4. This is going to be the Alamo at this point. Defending this is going to be quite the task, and if they play it properly, they shouldn't even give him the chance. If everyone peeks him at once, he's going to try and take his swing out, but Oni holding the angle. He has been fantastic whenever he's holding an angle, whether it be middle, whether it be on a retake, and he's just going to solidify the round.
Yeah, and Bean's still up there at the top of the leaderboard, 8-1, and doing a fantastic job for Sacramento. Remember, this is UBC's map pick on Ascent, and it's been a slow start thus far, especially considering now that they have won a round, losing the follow-up. It's going to really put their economy in tough straits. You can see by the purchase, it is certainly not looking great. Some armor with no actual gun. Probably going to maybe pick up the Blade Storm, I would imagine, on Maxi. And you can see the Ares purchased up by Sundown, but that's because they had a little bit more cash and they could afford it.
And this is going to be all about building the economy up. How many people can they keep alive on this round for Sac State? Would be huge just having enough money to buy up over and over again, even if they were to lose rounds. So it's all about the money here. Ooh. Maxi picking up the knives. Maybe we see a double updraft to try and get some picks over the wall. Not giving him a single shot.
There was that single updraft we just saw. Oni's playing a dangerous game there with the reload, but Verlads does go down. The headshot well placed. Oni's standing stalwart. Here's the push. It's out towards A. The Blade Storm still in fruition. Stonewall swinging around. Only good for one before the Ares is able to trade. Beans rather going to use the curveball in order to get in. Has the frag, making a double. Looking for the third around the generator. Fantastic work for Beans as he continues to pop off.
This guy is clean. Did you see those taps? He's only aiming for heads. No spray needed, and that is why some players like to choose the Vandal, because all you need is one, and he needed one for 3 there. Fantastic.
1, 2, and 3 headshots. That's the way you like to see it. Speaking of Blade Storms, Sac State has one of their own along with that lockdown. So we'll look and see what they want to do with that. UBC on the other side, though, with the Hunter's Fury of their own, along with that Empress.
Oni doing what he does best, playing as aggressive as he can early, smoking himself off to try and avoid the dart. Oh, this is such an aggressive angle, and he misses Maxi by a pixel. Oh, does he see the shoulder sticking out? Maxi gets the better of him. The imposter has been laid to rest, and finally, the menace known as Oni has been laid to rest early on in the round. Let's see if UBC Teal can really string this round together afterwards, but Stonewall already getting aggressive towards A. He can really put the knife between the shoulder blades for a lot of players looking the wrong way. Sora just playing distraction right now. This could be huge. He's got one. The second is labored. He can't make it happen. Sundown flicks around just in time to protect his teammates. Now Bean trying to get the blind off, but Verlad's just such an aggressive play to ensure that he can open up this site, and it is cracked. Sleepy Sun now, he's gonna be the next one up to the plate. Verlad makes quick work of him, going back for even more, a third one on the round. Verlad, you madman!
That Empress put to good work via Verlad's first 3 frags there on the board for them. And with that, UBC Teal back in their winning ways. But that being said, it has not been consistent. So Sac State have enough money to buy back in relatively easily. Now, granted, it is a little bit labored via Stonewall, but enough money to get the operator for Oni, and that's the first operator of the game. So be on the lookout there in mid area where Oni has been situated, consistently putting down these early picks.
The operator now, posted mid, is being, he takes the knife out, just trying to look for anyone he can. Just waiting it out every time. Maybe they want to consider using that a little bit later on in the round next time. Pick for pick, as it's a 4v4 now. Sundown just waiting for the peek, but Oni, another headshot. This man cannot miss. And with the operator, oh, if that touches your head, you're dead every single time.
Indeed, and this is now a 4 versus 3 in favor of Sacramento. We see a little bit of a back foot. Now, Beans is sort of looking for another pick. It's a dangerous swing. He could have been punished, but he's going to get away with one. Maxi falling back towards the B area, and that's where the spike's located. So it's more than likely where this round's going to end over at B. That Sergio is looking to push that forward. Hunter's Fury by basically high here in mid, trying to find something, finding an opening, but he's found nothing whatsoever.
It's so difficult to hit a jet with Hunter's Fury, man. It's so hard. So much mobility to avoid it, and not really easy to turn that ultimate very much, as Sleepy Sun gets a fantastic blind onto 2, but now he's getting double peeked out in the open. He's got nowhere to go but down. Sergio finishes him off with a headshot, and now the B side should have access, but they have to get through an operator's line of sight, and it's not easy. Beans as well. They're trying to double up, and Beans doubles up himself. A headshot to finish that one. It will just narrowly get onto the site, but it's only one left. Maxi, good luck, my friend. You got to do something spectacular here.
1 versus 3. Lockdown, Blade Storm available for the defense, and it's threaded the needle. That's Beans going down. Still much more to find. 70 health to his name and 14 bullets.
One enemy
Oh, but they're taking 1v1s. This is disgusting. A little bit of a fake out. Maxi has the 1v3 clutch at the triple. Huge plays for UBC.
Absolutely crucial, too, because look at the economy. They would have had no money if they lost that round, and they may have just broken Sac State with that play. And really, UBC Teal is getting away with a lot of rounds they really shouldn't have winning. They're coming up with a lot of individual plays to really save them here. And so maybe they don't have the same kind of synergy we were looking for, but they are fighting tooth and nail to keep themselves in this game. And that was fantastic from Maxi, just taking the most narrow of angles. Anything you gave him, they gave him an inch. He took a mile.
And a big whiff, honestly, for Sac State, considering that they took those 1v1s in the 2vx situation. Always want to compete together, play together. See that Blade Storm wants to play up close and personal. Tony falling back a bit. Doesn't want to get caught out in the open.
This guy is so unrelenting. And eventually he does get punished for it, but Sleepy Sun making his own aggressive play. Oh, he whiffs the shot. He's got his back turned. They're blinded up, but he's only got a classic and 34 HP. I don't think he's making much noise this round. Instead, Sora on the other side, you got to look at all your extremities. Cross your T's, dot your I's, because they're getting picked apart right now. Stonewall as well with the headshot through the toxic screen. Sora's going to clean up one. Pick up the operator as well. This is terrible for UBC. This is a complete eco, and they are getting destroyed right now.
Absolutely outrageous there, Sora on the flank, pulling the heavy lifting for Sac State White. As UBC, they thought they were rolling, they thought they were winning, but no, they can't bring it around. Unfortunately, a loss against the Eco is one of the worst ways to take a loss.
And that's just, I mean, if you're a coach watching that, you're probably pulling your hair out. In
Yeah.
Eco round, they've been known to push the extremities. You have to just leave a few to sit back and watch, make sure that you're not getting flanked. Instead, everyone just goes mid. That was the easiest Eco kills you could ever ask for. Even after they whiffed the first one pushing from B, they still had all the other extremities pushed up and no one watching them on the side of UBC.
Yeah, that's where you just, you hold and you play your default. You know that they're on the Eco, but speaking of Eco and weapons, her lads taking names, taking numbers, as he found a headshot there initially. Goes for the wrong player, or I should say goes for the bot rather than the player. Stonewall going to trade back out as Sleepy's done. There's the Trailblazer out in mid, looking for some information, but nothing to be found.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just playing a little bit impatient right now. Instead of shooting the turret, then hitting onto the site, try to do both at once, and that will get you punished. And so, really just got to clean up the play here for UBC if they want to keep themselves getting rounds. They have some fantastic aimers. It's basically High gets one while blind. He was seeing stars, and now he's seeing gray screen because Sora will eventually trade him back out. 3v3. As we see Maxi a little bit hesitant to get onto the site, waiting for the rest of the team to pull through. Oni now, that was a bit awkward. Doesn't really land much there, but Stonewall, he's going to try and beat just that on the site. He's got 2 the third as well. A 4K on the round, and Stonewall will not let you pass.
Indeed, being his own namesake there on the A site. Stalwart in the defense. UBC down by 3. As, well, it's a nice attempt. Honestly, not a terrible eco round, considering. That being said, now UBC have the weaponry back out, and this is where things are going to need to start to turn around for UBC. They have some ultimates to work with. They have that Empress that had so much effect prior, and they also have the Cosmic Divide should they want to utilize it.
This could be interesting. We got a powder keg right now waiting to explode, but Oni, once again, the man to make the first move. Stuffing really any attempt at getting towards top mid. They're going to have to commit a lot of utility. They want to peel him off that angle. And really, it looks like UBT is running into I want to say a stone wall, but that would just be cheesy at this point. So, I'll say a brick wall. Sundown now. Inches away from what could be disaster or what could be fantastic for his team. Meanwhile, Sora just committing the Viper's Pit, making this the most difficult play possible, and Sundown more like sit down. Oni takes him off the map. Oh, and that could be huge. Just destroys Maxi. 1 HP plus the Viper, the snake bite. That's going to be the end of you. With just a shoulder peeking out. Basically, High has to claw back any ground possible, but when a 2v5, you're fighting for inches on the map.
Yeah. Tony ready and waiting there in middle. Real tough task. A tall one that is going to go by the wayside. UBC on their gun round nonetheless, really falling flat. And you can see the money. Overlads and Sergio have some cash flow. It's not enough for the full buy-in. So Sac State White, not only have they confirmed themselves a 7th and victory in the half, but they also have put themselves in a good position to take an 8th or more.
Yeah, this is looking rough. UBC, they really have to get themselves together if they want to pick up the last few rounds before they get into the half. But, I mean, once again, they're trying to get past Oni, and this has not proven fruitful so far.
Well, Sergio with a fantastic opening. That running back has really not found a whole lot of success at all. Stonewall needs to play well. Does do just that. Finds a double. Coming back for more. Give him the free fire. He'll take it. He's loving life. Beans there for the help. And it's Stonewall with the quad for the second time here in this game. Really showing off and is now equalized. Beans there at the top of the leaderboard.
Are you kidding me? You're 34 HP, Stonewall, and you're really just going a whole W for that last kill? Absolutely crazy. And man, Sac State, this is what happens when you get all these rounds together. You start feeling yourself, you start feeling confident to take any fight you can, and it's working out right now. They're not really being punished because when you just have that kind of aim, sometimes you can make things happen that really shouldn't.
Aim is certainly a helpful skill here in Valorant. 8-3.
Who would have thought?
Yeah, I know. Who would have thunk that? Crazy, hey? Oni?
And hey, look at Oni. Never seen him there before, right?
Nope. Yeah, definitely never before. Sora getting aggressive once more.
Oh,
this time with
flank.
the rifle.
Oh, no.
He's going towards spawn. This is huge. They know all the information to Sac State.
Maybe they check?
UBC are absolutely aware.
That's the improvements you got to make mid-match. You're getting flanked every round. Hey, you can check behind you every now and then. It'll result in a few runbacks. Maybe he made some noise there. I'm not really sure, but Oni, again, you have to have the smoke up before you walk out there. Oni will hit you every time. This guy is consistent on these picks early on.
That operator, ever since he's gotten it out, has been a bit of a menace in the position. Maxi's trying to answer back, but, well, that's a real tough task. Good off angle, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, not really going to get a bite. And as Verlaz tries to take out his own blind, it's the counter blind. Bean is just that much better, that much quicker on the curveball. He's got another one coming out. They try and wait for it, but a headshot. This guy's aim is just too crisp. Stonewall, and a misadvised adjustment there on the spray. He's actually going to get taken out, doubled up on. That makes it a 2v2. This is doable. 8-4 looks a lot less menacing than 9-3. I'll tell you that much.
Seekers coming out, doing their darndest. A nice find there by Sleepy Sun. Coming back in. Operator was put down, actually. Yes, it was. Taking out a rifle was a good decision. And though it's not needed, Sleepy Sun, the one who picks up the frag. Probably trying to recover the operator if possible. Not sure if he can get there, though.
A little bit questionable there by Maxi to only shoot out one of the Seekers and allow Sundown to get found out by the other. It would be nice to have your... Oh, that makes sense. All right, well, in that case, Maxi, cannot blame you for that. But either way, Sundown getting his position revealed by the second Seeker was big. They were able to just double swing on that, ensure that he couldn't just take out both with different angles. And that round cleaned up nicely, 9-3. Hey, at least you can count on the 9-3 curse if you're UBC Teal, but the way Sac State's been playing, I don't even know if the 9-3 curse is going to be enough to turn this one around.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I'm not believing the curse tonight.
Not superstitious, just a little stitious.
You know, there's times in which I will get superstitious, but I don't know. It feels that Sac State kind of have this one in hand, but UBC, maybe they can prove me wrong.
All starts with the pistol round. This is how you get momentum rolling. And so this is going to be huge UBC Teal. It's time to show them what you're made of. And now that you have the Astra and the Killjoy on the defensive side, this is really where your team comp can shine.
Certainly a good point. Astra is very, very strong on the defense.
Oh, Maxi.
A bit blind, and Beans is even more blind. A bit unfortunate, and that's a vulnerable player coming through. That's not going to be enough for them not to lose count. 2v2.
Oh, Sergio has a wonderful position here if he can land the headshots, but Stonewall getting the better of him. Everyone on low HP. Verlad gets the first. He knows he's planting for the second. No, and it's a game of inches right now. Who peeks first? Who hits first? Oni now, slowly creeping out. He's looking the wrong direction, but the quick flick forces Oni back behind the generator. It's the 1v1. All the marbles are on the table here. Lear to force Oni off the angle. He's on top of the bomb now. Free fire. He sees the gun sticking out. Oh, it's messy, but the headshot comes through. Verlad's right between the eyes, and that's how you clean up the first round. That's how you get your momentum started for your teammates. And that's what you like to see if you're UBC.
Close. No cigar for Sac State. Yeah, that is a big pistol round, a big one to find UBC. Spike was planted, so we could see a force buy. Not that I would love that necessarily, but it certainly is a viable option. Looks to me like Sac State are going to be very much okay with the round advantage that they have. Don't want to play too much around with that. I want to give things up for free, and I don't blame them.
I don't mean to overreact here, but UBC basically just won the entire game. It all starts with one round, baby. I just like to have I'm on the hopium, baby. I want a full series. I want as many rounds as I can possibly get in. I want a full 3 maps here. So I've got the faith as Oni taking the front lines. He's got a shorty. This is the most infuriating way to die if you ever get knocked by a jet like this. Maxi now trying to copy Oni with his early aggressive play towards mid. Basically high. Ooh, it's a little bit suspect with the lag there, but luckily for him, it does not cause him to lose out on the kill. That's a really sad way to go. Sleepy Sun now gaining a little bit of ground mid himself with nothing but a classic. He's already pushed up all the way towards market.
Being pushed out at this very moment, though.
A lot of rotations he's drawing, though.
Yeah, for real. He's got a whole army on his way.
Oh my goodness.
As well. 4 players in that vicinity. It's 2 versus 5, though. And what with just classics, it's understandable that Sac State really not finding a lot of entry into this round, but
30 seconds left.
still, a kill or 2 would be nice.
1 enemy remaining.
Always good to be able to knock some guns off the economy, but really, at this point, you're lucky to get 1. Beans he's been firing on all cylinders today, but although he does light him up just a bit, able to at least knock the armor off, getting it cleaned up for a flawless round.
Exactly the kind of round that UBC needed. They really
definitely
had to really win that out. Not necessarily flawlessly, but close to it. This is the round, though, that matters, you could argue, even more. UBC a victory here would set them up very nicely for the rest of this half. But a loss would, well, at least mean that Sac State have an answer in double digits.
Double digits really puts on the pressure. And Valorant is just one of those games where every round matters so much, to the point where would not be surprised if they even bought up this round because they felt that they needed to put together as many as possible. But when you're at 9-5, you can give yourself just a small bit of wiggle room as Stonewall, just trying to flush out any cap players. You know how many times they were able to get early picks that last half. They want to keep the ball rolling. That is how they found success so far. And Sora, this is going to be the first kill of the half, and he's able to make it happen onto basically high. Does get softened up a bit. That's big, and being able to gain access. Many ways you can get back to A, and you've got the heal from the sky. It's essentially a clean 1 for 0.
That being said, see the jet here, Maxi?
Oh, this is aggressive.
He's got a lot of information. Really, really important here.
Could get found out by the turret.
That's true, but it really doesn't matter because here's what that does. It gives UBC the knowledge that this should be an A hit, but it's actually going to be a B rotation, and it's just such a slow B rotation. They're just
Sora
not
sees
sure.
Everything.
Yeah, and Maxi getting found out here by Sora, who does indeed see everything. Huge frag. 2 kills for Sora in huge fashion.
The critical mistake actually being throwing out the cloudburst there. Sora had no idea where he was. He knew he was somewhere around mid because of the turret shots, but he was really having to look everywhere. He wasn't sure if he retreated back to market, and in the end, he ends up getting taken out, just trying to cover his own tracks. Now Sergio, he's been having a rough game. Only 1 kill so far. Let's see if he can double his kills in a single round. Realize now, just making sure there's no stragglers towards mid, as there is one guarding the B link. Will be able to show up later on in the round if needed. They have a pretty solid defense set up here. They're making their way onto the site, but that blind just eaten from Sergio, and having a player B main is just so difficult to get past. You have to remove him from the round if you want a shot to get him back onto the site, and Sleepy Sun triples up the 2-piece in a soda. Makes it happen. That was a wonderful strike back from Sac State.
Well done indeed. Double digits confirmed. And doubling up UBC Teal's current round count as well at the same time. You can see the buy in here normally for UBC should be pretty strong, but it's actually relatively limited. Now, granted, I do see some potential judges coming through, and as you may or may not know, that is the best gun in the game, so Maxi maybe can do something with that. You mentioned the shorty being the most frustrating way to die. I have to disagree. It's definitely the judge.
Honestly, both of them will just make a vein pop out of your forehead. Just dying to a jet dashing into you with the shotgun in general. Whether it be the shorty, the judge, even a Bucky, I would definitely not enjoy any one of those options. Sora now. Oh no, he's gonna be the first victim. Goodbye. Beans. Oh, nice. Crisp headshots. This man has been the heart of the team for Sac State, just making so many crucial plays happen. And that really could have been picked apart by the judge if he was not quick on the shot, and Beans, wouldn't you know it, he's got a second, only chimes in with one of his own, and this site just crumbling for UBC all around them. Stonewall even towards mid, making sure that he's not missing out on any of the fun. He could end the round right here, right now, and look at that flick. These guys have spent some time in the range.
That they have. Practice makes perfect in Sac State. Pretty darn close. That being said, a couple more rounds for them to win this out overall. And I'm not quite sure how UBC have so much money here. Feels like they probably should be more poor, but they have gathered a pretty reasonable, and I say pretty reasonable, a very reasonable purchase. A little bit light on armor, sure, but overall very strong. Just with the 2-round loss bonus. Nonetheless, this round pretty big for UBC. Loss here would mean an eco, and, well, it would have to force buy, but it'd be pretty rough.
You should run.
I'm not a betting man myself, but they go down 12 to 5 here. I'd be willing to put a little bit down on Sac State's chances in this game, as Beans tries to be the entry man onto the site, won't be able to pick up a kill, but Sundown getting the better of him just this once. They even call off the B hit. Not willing to commit any more as they risk running right into the stack. And as I say that, the quick rotation across the map, it looks to be quick and easy as they get 2 picks already. One already below 50 as well. This is going to be a free plant. They have all the time in the world to set up. And man, oh man, Sac State with as much momentum as you could possibly ask for.
And listen, I too, not necessarily a betting man, certainly not when we're casting, but I would certainly be willing to put a couple of dollar dues on that 13-5 should Sac State close this out, but that's what it looks like. That, unfortunately for UBC, it's not even been seen by most of these players, but there's a couple. I'm actually looking for more. He's only 6 health, but this could be pretty deadly. The problem is investigating that whole bit of shenanigans here with the Viper Spit. And with the bomb ticking away far too long gone, that's a bit of insult to injury.
Yeah, I would imagine saving there was probably the best option instead of going for the 1v3 on 6 HP, but I mean, at certain points when you're down 12 to 5, you kind of just want to do something crazy. Last round, money's not looking too great for UBC. I hate to say it, but their odds are pretty dwindled at this point, but hey, you never know.
They have a chance round because they have the best gun in the game. So,
what would that be?
The judge.
Oh, Sundown actually picking it up. I was looking at Maxi the entire time expecting the judge, but interestingly enough, it's going to be the Astra with the judge. The knives out for the Jet. Gonna try and get aggressive, and Sundown tasked with holding down the other side of the map, and he's got 2 to find quickly here. They're gonna know he's got the judge. He gets stunned up as well. The fire rate gonna be oh so low, and he just can't make it happen. Right through the smoke, he gets shot to pieces. Sleepy Sun, you are not getting past him with cheap tricks like that. Oni now stuck fighting 2 in mid. He's got everywhere to look. He's even getting flanked out himself. Verlats making his presence known. UBC Teal, a little bit of creativity goes a long way. And suddenly they find themselves up a man despite losing the B site.
And it was actually both Blade Storms that were popped at the beginning of this round. Now both not a factor. Maxi certainly still is. Sora on the flank. Always looking behind you. He's got a double. This gives an opportunity to Sleepy Sun.
Bomb's not down.
The spike. I'm not sure why he didn't elect to plant that, but it certainly confused these players. He's taking a very aggressive angle, and that pays off. Sleepy Sun with the triple, able to pull off the clutch. 13-5 for Sacramento as the Hornets are up by 1 in this series on UBC's map pick.
You know what, Sleepy Sun? He may have been the bottom of the leaderboard. Would you rather be higher on the leaderboard, or would you rather have the last clutch of the game, getting that sweet slow motion after the second headshot is lined up? He's got to feel good about that. And Sac State has to feel fantastic about that map 1. That wasn't even their pick. They've got so much momentum rolling into this game too, and they are about to be as on a kite. They are about to be high off that first win, and we'll see what they get done in this second time around when they have more preparation done for this map. As I say that, we will be going to a short break, but don't go anywhere. When we are back, we will have this series at its climax. We'll see you soon.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Hello and welcome back to the NECC. Man, we are one map deep in a what's currently looking like it might be a stomp. UBC and Sac State White are going at each other. We just saw map number 1. Tristan, can you take me through the key points of Ascent?
Ascent, I mean, really, it was just a lot of early picks. Sac State looked clean. They looked like they were actually operating as a well-oiled machine. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, UBC was having issues. They weren't really watching their flanks as much. They were getting caught at off angles for quite a bit, and they were just losing out on a lot of the early trades that made some of these rounds over before they could really even start. And so, I would at least when it comes to a map like Bind, it's a little bit more selective with the early trades you can take. You have to put yourself at quite a risk. And so, hey, maybe that's a chance for UBC Teal to strike back. Maybe that's where they can find some success. But if the trend continues from that map 1, this one is going to be a rough ride.
Yeah, no matter where you were looking, Beans, Sora, Oni, I mean, everything seemed to be working beautifully for Sac State. And that's not to say that UBC didn't have some bright spots. I mean, that's certainly not the case. Maxi had some good moments, Sundown in particular. But yeah, it really did seem like it was tough for UBC to make entry into some of these rounds and moving towards Bind. And the other thing to note, by the way, is I would say that the Sac State side of things, their composition was probably worse than UBC's. At least I'll call it less meta, and it didn't matter. And what that usually means is that, well, Sac State was shooting them guns good.
And really, honestly, I can't say the team comps would have made much of a difference, considering I feel like there weren't really any points in that last map where the utility usage was something that really wowed us. I don't know, I can't speak for both of us, but it felt like the guns were deciding most of the duels, aside from a few stray blinds picking up some kills here and there. But really, when it comes to the teamwork, I thought it was mostly individual play that was carrying both of these teams across the finish line, especially when you look at that trifecta of Beans, Oni, and Stonewall really making a lot of it happen. And so, next map, we have the Cypher coming out for Stonewall, really adept at playing some of these rocks in the site. Really, as his name goes, he's the Stonewall.
Yeah, actually makes a lot of sense. And I mean, going from the Killjoy to the Cypher makes a lot of sense. And I
choose your
agent. I am fond of saying, the Killjoy here on Bind is just not ideal. So I'm liking the Cypher, though. For lads, might be going with the KJ, much to my chagrin, nonetheless, Sergio.
Definitely a bit more niche when it comes to this map. Not as flexible as, say, the Ascent setups where you can even rotate towards the A or the B site. It's a lot more limited, and they have to really play into utility a bit more, because especially when there's a Sova on the other team, a few shock darts, when it comes to, some of the more obvious setups on this map, can clear them out really easily. And so we'll see how Sleepy Sun does try and counter that utility. I think a good Sova knows where he needs to place his shock darts.
Yeah, niche is a really nice way of saying bad. No, I joke a little bit, but truly, the agent does have struggles like you're explaining there, where the Sova can be very adept at clearing out said utility. It's also just a bit of a struggle to use the lockdown in any realistic way. It doesn't really cut off the majority or the entirety of any site perfectly, kind of like it does over on Ascent or Haven or Icebox for that matter. So, nonetheless, no more talk of Killjoy. We are indeed underway. UBC here on the defense, as we actually missed out the big key here, which is the Yoru that Maxi has pulled out. I can't say that that's going to be the difference maker, but I do think Yoru can be pretty decent on this map if used correctly.
Oh yeah, and one of the issues that Killjoy has as well is if you do want to get that lockdown off, you have to place it really deep in a site, and at that point you could just get pushed, whether it be Beans popping the run it back and gunning for it, or sometimes you can even just spam through the walls to hit that lockdown. So we'll see how well they can line it up. Maybe they can deny a few lockdowns this time around, but as I say that, we get into this pistol round. Heavy presence towards the A site for Sac State.
Indeed, and you see the Astra once again coming out for UBC, just to mention, and only that single controller setup with the Viper. So Sac State, you're gonna have a hard time pulling off consistent rotations, or at least consistent fakes, in general, if they want to have the utility to get onto these sites. But speaking of fakes, it's like we're gonna see one here in the pistol. This is one of those times where it is very effective. and you don't necessarily need a ton of utility to execute.
Yeah, they leave the Sova back. I like this. Just making sure they don't get pushed from behind. That's something that UBC Teal was not doing at any point during that last map. And so they're all the way at B with really a lot of information denials. UBC doesn't really have a lick of info on as to where the site could be coming in. But now we see it. Now all of their presence being made loud and clear. No rotations just yet, though. They're still not completely sure because there isn't really that presence from Hookah.
That and this push has been very tentative. Realistically,
30 seconds left.
this push from Beans, not necessarily there, but Oni with the utility. Taking down one. Sundown still on the site. Gonna get traded quickly. As the plant goes down, it's a one-man advantage for Sac State.
A nice little shock dart there. Bounces off the wall, the geometry lineup, but Sergio, as soon as he hops up, Stonewall knows that angle like the back of his hand. Now Maxi forced to retreat all the way back towards his teammate. They really just don't have a lot of ground on this pistol round, and I mean, saving isn't really an option here. They've got to go for it, but they have every angle being watched here by multiple members. I don't see a lot of ways you really get through here.
You hit headshots. That's the only chance. At this point, that spike's take quite far. And Verlat's pushing in, does find one, but it's far too late at this point.
Yeah, maybe
right
clean up a few. Oh,
but it's all over.
Yeah, confidence kills at that point, and really just a little bit too hesitant to get back onto the site. But it's not like they were making it any easy on Sac State. They had the Viper utility, they had the darts from the Sova just to reveal anyone that might be a little bit closer. And I mean, when you have two people watching every angle, it's just so difficult to actually plow your way through. And Sac State just playing clean as a whistle.
Well, on top of that, you know, Sac State not over-peaking, not giving opportunities for the UBC. And that's the other side of things where, you know, UBC were peaking, they were waiting for swings, but Sac State just didn't give it to them.
Mark of a good team, just having that discipline to know when you have the advantage, not giving it back. And Sleepy Sun, I like this play from Sovas. You always want to be able to clear out that bathroom. If they're not showing presence towards bathroom, it's pretty much a free dart. You can pick up every round if you place that dart back there.
Take flight.
Gathering some information here. Nice, nice little gate crash utilized by the Yoru. That is a nade place. It's not going to have much of anything to do. Sundown, though. Shorty in hand has made Bean's life quite short indeed.
Oni gonna pick up one kill. 3v4, but low HP on Maxi. Gonna have to hit some miraculous shots if he really wants to even up the numbers. And Sac State once again on the defensive here. Sundown was able to recover a Spectre. They turn the wrong way. Basically, High gets two with just the classic. Suddenly this is turned around. This is going to be so difficult to defend, but he does have shock darts. He does have the spray, but the third comes in for Sundown as he pulls his team, kicking and screaming across the finish line for the second round.
Massive from Sundown to pick that up. Really huge plays to triple coming through, and yeah, dragging his team indeed in towards that victory. 1-1. And Sac State reel in what is a fantastic second round victory. Losing that anti-eco is such a devastating loss as well, and you can see that Sac State, confidence-wise, they're not even buying back in. They're not fighting for that economic advantage, especially considering, look at UBC. They've got 5 rifles on their backs, and, well, that is certainly not to be trifled with.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they full saved pretty much that whole round. A few of them had a few sheriffs, but when you don't buy up and then you win the round anyways, you just get so much money to work with. And now it's pretty much night and day when it comes to the weapon differences here. And a lot of time, a lot of knife, and a lot of presence being used up just to take care of that wall. No real advantage being taken for either side just yet, though. And so small victories there for Sac State, as we see them working all the way up Hookah, but they constantly have to be watching their back as Maxi has a flash at the ready. Oh, that's gonna hurt, though. The paint shell's 44 HP, softened up. Verlas comes in to help his teammate. It's 2 kills, a third one coming in as well. Teamwork makes the dream work, baby.
Nicely done. Good damage as well, to be fair, but it's really not gonna make the biggest of differences just yet.
Here.
Bomb out in the open, too. firing squad set up, and now they have the tag with the dart. Last man through the boxes. Verlad doesn't even need him to be peeking. He will take him without any vision.
Clean as you like. That anti-eco. UBC in control. For what may really be the first time this series, now that I think about it. I don't think they've held the lead.
Well, Verlad's heard you were talking that good about his Killjoy pick, and maybe none of it has come of the utility, but hey, sometimes you can just make the guns work, and so they extend their economy lead. Pretty good looking. I mean, was that a flawless round for Sac State? My boomer memory is failing me
Well,
here.
it was UBC, but yes.
Ah, yeah, exactly. There we go. In that case, yeah, perfect. I mean, that's exactly what you want to see. Get that momentum build up. And what I would like to see as well is Sac State being a little bit more aggressive to try and take down that wall before it can actually harden there, considering the Sage has been using it really early on these rounds. We'll see if they make that adjustment. Nice little shock dart lineups here. Not really going to get much as Stonewall creeps close. The flash comes out. He's going to try and swing, but he's looking the wrong direction. Traded back and forth. Sora able to clean up one. It's the second fight, and Sora wins it. Sac State now. These are individual plays that are getting them huge advantages and a lot of space throughout the map. Drawing the rotations, they could just hit the gas and get back to the B site if they want to. Instead, they decide to play it slow. This is going to draw a lot of doubt in the minds of UBC. And when you're down a man, especially on a map like Bind where the rotations can happen so fast, you're essentially playing a guessing game.
That is going to give some information, at least to Sac State.
Oh, they're biting.
Verlad's in position, and yeah, indeed, full bite. Sergio good for one, but he's traded immediately. Sun
Hook,
down.
line, and sinker.
He's going to rotate in, but yeah, it's far too late. Sac State have the advantage. They have a run it back. Lockdown, though, is on the cards for UBC's. That run it back comes through, and it's going to dispatch the lockdown before it can even become a factor.
And a few shots being lodged into Sundown as now his location is compromised. 26 HP. Honestly, if I had to suggest something, it would be just save for now. Don't want to hurt your economy too much, but as he springs out, Beans, just a single shot is enough to close out the round. 2-2 now as UBC Teal, as quick as they had their lead, it is now tied up.
That it is. Quick and easy. 2-all, and, well, this round's highly important because it really is going to define the next couple, as whoever loses it more than likely on an eco. That said, Sac State with a little bit of extra cash might be able to pull something off, but UBC certainly on the low purchase should this be a loss.
Oh yeah, and Beans is posturing aggressively. That's what I love to see out of this guy. This is what he does best, and Sora just predicts the wall coming out. I love that, absolutely. I said they need to make adjustments for that early wall coming out. They can easily take advantage of it, and that's exactly what Sergio pulls off there. A quick 4v5 now. Sac State having every advantage they could want. Beans as well, just marinating in that Viper smoke. Gonna lose a little bit of HP for it, but no one really there to punish him. And I love this. Sac State not getting too excited with their lead, just poking and prodding. They have everyone spaced throughout the map, making different moves. And Sleepy Sun, ooh, himself in a little bit of a dangerous spot there. But this is another thing I love about Sac State, how disciplined they are. As soon as they have the man advantage, they play it safe. They know they can group up and only hit a site when they know they have the advantage. And as they commit so many players closer and closer to the B site, we'll see if they draw any rotations instead. UBC Teal is holding firm. They've had enough of being bit on fakes, but instead, they'll just wait. They commit everyone to the B site, and this is just another trick they pull out of the hat here. Sleepy Sun moving out. Basically, High gets found out in the corner.
Left.
All falling apart for UBC right now.
Yeah, it is all falling apart for UBC. 2 ultimates in their hands, but this should be a save, honestly, being called before this point. But, well, actually, looking to maybe push forward. Goes the gate crash down. Should be necessary. But, unfortunately for them, they are quickly dispatched by Sac State White attack. So UBC
That's rough.
In a bit of a tough spot here. As I mentioned, the money is pretty poor.
Yeah, that was a big round. UBC really needed to walk away with something there. Instead, they get flawless on a gun round, which is definitely a bad omen. And so Sac State is just doing a fantastic job of out-mind gaming UBC here. They bid on a few fakes. UBC didn't want to do it again, and instead they get punished for it. Sac State switches up the strategy and just hits the site. gives him a little bit of information, and then just punches through. Fantastic stuff here from Sac State, and what we're talking about. Some of these teams just they get going towards the end of the season and heading into playoffs. Sac State looking formidable as ever.
They are really against this UBC squad. Not any weaponry, or at least not full weaponry, out for UBC.
I like these slow sight takes, especially when you're up against an eco round. You really want to play it as slow as possible. You rush in, that you could end up getting pulled apart here is basically high. Let's get a tag with the Hunters. Suri softens one up, but Oni, this is where Raze shines. Already 2 nade kills, 5 rounds in.
Need that back.
This is the strength of the pick on the map. Oni does eventually get taken down, but not before they have a firm grasp over this site. Maxi gets caught with the reload in hand. 81 HP as Sleepy Sun retreats around the corner. Sundown is able to fight back with just one of his own, but looking the wrong way. You got to be careful here. Can't let yourself get caught looking. Verlad gives up his location. It's 2 headshots. Sundown, the last man standing in Stonewall, able to sink the knife between the shoulder blades. Easy as lemon pie.
Quick, simple, though not entirely perfect, as Sac State did lose 3 players in what was an anti-eco, so UBC can take some solace in that fact. That being said, their solace does end pretty quickly as they buy back in, looking for more, looking for an answer. And well, speaking of answers, that lockdown's still yet to come out. Verlads. And push from the Yoru.
Gets a nice blind there, but really doesn't capitalize that off very much. And it just feels like UBC Teal isn't as confident when they push aggressively like this. I mean, that blind was perfect. He could have had an easy swing there, but the hesitation just has him backing off before any real progress is made. Sleepy Sun, though, Verlads, this is the aggression that Sac State was using so effectively against UBC in the last map, and this time, a little bit of revenge here as Stonewall's tripwires not as deep as they could have been to block that one off, but really just nicely timed there. A little aggression will sometimes get you that big advantage.
Indeed it will. And our lads with a nice early find. Did fall back though, so really doesn't have all that much info. Stonewall Beans with a really fantastic opener. The double in towards the site. The shots from Sergio connecting. And that is unfortunately not going to really be anything found with the showstopper. The lads does even better to shut down, to run it back. It's 3 versus 3, but with the Viper's pit coming out, that makes life even more difficult. No need taking Sergio with Beans. Doing the same to basically high makes this impossible for Verlads, who falls immediately thereafter.
And it feels like whatever success UBC is having, it's off of aggressive play. I mean, the first one going to Verlads as he pushed through. The second one to, I believe, was it Maxi? I don't remember exactly who it was. No, it was Sergio, as he pushed up in bathrooms and caught them off guard. And so, really, UBC maybe just giving a little bit too much free real estate over to Sac State as they slowly work their way up onto the sites. And Sac State doing a great job of really not giving away much information until they actually make the hit come through.
Well, UBC are sort of in need now of some sort of turnaround. They've lost a couple rounds in a row. And on top of that, they're back on the eco. So, Sundown being found out, that's a nice curveball. Looking like it might be a quick and easy one. As I say that, though, but basically high connects, and he makes it a double. And a little bit dangerous, that's for darn sure. And he's got a third, basically high. He's making moves, making these easy. Beans does finally trade out. Maxi finding Beans on the retreat. Allows for Sora to be the final player left alive. There's 2 ults and Rez even. And that Rez going to bring Verlads back to life.
Yeah, a little bit slow on the rotations towards the A side, but Sora, I love this. He's actually choosing to go through CT. Now, does Maxi expect this? He hasn't planted. I mean, he should have planted by now. So he should have some kind of idea that this is happening, but Sora is still getting the better of him. The timing just working out slightly better. The pre-aim just a little bit more crisp, and now he has full access.
30 seconds left.
Back to the A side he actually goes. Oh my god, it's a double juke. This guy, 1 million IQ.
This is really smart. I love what Sora just did. Got aggressive. Knew at least one player might be in towards that CT area and played for it, but now it's 1 versus 2. This is a really dangerous off angle.
Oh, well, look at this guy.
Oh, no.
This is so cool. What? Oh, the timing. Just not as good as possible. He shoots it right as the toxic screen goes down, but that was so close to being something amazing. Look at their HP bars. With the Phantom, that is a spray transfer waiting to happen. I love the idea. Just didn't work out in the end. It just gets timinged a little bit when he chooses to shoot out the turret.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, I will agree. It was a good idea, but the other side of that coin, I think, is you probably could have just played it safe, played it simpler. And I think Sora maybe just getting a little bit too fancy at the end. It was already... Listen, it was already a really interesting play, good play, I think, to get aggressive there in CT. But once that's happened, you just need to play the place plant normally, I believe. So, not saying that it was the reason it was a lost round, but definitely could have been a little better. Either way, UBC going to take those when they can, putting it into the 4-round advantage that Sac State had.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit of a gamble there to assume that both of them were A short, because he did have his back turned to bathrooms, to, you know, the CT push, but no, he read it properly, just didn't execute there. Verlad's now. Ooh, the tightest of angles. Look at this. So close to landing the headshot. The running spray will pick up one, but Oni steadfast. And he makes sure his teammate does not die in vain. Now out comes the Hunter's Fury. He's got one tag with the second one. A lot of jukes. Dip, dive, and dodge. That's the name of the game, as Sleepy Sun will live through the encounter.
4 versus 4. Lots, pretty much all the utility from Sova being pulled out. Sora.
How far up Sora is.
He's just snuck his way in here. Sergio's got no idea, neither does this player in the lamp area. Sundown, he's going to have Oni, but he's quickly going to be dispatched himself. Just you wait, and there he goes. Whoa. Nearly missed shot by Sora, but fortunately he's good for the one. But he's not ready for Sergio. And Sergio has got that frag. He's going to confirm the spike down.
That bathroom spot is just so powerful. Whoa, a little bit of moonwalking from Sergio there. He does tag up Beans, 5 HP. Team Ace. Nice little bit of teamwork there from UBC Teal to try and claw back some of these rounds before the half ends. They're very close to actually tying up this scoreline, as we see the economy from Sac State looking worse for wear.
It certainly is. Yeah, I mean, they got to buy. They have a buy this round, but, well, next round, it's going to be a little bit harder. I think they still would be able to get a purchase out considering money,
can narrowly.
But it won't be with all the bells and whistles. That's for darn sure. So UBC, this is their chance to really put Sac State on towards their back foot and tie the game right back up.
There we go. And before the wall can harden, they're able to take out 2 of the sections of it. Gives them access to the site, and so essentially just minus 400 credits there, which is those will build up.
There's some information, to be fair.
I mean, but the way Sac State's been playing these rounds, though, so slow and methodical, you can't really expect them to hit A, even if they show all that early presence towards it, just because they're really not rushing any of the sites here. And I love that. I think Bind is one of those maps where you can really take advantage of how easy it is to rotate. The map is a lot smaller than most, and so they don't have nearly as much time to react and to get their players onto the next site.
Well, speaking of reactions, UBC reacting and putting a whole lot of these players here at A. It's looking like a decent rate, but the problem is the spike, it ain't here. It's not going there. It's going towards B at the moment, heading up B long. Stonewall loses the opening duel. That's a problem. This Beans, who has the spike, is left all alone.
Sac State finally getting punished for their playstyle of trying to creep out onto the sites. Verlas just gets the better timing there. And UBC, wow, really making a statement this round, putting their foot down. You will no longer get these freebies. We are going to play aggressive. We're going to challenge you, and we're going to call your bluffs. With 5 seconds left, this one is going to be sacrificed. Sac State just choosing to bring 2 rifles into the next round.
5-5. Sac State are not necessarily in the same sort of control that they were back on Ascent, despite the fact the bind is the pick that Sac State went with. It's certainly not been their best thus far. That being said, there should be enough money to pass around to get everyone a gun or two, and looks like actually the money was a little better than I anticipated for Sac State. So realistically, this is a full buy.
They have lost a few rounds in a row, so getting a little bit more money there to work with. And your point about the Killjoy, have we seen a lockdown come out yet?
Nope.
Well, it appears that Vincent the Prophet has made the correct prediction about the Killjoy lockdown. That's why he's the analyst, guys. Yeah, he knows with some of these picks. Basically, High now getting forced off the angle. Raze really hard to hold Bathrooms against that agent, especially when she snuffs out where you are. Sundown will be able to put Beans out of his misery. There's basically High just crouching in the smoke, avoiding most of the shots to come through. Doesn't wait for the reload sound, though, and Oni just waiting. 2 HP now on Sundown. Oh, this is dangerous. He is playing on a knife's edge right now. As around the corner, Stonewall waiting for one to peek his head out as well. Ooh, Beans cleaning up one as well. Maxi will get dropped. 4v3 now, but low HP on Stonewall is going to make this just next to impossible. Hey, it's the Killjoy ultimate. This could be big for being able to claw back the fight, especially as the wall goes out. Oni is just so isolated right now.
Unfortunately, I don't actually think this is going to matter that much because of exactly what we just saw. Sora has the snake bites and is making life miserable. Now this, on the other hand, is quite strong. Lad's able to find it. Sora for the trade. Hunter's Fury, along with Sora, just not going to allow for anything to happen. And a good idea there was the lockdown, but number one, a little bit too little too late. And number two, you're not going to win against the Hunter's Fury or the snake bites.
Yeah, it just feels like UBC Teal never really able to get their footing down on these post plants. I mean, if that Astral Wall came in a lot sooner, if the lockdown came in a lot sooner, there's a good chance that they have a lot more room to work with on getting that defuse. I mean, I like the idea. The setup was there. The Astral Wall was really creating a lot of problems, but like you said, just not enough time left in the round for them to actually be able to play it like they wanted to. And so it's a difficult situation here for UBC Teal. As last round of the half, they could tie things up, and with Sora getting an early pick, gonna make it difficult. Instead, they fire back. Basically, High able to time with one of his own. Now a 3v3, as Beans lets his presence be known yet again. Even Jiggle steps the op. Now basically High kind of stuck in the corner here. Might have to take the operator and just get out of dodge, but the standoff as they both peek out. Beans retreating, backpedaling right into an op shot between the shoulder blades, right into the chest, and it's a 1v3. As we see Sora, we'll get an easy plant off here. Plenty of time to set up as well, and so let's see if we can make a little magic happen.
Also, by the way, you have to see your ultimate, but besides the point, this is a Viper's Pit, and this does make this a little bit more doable. Now, granted, the Sova, basically High, is the best counter to this pick, and Sora, probably knowing full well what's coming in, gonna look to make sure that this dart can't do a darn thing. Certainly cannot. Sora sort of found out, but unfortunately, there's so much time that's been bought away, and Sora, he's got the kill on Sergio. No time to defuse. Basically, High is dead. That's a doornail, as is Maxi. 7-5. Sac State win in Sora's 1v3.
And if that does not illustrate the story of this game and UBC Teal's just shortcomings as a team, and I don't know what will. We talked just about how they were getting onto these sites too late and not giving themselves enough time to really play the post plant. And in a 1v3, they only lost a single member before losing the round. That is unacceptable. You have to be able to give yourself that kind of time to actually make the defuse happen. You can't afford to be losing rounds where your team isn't even going down, especially the last one of the half.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's certainly other factors there in that Sora made himself difficult to kill and was playing that fairly well. But yeah, you're absolutely right. At the end of the day, you have to pull that off. And here comes Oni. This is nasty. Aggression unseen. Sora, Sleepy with the frag. Sergio able to trade. Looking for more. Don't know that it's going to be found. Sora and Beans both find one of their own. And this is just a disgusting W key.
I love it. I actually love set pieces like this where illustrates another difference between UBC and Sac State. They're willing to commit their team to some early shenanigans like this. And hey, sometimes it won't go your way, but when you have some unexpected set pieces, it can net you huge advantages like what they're seeing here. And now Sundown, I mean, this is just a firing squad, a family picture around every corner.
Tough. That's fine. On one. But yeah, that was always going to come to fruition. Sora with a 3K. 3K back-to-back for the record.
And how many teams would just go crazy, just start sprinting forward there? I love Sac State, just how disciplined they play, despite being up so many members.
That's a really fantastic point. You're right. A lot of teams would get a little bit ahead of themselves, or a lot ahead of themselves, depending on who it is. And yeah, Sac State, knowing they have the advantage, they just wait.
Sometimes waiting is just the best thing you can do. And we head into this third round. We see UBC, or second round, UBC Teal. Heavy save here. As they go aggressive, though, they could find themselves a freebie. Sleepy Sun gets caught with his knife out. Luckily for him, Verlaz just can't connect too many as Maxi just tries to force his way through on a hope and a prayer. And Oni, I mean, it's not exactly the most difficult play to just sit and watch the orb.
Sometimes you're simply living on a prayer, my friend. UBC Teal, well, this round might be one of those times. Well, 3v5. And there's some damage done to Sleepy Sun, but you can see how far back he's playing, knowing this, wanting to stay as healthy as possible.
Standing ahead.
Playing as Sac State does, off of their utility. I mean, this is just a clinic at this point on how to not die to an eco. Stonewall, especially. Really good trap set here. Not giving anyone an early peek. With a hookah control, he does get spotted out by the dart there. I love that he's not even firing the shot off too. Just making sure he has as much vision and information as possible. Now he is hit with the dart. Now the Cypher can spring into action. They're all too busy trying to hit all the orbs. Instead, they just get mowed down, and Stonewall does what Stonewall does best.
Hold sights. Hold sights he does. 9-5. Sac State is their bonus, and UBC have the guns out. A big one here for UBC. They need to pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, what more can you say? Just great stuff here. Stonewall now switching up the placement of his tripwires as every good Cypher knows to do. Not letting anyone get too used to what they have to be watching out for here. And really, Stonewall having a rough first half. Only 3 kills the entire first half. And second half comes in. 2 kills already.
Yeah, certainly a little slow, but winning half nonetheless for the team overall. UBC. His attack has been not so great thus far, but it's mostly been ecos and that pistol, so can be forgiven. It's looking like an A push by all accounts. As I say that, it's a 3-man rotation away from A and in towards B.
One thing I really have criticisms of UBC Teal is that dart was huge. That revealed 2 people on the site. If they pushed behind that, that could have been massive for their chances, but really that dart was there to get information and not really do much more than that, because yes, they have the information of who's on site and where they are, but if you're not pushing behind it, if you're not faking behind it, it's just a moment of information, and now it's a long cooldown. The dart takes a while to come back up, and 30 seconds left in the round. They really haven't worked up a lot of ground for themselves. Luckily for them, though, they are getting a small bite on the rotations, only 2 on the A side here, as Verlaz does get taken out on the other side.
Yeah, but they're down by 1. Sleepy sort of forced to take that fight. Thor is good for a frag. Looking for more, and it's going to be Maxi, who's done well on the gate crash to find a bit of an opening. 3 versus 3, as UBC are on the site with the spike planted. Curveball comes out. Maxi caught in the open by Beans.
1 enemy remaining.
And Oni finds Sergio as well. It's basically high, left alone. 1-on-2. Free fire sort of coming in. He's found the first. He's looking for that second with 8 bullets in the chamber. He's got the frag. 3 on the round with a big clutch for UBC Teal.
And that was a massive hit of Hopium there for basically High. A fantastic 1v2 there. 30 HP. A single shot would kill him. He needed the headshot, and that's exactly what he walked away with. Huge round. 6-9 now. That really could have broken the camel's back there.
150%. Now, there's 2 problems. Number 1, UBC, they ain't got no cash. Number 2, Sac State, they're flush.
Oh, man, that's got to feel bad. You win a clutch like that to come away with terrible weaponry. Just light armor sheriff on most of the members here. That's painful for me to watch.
Yeah, it definitely is frustrating. And of course, Sac State, they were bonusing, so they already knew they were buying in towards the next round, so they didn't really mind. That's where, if you can do big damage with your bonus round, like Sac State just did, it doesn't really matter if you win or lose. It's about damage done, and Sora continuing to do damage here. Already found a man advantage.
Oh yeah, early picks go a long way, and Maxi, the judge on attacking side, I gotta say, without your ultimate even being up, this is questionable. Maybe he's going to try and pick up the orbs on both sides of the map and then ult in with the shotgun onto the site, but it's kind of a stretch there if I'm being completely honest. We'll see if he can somehow work his way up to the site despite having not a lot of range to work with.
Well, I mean, to be fair, they are working with sheriffs, so, you know, is it infinite range? No, but it's certainly not terrible.
Yeah, hopefully they can make enough room for him to actually get on the site and make use of the judge. It'll be great to post plant if they can get the bomb down, which, if this hit comes through properly, if they can really make it happen, that could get dangerous. A Stonewall right around the corner. He's choosing to swing out wide, and no one can take advantage of it because he pops up that trap. And now, just clutching in the corner, he wants to buy as much time as possible, and that's exactly what he does. He'll buy all the time in the world as he holds down the site yet again. Stonewall can't be stopped.
Sac State cannot be stopped either. They've got double digits, and they're looking for more. The problem, once again, for UBC is, well, they've got some money now, but it's not enough to full buy. It's not on everybody. You can see the limited armor there for Sergio. And in fact, not only limited armor, but a Bulldog. Not that the Bulldog's that bad. It's quite good, actually, but Spectre and Guardian elsewhere. So UBC Teal, while certainly not that or too worse to wear, are definitely not at their peak.
Time to jump.
A little bit of information being traded back and forth, but this is what Viper does best. Really scary to push back when you have a toxic wall in your face like that. You don't want to get your HP lowered so heavily. And so really what Viper allows is Sac State gets to play more at their pace. They get to make these hits come in a little bit slower. But as I say that, Sora hit with the dart as he tries to escape, as he tries to retreat. They take quick action. UBC Teal now a man up.
It's unfamiliar territory, in all fairness. Not something we see all that often, at least UBC don't really. Push out. Oh, it's a nice find there by Oni. The lads is good for 2, and basically High has one as well. It's 2v4. Neural Theft online, potentially.
Oh.
And Oni already won on the round, but I don't know that this is so doable. But we're any two with these two who could. Oni has the frag, looking for another, but he's gonna get taken out. But see, 2 out of 3 are gonna happen. Not gonna help. Basically High, who goes down nearly immediately thereafter.
I mean, they had a bit of money to play with. Nothing wrong with trying to soften up the economy, but they will have a few that have to pick up light buys for the side of Sac State after that round, and looks like it's going to be pretty rough on both halves of the equation here, as we see a few players that will have to take a little bit of a leave for this round. But this is a huge one. I mean, whoever wins this will get themselves a handy little advantage. As Sora, he's full buying. The rest of his team kind of going with an awkward half buy, and in the end, looks like they're just deciding to play it safe, use those extra rounds they have to work with, and just try and get their full buy going next round.
Nice idea. basically high.
Ooh.
Good for one, but he's going to be traded immediately thereafter. Really nice find. And here comes that dimensional drift. We didn't see it in the first, but here it is in the second. There's that lockdown.
Oh, wow.
This is one of the rare spots that is good for the lockdown on this map. It's very much obvious, but you can get here, it's very strong. Stonewall going for it. He's going to get locked down, though. And he's going to get punished just for that, despite the neural theft.
I mean, that's what you call making the best out of a bad situation. There is no way Stonewall gets out of there alive. Instead, he just does what he does best, trying to get out onto the site to make something happen. And it's going to bring the odds back into a little bit further in his team's favor. But even if they don't secure this round, economy damage is good enough. And that being said, they even commit the resurrection. That's pretty big. Not having that in future instances is only get a nice little spray down, a headshot as well. This is looking a little bit more nervous as we see another one come through. Sleepy Sun is putting people to rest right now as we see one right under Luka. That could just clean up the round. The bot is going out. No way, no shot. Verlins has to be the last man to do it. And what should have been a clean round turned into near disaster for UBC.
And UBC, they are indeed struggling a little bit. That being said, listen, they've got 3 out of the last 4 rounds. That's something. That's much better than prior 4 rounds, which were not so much that great. In Sac State, they've had some good opportunities themselves here, and here's another one. They get underway with the gun round. This is important, this gun round. As I was saying before, you find what's happening. That's a huge amount of tags. He's got like 3 tags on that first one. In fact, a kill, and Beans has a follow-up. This is looking good for Sac State here in the early stages.
Wow, that's a lot of damage through the wall. Oni, a couple of headshots. That has to sting as Sergio just falling back on the angle, trying to regroup with the rest of the team. After Maxi took so much damage back at Bathrooms, they have to slow down the tempo a little. And man, that Sova ult was nasty. Hitting, I believe, 3 players, softening 2 of them up, killing off 1. And what more could you ask for?
Yeah, and it forces out a heal too, of course, you know, all that kind of good stuff. You see that still on cooldown at the moment. But Sac State with the 2-man advantage. Need to put UBC down just a peg.
Oh, this blind.
Yeah, this
could be
good.
huge.
It's all
30
about
seconds,
timing.
they have to push.
30 seconds left.
Oh, but the wall just saving their bacon right there. He's now going to try and generate some threat by shooting at the wall early on here. Now, they have the post plant down. They can try and fall back, but before they can even make it happen, they're getting evaporated. No space being given, and that is what you have to love about Sac State. They don't like to play it slow. If you plant, you best believe the pressure is coming soon after.
That it is, no doubt about it. An 11-8, man, this is a lot closer than expected, but you have to think it really does seem like it is the last hurrah for UBC at this point. The other thing to note is, of course, the money. As I'm so fond of saying, UBC, they ain't got no cash.
I mean, oh, this is such a tight spot. Like, do you force up here, try and avoid the forced tie scenario, or do you just play for the tie, give yourself a little bit better odds when you do actually have the money for the guns? And basically, High looked a little bit laggy there. Hopefully, that doesn't affect him too much throughout the round, but Sleepy Sun shooting at the dart. That's a lot of information denied early. Those drones are invaluable when it comes to being able to get your team onto a site safely, especially when it's against, you know, things like the Cypher. That drone can be used to peel off some of them, like you saw basically High do just there.
That they can. Oh, Sora. Getting up close. This is really, really interesting.
Oh, this is
on
so...
the timing. He's going to find him. He's got that first. Going to reposition as well. The good repositioning. Does eat the shock dart, but he's got the frag. Stonewall, good for 1 as well. As this is looking like it's going to be another Sac State round. As UBC, really the question mark is how many not win will they get? Couple of kills. Lad's good for one on his Guardian, but, well, it's going to
30
be
seconds left.
not as easy onto Sora, but he does find out Sora as well before Oni puts him down. 12-8. It's only 4 rounds the deficit, but it's now match point.
You know, I'm really enjoying Sora's Viper play. Just always being at the most unexpected places, trying to play around that information. I mean, the drone just went through hookah. They thought it was safe, but Sora just playing under the window, hops right on in as soon as they think they're in a little bit of safety there. Keeping them on their toes, that's for sure.
Certainly can be said, and well, here is what could be the ultimate round of this game. And run it back, being utilized, shut down very quickly by Sundown. That was a fast shot.
Standing ahead.
Goes the dart. Not gonna find anything. Pit should go out. Or, sorry, not the pit. Excuse me. Snakebite could go out. But Fury answers back towards the other side. That doesn't connect with anything for UBC.
That just was kind of a desperate Hunter's Fury there, as they were trying to, walking right through the meat grinder. Maxi does get backline access. Beans just didn't see it coming. Maybe didn't hear the ultimate go off and realized just trying to use the ultimate wherever he can. There is still a Cypher around the corner. He just shoots this out. Guys, you gotta protect it. Instead, it's just an ultimate for free as U-Haul is firmly in control of Sac State. This is a pinch from all different sides here. This kill will be huge. Stonewall getting the better of it. Now it's opened up from the other side. A 3-piece. Maxi, the only one left standing. And I don't see a lot of ways you can win this unless it is something absolutely wild. Trying to pull his way through. It was close, but no cigar. Sac State cleaning this one up. It looks scary. It was close. Many rounds could have swung either way, but Sac State proved that they are the dominant team today, and they moved themselves a little bit up in the standing. UBC now facing that chopping block.
Yes, they are. Unfortunately, still winless on the season. Our UBC Teal, hate to say that, but yeah, Sac State with another good victory. They take a 2-4 position in those standings that we were talking about at the beginning of this one. In addition to that, though, this was a good overall game. I think obviously Sora had a really fantastic showing. Just in general, Stonewall as well. You talked about a little bit of a rough first half, and I would agree with you, but certainly had some stalwart moments there on the defense, both over on Ascent and on Bind. So lots of times to talk about, lots of good things to mention as well. But unfortunately, Tristan, it's just about that time where you and I have to say goodbye, because this is indeed the end of our broadcast day here at the NECC. Valorant, obviously a great time. I hope you've enjoyed watching, but is that time. You guys have a great rest of your evening, and we'll see you here next time for more NECC action.